Abu walked over and dragged Yu Chengchuan's wheelchair away. Yu Chengchuan screamed in terror. Lin ran. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Nonsense, of course I know who you are. Your entire Yu family is my wife's rival. Now that you've appeared before me, I'd be letting myself down if I didn't beat you. Lin Ran wasn't bloodthirsty or violent. He just wanted to teach this scumbag Yu Chengchuan a lesson and, in the process, slap the Yu family in the face. You want to pose my wife? Surrender quickly and don't delay my daily life with my wife. At this moment, in the Yu family residence, a servant reported, First Master, young Master Chengchuan secretly left the hospital to find Chen Qingtian. Taiduo narrowed his eyes. That bastard. He's lost his balls and is still thinking with his lower body. He'll cause trouble for me sooner or later. Perhaps it was time to consider changing the air. However, Yu Chengchuan was deeply favored by the old man, so this problem had to be solved carefully. Once he took over the Luo Corporation, his status in the family would be infinitely high, and that would be the time for his complete turnaround. The old man. An old fossil with one foot in the grave. What was there to fear? Don't worry about him. Our main focus right now is dealing with Luo Yao. The three major families had not expected Luo Yao to be the one to launch the first attack, even though it was their Yu family that had been hurt. Their original plan was disrupted. Luo Yao's offensive was fierce, and they needed to devote their full attention to the battle. Luo Yao, don't force me to burn my boats. Back to Yu Chengchuan. He was escorted out of the building by the Nuanyo group's bodyguards. The bodyguards he had brought were all restrained by Lin Rant's men, able to do nothing but watch as Abu beat him. Not just them, but many passers-by downstairs also stopped to watch. Yu Chengchuan covered his face as he was being beaten, not wanting anyone to see what he looked like. Abu's blows were very light, at least they looked light, and he was the only one doing it, so there was no fear of being reported for brawling. When he felt it was enough, Abu swaggered away. Yu Chengchuan's bodyguards immediately surrounded him. Lin Ran, Chen Qingtian, I will make you pay the price. Yu Chengchuan was angrier than ever before. At this moment, a bodyguard said with a conflicted expression, Young Master, let's stop the tough talk for now. We should hurry back to the hospital. The First Master already knows you've come out. Yu Chengchuan glared fiercely at the bodyguard. You bunch of wastes, hurry up and carry me to the car. Abu returned to the office. Lin Ran checked the time, preparing to leave. Cousin, Yu Chengchuan won't come looking for me again, will he? And he won't go bother Xiaxia, right? That should be your problem to consider. I'm going to go cuddle with my wife now. With that, Lin Ran left with Abu. Nothing in the world was more important than cuddling with his wife. Even if Yu Chengchuan killed Feng Buxia, Chen Qingtian would, at worst, lose a romance. But if he didn't go cuddle with his wife, she might be down for a while. An hour ago, a women's prison on the outskirts of the city. Two women were slapping each other across the face. Their hands were already numb, but the people watching hadn't called a stop. Slap. Another loud slap, followed by curse. Lu Rushue, you're a bitch. Lu Rushue didn't show any weakness. She groped for the other person's face, aimed, and fired. Slap. Although Lu Rushue couldn't see, her aim was precise. With one slap, she retorted, Lu Yueme, you're just a whore ridden by 1,000 men. Ha 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 ha. The onlookers in the cell block all let out excited laughter. Everyone was laughing heartily, but who knew how many were genuinely laughing and how many were faking it? In this environment, not laughing meant you weren't part of the group, and you would be bullied. This world never lacked villains. Some were true villains, while others pretended to be villains to avoid being bullied. Right now, these real and fake villains were entertaining themselves with the aunt and niece pair, Lu Yueme and Lu Rushue. Damn it, haven't you eaten? Hit harder. And if you don't know how to curse, I don't mind teaching your mouths a thing or two, the cell block leader cursed. Lu Yueme was completely numb. When she entered the prison and saw Lu Rushue's miserable state, she had almost fainted. But what made her despair even more were the people here. She used to think she was quite vicious, but her viciousness was on a completely different level compared to the people here. Her petty tricks were useless here. From the moment she arrived, she had been constantly bullied. It wasn't that she hadn't reported it to the guards, but she found that the more she reported, the more severely she was punished. Not just her, but also Lu Rushue, a blind person, was bullied here. These hellish days were about to make her break down. Fortunately, she only had to endure for a few more months before getting out. After all, the crime of abusing Lin Tianba wasn't that major. She could somehow survive a few months' sentence. This was the belief that kept her going. Everyone inside, be quiet. I'm coming in. The voice of a guard sounded from outside the cell. Everyone scattered, and then the guard opened the cell door. Lu Rushue, here. Lu Rushue answered weakly. Her face was swollen like a pig's head. The guard was also stunned for a moment upon seeing the state of Lu Rushue and Lu Yuemei. What happened to you two? Why are your faces swollen like pigs' heads? Lu Yuemei lowered her head, not daring to look at the inmates behind her. Lu Rushue also remained silent the entire time, because they knew that reporting was useless. Seeing that they weren't talking, the guard didn't bother and said to Lu Rushue, "Come with me. Someone has arranged for your medical parole." Lu Rushue was still in a daze. "You're saying someone arranged for my medical parole?" "That's right. Your condition fully qualifies. It's already been approved by the higher-ups. Starting today, you will be serving your sentence outside of prison." Lu Rushue's heart was filled with excitement, as if she could smell the scent of freedom. Although medical parole didn't mean complete freedom, it was much better than being here. "It's Brother Lin Ran. It must be Brother Lin Ran coming to save me. It seems that Waste Yu Qing has already taken care of Luo Yao. Ha ha." Two prison guards stood at the door, while one escorted Lu Rushue out. "Lu Yuemei, Rushue, don't forget your aunt." Lu Rushue paused and turned back with a cold smile. Although she had no eyes, it seemed as if she was staring at Lu Yuemei with a venomous gaze. "In your dreams, the moment you turned against me to please them, we were already enemies." Lu Yuemei looked anxious. "I am your aunt. You can't do this to me. You can't leave me alone in this hell full of demons." Lu Rushue sneered contemptuously. "I'm going out to live a good life. Even if I had the ability, I wouldn't save you." The guard's grip on Lu Rushue's arm tightened. "Stop your fucking bragging and let's go." After Lu Rushue left, Lu Yuemei collapsed to the ground. The other inmates all stood up. "Who did you just say was a demon?" Lu Yuemei trembled all over. I said Lu Rushue." The leader slapped Lu Yuemei to the ground. "A few of you, go give this disgusting woman another lesson." Outside the prison, Lu Rushue breathed in the scent of freedom again. At that moment, a woman's voice sounded. "Please get in." After Lu Rushue fumbled her way into the car, she asked, "Were you sent by Brother Lin Ran to pick me up?" No one answered her. Lu Rushue suddenly felt a chill. She couldn't tell if this feeling was real, but it was very familiar. "Aran won't come. I will never let you see Aran." This time, the voice belonged to a different person. Hearing this voice, Lu Rushue felt as if she had been plunged into an ice cave. "Luo Yao, you're not dead. Should I say you're foolish or just too naive? If you think you can assassinate me by just finding some random person, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Lu Rushue recalled all the things Luo Yao had done to her, and her heart went cold. She screamed and yelled, trying to get out of the car, but no one paid her any attention. She only felt a numbness in her neck, and then she lost consciousness. Soon, the car stopped in the underground parking lot of the Luo Corporation. Lu Meng stuffed the suitcase containing Lu Rushue directly into a private elevator. Just as they reached the 88th floor, Wang Fong looked at Luo Yao with a conflicted expression. Luo Yao also frowned. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to clear this floor?" Wang Fong leaned close to Luo Yao's ear and whispered, "CEO Luo, young Master Lin is inside." Luo Yao was stunned. Her initial panic slowly turned into calm. Lin Ran had been through so much with her. If she still doubted his love for her, that would be truly foolish. "Got it." Luo Yao had the others wait outside and walked into the office alone, just in time to see Lin Ran sleeping on the sofa. Aran looks so silly and cute when he's asleep. The sound of the door opening woke Lin Ran up. "Aran, why are you here?" Luo Yao tried to remain calm. "You look so silly when you're asleep." Lin Ran wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked at Luo Yao with some reproach. "Why I'm so sleepy during the day? Others might not know the reason, but you should." Luo Yao recalled how she had tormented Lin Ran last night and felt a little embarrassed. "I can't help it. My Aran always makes me lose control." Lin Ran showed a strange expression. "Are you the one losing control? Or am I?" Luo Yao looked a little wronged. "So, is Aran blaming me?" "I'm not blaming you. If anyone's to blame, it's Grandpa Yuan for feeding us too well. When people have their basic needs met, their thoughts turn to other things." Luo Yao finally smiled. Lin Ran's voice was the best weapon to calm her emotions. "Aran, why did you come here?" "Yao Yao, you're being a bit unfair." This time, it was Lin Ran's turn to look wronged. Luo Yao was a little confused. "What do you mean? I knew Lu Rushue, after all, and we have an indelible grudge. You didn't even let me watch her final moments. I'm so disappointed." Luo Yao froze. She hadn't expected Lin Ran to understand her so well now. "Aran already knows. I guessed. After all, how much I love you is how much I understand you." Luo Yao fell silent. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry. He just quietly waited for her answer. If Luo Yao didn't want him to stay, he would turn and leave without getting angry. If his wife didn't let him watch, it must be because she was worried he would be scared. What did that prove? It proved he hadn't done well enough, hadn't completely earned his wife's trust. He just needed to keep working harder. Still, not being able to see Lu Rushue's final miserable state was a pity. It might be a bit cruel, that's why I didn't tell you. Luo Yao finally spoke. Lin Ran thought to himself, I knew she was worried about this. As long as she wasn't worried that he'd feel sorry for Lu Rushue, it was fine. It's okay. When dealing with disgusting people, I like to see the cruel stuff. Don't hold back just because I'm here. Lin Ran was telling Luo Yao through his actions that he wanted to face and participate in everything together with her. Bring her in. Luo Yao made up her mind, beckoning for someone to drag the suitcase in and open the secret room. Lu Meng dragged the suitcase into the office and very skillfully tossed it inside. Luo Yao didn't walk into the secret room right away. Instead, she stretched out her hands to Lin Ran, looking pitiful. I want Ran to hold me. Lin Ran cupped Luo Yao's small bottom, picked her up, and walked into the secret room. Lu Meng immediately lowered her head, not daring to look, though she kept muttering something under her breath. Inside the secret room, Lin Ran gently put Luo Yao down. He felt like his Yandra wife had been spoiled into a pampered wife by him. But soon, Lin Ran didn't think so anymore. A bucket of ice water woke Lu Rushue up. When Lu Rushue saw, she couldn't see. After waking up, Lu Rushue trembled all over. Luo Yao, let me go, or brother Lin Ran will never let you off. Before Luo Yao could speak, Lin Ran spoke up. Who on earth gave you the confidence to spout such world-class nonsense? Lu Rushue froze as if petrified, then spoke in a daze. Lin Ran. Drop the brother. Lin Ran interrupted her spellcasting. Luo Yao kept a close watch on Lin Ran's condition. Lu Rushue now had no eyes. Her face was swollen like a pig's head, and she was covered in injuries. Just her appearance was indeed quite frightening. Luo Yao was worried Lin Ran would be scared. Fortunately, Lin Ran showed no unusual reaction, which put Luo Yao at ease. Lu Rushue, I'm quite happy to see you today. The moment Lin Ran said this, Luo Yao instantly radiated a chilling aura, as if she wanted to destroy the entire world. Even Lu Meng looked at Lin Ran in shock. Lin Ran, because I can see with my own eyes how miserable you are. This is a kind of joy for me, and I want to watch with my own eyes how you become even more miserable. Luo Yao's killing intent instantly receded. Lu Meng also let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Rushue, on the other hand, instantly lost all her strength. The only belief that had sustained her had collapsed. Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao. Wife, I have nothing more to say. Luo Yao grabbed Lin Ran's hand and rubbed it against her face. Ran, I'll be quick. The corners of her mouth gradually curved up. Her eyes began to turn crimson, and she walked towards Lu Rushue. As if she knew her fate, Lu Rushue began to struggle desperately. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. I'll never compete with you for brother Lin Ran again. With Lu Rushue's blood-curdling scream, a visual feast unfolded before Lin Ran's eyes. Shen He says to let everyone use their imagination. About 10 minutes later, they walked out again. Ran, you said you wouldn't be scared. Lin Ran thought to himself. Was I scared? This is just physiological discomfort, okay? It was strange. He had clearly seen the same scene in his previous life, but seeing it again still made him uncomfortable. He was really too delicate. I wasn't scared by you. I was just a little unused to it, having my eyes open for the first time. I'll be fine next time. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Luo Yao somewhat regretted letting him face this, and also regretted that she had gotten carried away in her frenzy. I'll have someone send her to Southeast Asia. Our Ran will never see her again. Okay. Luo Yao went into the office bathroom to take a shower. She needed to wash off the filth. Halfway through, Lin Ran also walked in and reached out to help her. Ran, don't touch me. It's dirty. Lin Ran shook his head. You're my wife. I don't mind what you look like. I want to be stained with the dirty blood on you too. Let me help you wash it off. Luo Yao gave up struggling and let Lin Ran help her. After the shower, Lin Ran helped Luo Yao change into the clean clothes he had prepared. Luo Yao stretched out her hands. Ran. Lin Ran naturally scooped her up and carried her out of the bathroom. The current Luo Yao felt truly happy. Her only rival in love would never appear again. Just as Lin Ran was about to shower Luo Yao with affection, an ill-timed knock came at the door. The moment Lu Meng walked in, she felt a wave of killing intent. Luo Yao, you'd better have a real reason for this. CEO Luo, they're about to collapse. The Zhang family is already showing signs of pulling out. Lu Meng wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Want to pull out? It's not that easy. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. Who did these guys think Luo Yao, was? They jump in when they want to fight, and when they can't win, they want to retreat unscathed? Was there such a good deal in the world? If she really let them pull out, wouldn't everyone else think she was a pushover? Would everyone think they could jump in for a piece of the pie in similar situations in the future? What a joke. Intensify the attack on the Zhang family. Drive all three of them into the same camp. Understood. Lu Meng fled as if she were escaping, once again leaving the place to the young couple. Luo Yao had just had a frenzy and now needed comforting. Time flowed like sand. After Lin Ran and Luo Yao had their intimate exchange, he prepared to head back to the manor to replenish his energy and prepare dinner for his wife. Wife, I'm going home to cook first. Come home early after you finish work. Aran, you don't have to work so hard. You're practically taking the chef's job. Lin Ran gently kissed Luo Yao on the head. I have nothing else to do anyway. Once I've nursed your stomach ailment back to health, I'll stop cooking. Seeing Luo Yao remain silent, Lin Ran added, It's just cooking, and it's for my wife. It's not tiring. Because I love you. I'm willing to do anything for you. Luo Yao's eyes sparkled like diamonds. After Lin Ran left, Luo Yao was still immersed in his sweet words, unable to extricate herself. I just wonder if Aran ever said such things to Lu Rushu. The moment Luo Yao came back to her senses, she thought of Lu Rushu, who was still in the secret room. So she called Lu Meng into the office. Send the person in the secret room to Southeast Asia. Lu Meng glanced at the secret room behind her. Okay, sending a person away was not an easy matter. Lu Meng fabricated evidence of Lu Rushue's suicide and submitted it to the authorities. After verification, Lu Rushue's official records were closed. Then she contacted Brother Dao, and soon someone put Lu Rushue in a car, driving non-stop towards the border. Lu Rushue's fate in this life was like a mirror of the previous one, perhaps even worse. How long she could survive in Southeast Asia in the future would depend on how long her own life was. Dongtian Manor. Lin Ran finished making dinner just as Luo Yao arrived home. A habitual kiss. Welcome home. Lin Ran was in a pretty good mood today. Although he had experienced some physiological discomfort, he felt great inside. In his previous life, he had died a miserable death. The fear, despair, sadness, and regret he felt when he was pushed off the rooftop had all been avenged in this life. Only he knew how exhilarating the feeling of getting revenge was. Of course, this was all thanks to having a good wife. Lu Rushue was sent to Southeast Asia, and Lin Tianba was doomed to a life of misery. To be precise, his only remaining enemies were Lin Jian and his mother. Once those two were out of prison, giving them a miserable end would extinguish all of Lin Ran's hatred. With the hatred gone, there was still one question left to investigate. It was a story about a cat. Luo Yao sniffed the air. Did our Ran make Malatang? Lin Ran nodded. Yes, the one I make is safe, healthy, and delicious. It's not too spicy and won't hurt your stomach. Most importantly, we can jokingly fight over it. Luo Yao gently hugged Lin Ran, a sense of happiness welling up inside her. While the young couple were playfully fighting over food in Yu Taiduo's private villa, the head of the AI family, AI Renqi, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Deshuai, and the first master of the Yu family, Yu Taiduo, the three of them were secretly discussing their next plan. Especially the Zhang family. He had the weakest foundation among them. If not for the alliance with the Yu and AI families, he would have collapsed long ago. Yu Taiduo's face was grim. That crazy woman Luo Yao isn't planning on leaving us any way out. Let's proceed as planned. Zhang Deshuai frowned without speaking. AI Renqi also had a worried look. My men have basically tracked Lin Ran's movements, but do we really have to make a move? The people around Lin Ran are no pushovers. Yu Taiduo narrowed his eyes. No matter how skilled his men are, they can't stand against a large number, can they? The few of them looked at each other, their gazes slowly becoming resolute. Just then, Yu Taiduo's wife, Chang Lufu, personally came over to pour tea. Gentlemen, you must be tired from talking. Have some tea and take a break. After pouring the tea, Chang Lufu sat down next to Yu Taiduo with great elegance. Honey, my girlfriend's asked me to play cards all night tonight. Do you think I'll win or lose? Yu Taiduo nodded. Go ahead. Winning or losing doesn't matter to me. As long as you're happy. His wife was generous and beautiful, the type of woman he could proudly show off. This woman didn't have any major flaws. Her only hobby was a gambling addiction, a very strong one, often playing for an entire night. At first, he worried Chong Lufu was out fooling around and had her followed a few times, but each time he found she was genuinely playing cards with her girlfriends. Over time, he stopped bothering. In the end, he simply had Chong Lufu open a mahjong parlor. Chong Lufu covered her mouth and smiled. My husband is so good to me, I'm so touched. I'll be going then. With that, Chong Lufu got up to leave. As she turned her back to Yu Taiduo, she winked at AI Renchi. After Chong Lufu left, AI Renchi also stood up. Then it's settled. We'll make our move tomorrow morning. Zhang Deshuai also sighed, preparing to take his leave. Let's hope we can make Luo Yao compromise this time. Otherwise, I really can't hold on much longer. The trilateral meeting ended, and Yu Taiduo also went to bed. Time quickly flew to the next morning. After Lin Ran and Luo Yao parted ways, a smile suddenly appeared in Abu's eyes. Young Master Lin, the heads of the AI and Zhang families were at Yu Taiduo's house yesterday, but we couldn't find out what they talked about. Lin Ran nodded. It seemed these people were about to make a move. But there's something very interesting. Do you know where Yu Taiduo's wife was last night? Lin Ran's interest was piqued by Abu's words. Could it be? At the Cuckold Club? Abu's eyes also crinkled with a smile. The most interesting part is, her affair partner last night was AI Renchi. The two of them are still lying in a mahjong parlor right now. Lin Ran was instantly energized. He absolutely wasn't trying to gossip. This news was crucial. It was news that could cause a rift within the enemy ranks. Anonymously inform Yu Taiduo of this news. Lin Ran couldn't hide the scheming look in his eyes. After investigating for so long, he could finally help his wife. Okay. Yu Taiduo woke up very early today because today could be the day he completed his comeback. After breakfast, he sat at home, quietly waiting. Dad, where's Mom? Yu Weiwen came downstairs, saw her father, and asked casually, Oh, your mother went out to play cards last night. She's not back yet. Mom's gambling addiction is really something. Yu Taiduo frowned. Don't talk about your mother like that. Yu Weiwen stuck out her tongue, feigning a cute look. I know I was wrong. Second brother and I are going to visit eldest brother today. Are you coming? My daughter is so well behaved. Dad won't go. Dad has things to do. Yu Taiduo smiled and patted Yu Weiwen's head. He felt his life was very happy. His 3 children had a good relationship, and his wife was beautiful and virtuous. As long as he completed his comeback this time, his life would be perfect. Okay, I'll tell eldest brother that Dad is very concerned about him. After Yu Weiwen and Yu Chengkai left, Yu Taiduo's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Your wife is cuckolding you at the Lufu Club. Yu Taiduo frowned at the message. Very few people knew his private number. Those who did were either his family or influential people in his circle. No matter who it was, they probably wouldn't joke about something like this. So was this message true? Yu Taiduo was instantly enraged. He was working hard for his branch of the family, only for his own backyard to be on fire? How could he tolerate this? Men, grab your tools and come with me. Lufu Mahjong Parlor. This was a club with only one luxurious mahjong room, rarely open to the public. Inside the club, 3 women were playing mahjong. In the lounge, the adulterous pair were on the bed. Chong Lufu, if that fool Yu Taiduo knew what kind of woman you are, he'd probably die of anger, right? AI Renchi had been with Chong Lufu several times last night and was already exhausted. But every time he thought about the future matriarch of the Yu family lying beneath him, he would get inexplicably excited again. Even though being woken up early was tiring, he was determined to go another round, even if it meant taking sildenafil. Chong Lufu, while exercising, said that, dog of a man, he's just not good at it. You're much better. Outside the lounge, the 3 women were still playing mahjong and complaining. Lufu is really something else, always making us cover for her like this. Since we took the money, let's not talk about it. I'm getting a little sleepy. Why aren't those 2 out yet? They've been at it all night. Sai, look at her life. Married to a $100 billion husband, playing with a $100 billion man. TSK, TSK, TSK. Keep it down. If Lufu hears us, we're all done for. Suddenly, the door to the room was broken open. The 3 women looked at the newcomers in shock. Brother-in-law? Lufu, she went to the bathroom. I'll go get her. One woman reacted quickly, but her panic had already betrayed her lie. No need. I'll get her myself. Yu Taiduo's eyes were filled with rage. Several bodyguards rushed in and restrained the 3 women. Just as Yu Taiduo was about to check the lounge, the door was pushed open. Chong Lufu walked out, her clothes somewhat disheveled. Honey, why are you here? I was tired just now and taking a rest. Yu Taiduo noticed the panic in her eyes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Chong Lufu, I'll give you one chance. Is there a man inside? Chong Lufu stared with wide eyes and shook her head. No, it's just me in there. Crack. Yu Tai was heartbroken. He knew Chong Lufu. He knew that when his wife lied, she had a habit of staring at the other person to make them believe her. But it was this very habit that made Yu Taiduo's heart turn cold. Yu Taiduo said nothing and walked towards the lounge. Chong Lufu reached out to grab him. Honey, are you here to take me home? Let's go. Yu Taiduo flung her hand away and bang, kicked open the door to the lounge. It was empty inside. Chong Lufu's breathing became rapid and irregular, her heart pounding in her throat. She took out her phone and sent a message. Save me. Yu Taiduo walked into the lounge, looked at the messy bed, and yanked off the quilt. No one. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. No one. He went to the wardrobe and opened the door. No one. He bent down to check under the bed. No one. Finally, he went to the lounge's bathroom. Still no one. Huh? Could he have really misunderstood something? Yu Taiduo twitched his nose and sniffed lightly. The smell of intimacy. It was a smell no man would be unfamiliar with. He was convinced that even if there was no man here, Chong Lufu had definitely cuckolded him. Just as Yu Taiduo turned to leave the room, he froze. AI Rinchi was standing behind the door, waving awkwardly. Hi, I'm a time traveler. Would you believe me? Looking at AI Rinchi, who was wearing only a pair of underwear, holding his shoes in one hand and his clothes in the other, Yu Taiduo's face became extremely ugly. I believe your mother. He threw a punch, and AI Rinchi's nose immediately started bleeding profusely. Two bodyguards rushed in and held AI Rinchi. AI Rinchi panicked and tried to explain. Brother, let me explain. I was just passing by and needed to borrow the bathroom. Bang! Yu Taiduo threw another punch. The sound alone was painful. AI Rinchi felt his ears ringing and saw stars. He gritted his teeth through the pain and begged for mercy. Brother, let me go. How about I help you secure the position of the Yu family head? AI Rinchi had no choice. This place was full of Yu Taiduo's men. He had to yield. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. He had to get out of here first. At this moment, he deeply regretted not training a few bodyguards to stand watch while he had his affairs. Yu Taiduo threw another punch. Like I need your help. This punch landed on AI Rinchi's stomach. He doubled over, enduring the pain. Brother, I still have to help you deal with. Luo Yao, let me go. A man is most likely to lose his reason at a time like this. Dealing with Luo Yao was no longer that important in Yu Taiduo's mind. Bang! Another punch. Without you, I can still do it. This time, AI Rinchi finally couldn't take it anymore and started cursing. Yu Taiduo, are you fucking crazy? Giving up your interests for a cheap woman. Yu Taiduo wasn't softened by AI Rinchi's words. He had his bodyguards hold AI Rinchi down on the ground and beat him. He then walked to the mahjong room and stood before Chong Lufu. Chong Lufu knew she was probably finished. You play with fire, you get burned. Honey, touch me. Love me, okay? Yu Taiduo was unmoved, just staring at Chong Lufu. After many years of marriage, Chong Lufu knew that Yu Taiduo's expression meant he had murder on his mind. She was about to break down. Honey, I was wrong. Forgive me this one time. I promise I'll only love you from now on. Yu Taiduo's tone was ice cold. He was right about one thing. You were a cheap woman. Go and repent to the king of hell. Yu Taiduo's hand shot out and clamped around Chong Lufu's neck, gradually tightening. The three girlfriends on the floor were trembling. The thing they regretted most now was helping Chong Lufu with her affair. If Yu Taiduo wouldn't even spare his wife, would he spare them? Stop! Just as Chong Lufu was about to suffocate, the head of the Yu family, Yu Paoyin, walked in. Son, let go of your wife. Yu Paoyin ordered directly. Yu Taiduo narrowed his eyes. Father? Why are you here? If I hadn't come, you would have made a grave mistake. Let her go, quickly. Yu Taiduo's cold gaze swept over the bodyguards he had brought. All the bodyguards lowered their heads. The old man had arrived so quickly. Someone must have secretly tipped him off, and that person had to be here. He just didn't know who it was. Yu Taiduo took a long breath and released the force in his hand. Lock this woman up. As for AI Rinchi, cripple him. Yu Paoyin quickly stopped him. Don't act on impulse. How can you take over the Yu family in the future with such recklessness? Yu Taiduo walked up to Yu Paoyin and said viciously, I spared this cheap pair because I was giving you face. If I don't give you face, you're just a fart. Yu Paoyin was so angry he almost died on the spot, cursing at Yu Taiduo. Unfilial son. You unfilial son. Yu Taiduo turned away disdainfully. Lock the old man up too. Don't let him out of this room without my order. As for these three women, bury them. Chong Lufu's three girlfriends were crying their eyes out. Brother-in-law. Brother Yu, I was wrong. Brother Yu, Please don't kill me. It was all Chong Lufu, that bitch, who made us do this. Please let me go. I can serve you in Chong Lufu's place. Or the three of us can serve you together. The other two women nodded like chickens pecking at rice. But Yu Tai Duo ignored them completely and strode out of the mahjong room. Whether these three women were forced or willing, this was their only outcome. The bodyguards took action inside. Some were responsible for crippling the head of the AI family, some for guarding the head of the Yu family and Chong Lufu. Others knocked the three women unconscious, transported them to the outskirts, and buried them alive. Everyone thought Yu Tai Duo was just the crown prince of the Yu family, striving to take power. In reality, this crown prince had long had the ability to seize the throne. He had just been biding his time, wanting to ascend legitimately. The old man's meddling today had displeased him greatly. This had crossed his bottom line. In that case, he didn't mind taking power ahead of schedule. At the same time, Yu Weiwen called. Dad, it's bad. Eldest brother is missing. Missing? What happened? Second brother, and I just got to the hospital and didn't see eldest brother. His bodyguards said he went out early in the morning, and no one knows where he went. Yu Tai Duo no longer had the mind to deal with these trivial matters. That bastard. Don't worry about him. You and your second brother come home. Don't go out for the next couple of days. Okay. After hanging up, Yu Tai Duo informed Zhang Dashuai to cancel today's operation. He had no choice. It was supposed to be a joint operation of three families, but now with the AI family out, he wasn't confident. For this operation, he was mainly responsible for handling the authorities. The Zhang family provided the money, and the AI family provided the manpower. Now that he had crippled the head of the AI family, it would be difficult to organize manpower on short notice. He could only delay. Tomorrow. The operation would begin tomorrow. Stepping out, Yu Tai Duo instructed a subordinate. I'll give you 1 day. Make AI Rinchi call and mobilize his men to be on standby. The operation will start on time tomorrow morning. The subordinate frowned slightly. What if AI Rinchi refuses to the death? Yu Tai Duo made a kill gesture, and the subordinate nodded in understanding. The other partner, Zhang Deshuai, narrowed his eyes after receiving the notification. Had his little scheme been discovered? He was different from the Yu and AI families. The Zhang family's foundation was not deep, but becoming one of the 5 major families was not just by luck. Everyone treated him like a nouveau riche, but in reality, this nouveau riche was the most cunning of them all. He had already begun to consolidate and transfer his assets to leave himself a way out. The moment he sensed something was wrong, he would be ready to flee abroad. The butler lowered his head and asked, Master, what do we do now? Zhang Deshuai rubbed his forehead. Let's wait and see for now. You go abroad today and manage things for me. If anything happens to me in the country, be ready to receive me at any time. Okay. Outskirts of the city, 3 women were tied up and thrown into a large pit. Their mouths were tightly gagged, and their eyes were filled with tears. If they were given another chance, they would never stand guard for someone's affair again. Who would have thought that covering for someone could get you buried alive? A bodyguard sprinkled a bag of special preservatives into the pit, and a large excavator filled it in a few quick moves. After burying them, another layer of old soil was scattered on top before they left. It was as if no one had ever been here. A few minutes later, several men appeared. This is the place. Dig it up. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was full from all the drama he had consumed. This feeling of prying into other people's gossip was quite fun, even if the details weren't complete. He had already returned to the manor and started preparing lunch for his wife, thinking while simmering the soup. Chong Lufu didn't get out. Yu Paoyan didn't get out. AI Rinchi didn't get out either. The fate of these 3 was easy to imagine. What surprised Lin Ran the most was why Yu Paoyan had also gone there. And was AI Rinchi crippled or imprisoned? Fortunately, he had dug up those 3 women. They were ready-made witnesses. As long as he collected some physical evidence, it would be difficult for Yu Tai Duo to avoid jail time. Even if his connections with the authorities were strong, it wouldn't matter, because the person who wanted him in jail was named Lin Ran. Young Master Lin. That kid Yu Qingqiuan has disappeared. Abu suddenly appeared. Lin Ran nodded. He couldn't care less where that scumbag Yu Qingqiuan went. It would be better if a menace like him were dead. Without the Yu family's backing, Yu Qingqiuan was nothing. Suddenly, Chun Qingtian's phone call came. Lin Ran frowned. His intuition told him something had happened. Cousin, Xiaoxiao is missing. Lin Ran was about to say, what does that have to do with me? But he suddenly froze. It seemed this Yu Qingqiuan was also planning to stir up some trouble. I'll have someone look into it. Okay, thank you, cousin. After hanging up, Lin Ran added the last ingredient to the pot and instructed the head chef, this soup needs to be simmered for a full 40 minutes. The head chef nodded, indicating he understood. Since Lin Ran came to the manor, their workload had dropped drastically, to the point where they felt a bit embarrassed to be receiving such high salaries. Lin Ran returned to the living room and leaned back on the sofa. No need to guess now. Yu Qingchuan must have captured Fong Buxia. Abu, what do we do now? To be honest, Lin Ran had never really liked Fong Buxia. It wasn't a matter of character. He just always felt this young man was a bit effeminate. Let's investigate first. If we can, we'll rescue him. If not, we'll call the police. Okay. Lin Ran sat on the sofa, without moving, like a mastermind pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Just then, a message from Brother Dao arrived. That kid Yu Qingchuan brought some people and captured a young man here. This young man seems to be Chen Qingtian's officially announced boyfriend. Lin Ran smiled. This day was just getting more and more interesting. You walk right into hell when heaven's gates are open. No need to investigate. Let's make a trip. Lin Ran called out to Abu, who was about to go give the order. After getting ready, Lin Ran didn't forget to instruct the chef, once the soup is done, turn it to low heat to simmer. I want to make sure the soup is still hot when I get back. The head chef looked serious. Mission guaranteed. Lin Ran smiled and went out. It was quite fun to bully a little scumbag to break up the monotony of life. He didn't contact Chen Qingtian because there was something he needed to confirm. At this moment, in the third basement level of the underground entertainment city, besides the fighting ring, there were also secret rooms for handling private grudges. Here, no matter how big the incident, as long as you paid, the people from the establishment would help you clean up the mess. In a sealed secret room, Yu Qingchuan's smile was somewhat sinister. Fong Buxia, do you know where this is? Here, you have no chance. Fong Buxia was covered in injuries, his eyes glaring venomously at Yu Qingchuan. He never expected this guy to be so lawless. Breaking in and kidnapping, arbitrarily imprisoning and beating others. Is this how rich people behave? If so, Fong Buxia never wanted to be a rich person in his life. Yu Qingchuan turned on his phone and sent a video. Chen Qingtian agreed to my terms and Fong Buxia lives. Otherwise, I can't guarantee he won't lose a piece of himself. Chen Qingtian's video call came through quickly. Yu Qingchuan, are you crazy? Let Xia go, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I will not let you off even if I'm shattered to pieces. Yu Qingchuan looked disdainful. Chen Qingtian, you're not in a position to make demands right now. You just need to say whether you agree to my terms or not. Fine, I agree. Chen Qingtian didn't hesitate at all. Fong Buxia gritted his teeth and shouted through the pain, Sister Qingtian, don't agree. He didn't want Chen Qingtian to be threatened because of him. Chen Qingtian shook her head on the screen, her eyes full of worry. I agree. Let him go now. Yu Qingchuan looked smug. Words are not enough. My men are downstairs at your company. Sign a marriage contract, and I'll let him go. Chen Qingtian knew Yu Qingchuan wouldn't let go easily, but she had no choice. The boy she had hurt for 3 years was in his hands. Soon, Yu Qingchuan's men arrived at the office. Chen Qingtian, don't say I didn't warn you. Once you sign, you have to marry me. If you break the engagement, your Chen family will pay the price, and I'll ruin your reputation. Fong Buxiao watched Chen Qingtian in the video and shed a single tear. Sister, don't agree. Chen Qingtian's hand, which was about to sign, paused. She looked up at the struggling Fong Buxiao on the screen. Seeing Chen Qingtian hesitate, Yu Qingchuan rolled his wheelchair over to Fong Buxiao. You aunt, you're looking for death. Yu Qingchuan reached out a hand to hit Fong Buxiao, but who knew that Fong Buxiao would display unprecedented agility, lunging forward and biting down on Yu Qingchuan's finger. Let me go, you dog. Yu Qingchuan dropped his phone to pry Fong Buxiao's head off. But Fong Buxiao clenched his jaw and wouldn't let go, his mouth overflowing with blood. No matter how hard the bodyguards pulled, they couldn't separate them until, Yu Qingchuan raised his trembling hand. 2 fingers were gone. And Fong Buxiao, with Yu Qingchuan's fingers in his mouth, revealed a triumphant smile. Ha ha ha! Yu Qingchuan was enraged. Fong Buxiao, give me back my fingers. Hearing this, Fong Buxiao actually started chewing. Although it was disgusting, he did his best to chew Yu Qingchuan's fingers to a pulp, so they could never be reattached. By the time the bodyguards pried them out, it was just a mess of flesh. Yu Qingchuan felt the blood in his body run cold. Now, even if Chen Qingtian agrees to marry me, you will die. Yu Qingchuan completely lost his mind. He swore he would kill the person in front of him. But Fong Buxiao laughed. Are you angry? Kill me. You useless waste who can't even be a man. Come on, kill me, you waste. Fong Buxiao had a rather withdrawn personality. He had never spoken to anyone like this before. But today, for the best sister in his heart, he could break out of his cocoon and be reborn. Even if it meant death, he would not let a disgusting person like Yu Chengchuan lay a finger on his sister. And all of this was captured by the phone camera on the floor. On the other end of the video, Chun Qingtian covered her mouth in disbelief. Looking at the fearless Fong Buxia, she suddenly felt that her little puppy had become a ferocious beast. But she cried, because it seemed she no longer had the ability to save Fong Buxia. Yu Qingchuan, I beg you, let him go. Yu Qingchuan, in your dreams. Outside the door, Lin Ran sighed. Open the door. The door opened to reveal Yu Qingchuan, who was just about to make a move. When he saw Lin Ran, he was completely stunned. Lin Ran, he was still black and blue, his body covered in bruises, all thanks to Lin Ran's orders. Lin Ran walked into the room and glanced at Fong Buxia. You're a man, after all. If Fong Buxia had truly shown no backbone, Lin Ran might not have saved him. Fong Buxia was also stunned when he saw Lin Ran, and then hope began to rise in his heart. He seemed to be getting saved. Chun Qingtian on the other side of the video also said anxiously when she saw Lin Ran appear, Cousin, save Xia. Lin Ran picked up the phone from the floor and ended the video call. By this time, the men Yu Qingchuan had brought were already under control, and Fong Buxia was free. Send Chun Qingtian's little puppy away. Lin Ran gave an order, and 2 of his underlings carried Fong Buxia out. Lin Ran walked up to Yu Qingchuan. Do you know what 2 kinds of people I hate the most? One is people who are too much like Lin Jian. Yu Qingchuan. And the other? The other is Lin Jian himself. And you're the former. Lin Ran felt that if this Yu Qingchuan didn't get a lesson, who knows how many innocent people in society would suffer in the future. Lin Ran, was no saint, but at least he wouldn't do so many evil things. Beat him up first. Abu took only 3 minutes. Yu Qingchuan fainted from the pain several times, only to be woken up by more pain. When Yu Qingchuan woke up from the pain again, Lin Ran spoke. That's enough. He called over a few of his men. Watch him. Don't feed him or give him water without my order. Yes. Lin Ran thought that since the Yu family was currently Luo Yao's opponent, keeping this Yu Qingchuan might be useful. Lin Ran, you can't lock me up. Do you know who I am? Lin Ran didn't even turn his head. A person this stupid, being born into the Yu family, was his fortune and also his misfortune. After leaving the room and getting into the car, Lin Ran called Chun Qingtian. Cousin, you owe me again. On the other end of the line, Chun Qingtian was silent for a moment. What I owe you and your wife, I can never repay in this lifetime. After hanging up, Lin Ran went straight back to the manor and packed up the soup he had prepared. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, it couldn't stop him from his path of nursing his wife's stomach back to health. By the time he arrived at the Luo Corporation, it was already a bit past lunchtime. Lin Ran was filled with regret. He shouldn't have bothered with Fong Buxia. He cursed Chun Qingtian 800 times in his heart. Even if Fong Buxia died, Chun Qingtian would only lose a romance. But if he was late delivering food to his wife, it might give her a stomachache. Arriving at the office, Luo Yao was still working. Seeing her man, she smiled. She certainly knew everything Lin Ran had done today. As long as she wasn't with Lin Ran, she would check his itinerary and chat logs at least once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Lin Ran had gone to save Fong Buxia today, but Luo Yao wasn't jealous. Perhaps when it came to true love, she was willing to let slide. However, she still pretended to look pitiful. Ran, if you hadn't come, I would have starved to death. Hearing that his wife was indeed hungry, Lin Ran cursed Chun Qingtian again in his heart. It's all Chun Qingtian and Fong Buxia's fault, delaying my business. Lin Ran opened the lunchbox. Today I came up with a new stomach-nourishing soup. You should drink more of it. Luo Yao brought the soup to her nose and sniffed. It was the scent of happiness. Okay, I'll drink it all. Lin Ran took out the other dishes and set them up, feeding her while talking about the day's events. Luo Yao also pretended to listen very seriously. When Lin Ran finished speaking, Luo Yao's expression was somewhat unreadable. Ran had only talked about Fong Buxia, but had automatically ignored the gossip about the Yu family. Although she knew Lin Ran was doing this to help her create trouble for the Yu family, Lin Ran's deliberate concealment still made Luo Yao unhappy. Lin Ran took a sip of water. There's another fun thing. You know that Chang Lufu from the Yu family? She's quite a talent for promiscuity. Only then did Luo Yao's happy smile return, and she ate even more. By the time Lin Ran finished his story, Luo Yao had also finished her meal. Gossiping really did make food taste better. Suddenly, she froze again, touching her stomach. Luo Yao's eyes began to look wronged. Ran, I think I'm still getting fat. Lin Ran didn't mind. He thought Luo Yao's appetite had been great recently, so it was normal to gain a little weight. Besides, Luo Yao kept saying she was getting fat, but that was only relative to her previous figure. In reality, she probably hadn't even reached a standard weight. It's okay. I'll like you even more if you're a bit fatter. This is all my accomplishment. Luo Yao gently hugged Lin Ran. Ran, make me some diet food from now on. That won't do. You have to at least reach a standard weight before you can go on a diet. Otherwise, I won't agree. Luo Yao's smile grew even wider. At the same time, in the Lufu Mahjong parlor, Yu Paoyan was throwing a tantrum. You bastards, let me out. I am your family head. The bodyguards remained silent. Only Yu Paoyan was shouting. Chong Lufu walked out of the lounge. Dad, stop shouting. It's useless. Yu Paoyan fell silent for a moment, then looked at Chong Lufu. Let's talk in the lounge. The bodyguards didn't stop them. They had already secretly placed surveillance in the lounge, so whatever they said, Yu Taiduo would be able to find out. And the fainted AI Renchi was still lying on the bathroom floor, unconscious. In the lounge, Chong Lufu lowered her voice. Dad, our phones have been taken. We need to find a way to contact people outside to save us. Yu Paoyan didn't answer this question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Chong Lufu. Why did you sleep with AI Renchi? Are you that addicted? Chong Lufu was stunned. She hadn't expected that even at a time like this, Yu Paoyan was still concerned about this. I was just playing around with him. I'm only serious with you. At Yu Taiduo's home, he stared wide-eyed at the two people on the monitor, suspecting he had misheard. But as the conversation from inside continued, he grew more and more furious. What kind of creature had he married? Disgusting. So fucking disgusting. Crash. Yu Taiduo's phone hit the ground, shattering into a million pieces, a testament to his fury. He panted heavily. Men, go castrate the old man. The bodyguard looked bewildered, but didn't ask questions and left immediately. After Luo Yao finished lunch, Lin Ran rested with her for a while. I wish I could stick to my wife forever. I want to stick to our Ran too. Believe me, that day is not far off. Lin Ran held Luo Yao in his arms dotingly. I have a not-so-important friend. When it shows up next time, I'll introduce you, okay? Luo Yao raised an eyebrow. She could sense a hint of nervousness in Lin Ran. Okay. Then you have to promise not to kill it. Okay, Luo Yao answered softly. It was time to meet that black cat. Let me see just what kind of cat you are to make even our Ran care so much about you. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Luo Yao would keep her promises. Little Black's life was saved. Ran, stay here with me this afternoon. Don't go. Didn't you say I'd distract you if I was here? Lin Ran was a bit confused. Had the business war ended? Luo Yao's eyes were full of smiles. It's not as much of a distraction now. Is it because I'm not as important to you anymore? Lin Ran immediately felt wronged. Luo Yao quickly explained. Your importance in my heart is irreplaceable. It's because work isn't so busy now. From now on, I'll only work half a day and spend the afternoon sticking with our Ran, okay? Lin Ran thought the business war must be entering its final stages and suddenly felt much more relaxed. Okay, I'll be with you every afternoon. Once this problem is solved, we'll be together 24 hours a day. They spent the whole afternoon being clingy, and nothing else happened until evening. Back home, they finally returned to their normal married life. Looking at a certain corner of the room, Luo Yao suddenly asked a question. Ran, do you want Lin Jian and his mother, Lu Yueme, to be punished? Did he want it? Of course, he did. He had thought about it for a whole lifetime. This mother and son pair had manipulated him since he was young, exploited him when he grew up, and even killed him after he had no more value. And what had he done wrong? His biggest mistake was being born into the Lin family. I treated you as family, and you treated me as a dead man. Actually, Lin Ran had thought about a question. If in his previous life, they hadn't killed him but just kicked him out of the Lin family, would he have forgiven them? Later, he came to an answer. Given the importance he placed on family affection in his past life, he might have just let them have their way. But in the end, they still pushed him off the rooftop after getting the share transfer agreement. How evil must a person be to do such a cruel thing to someone who had always craved family affection? Let's wait. After you're done with your business, I'll settle the score with them. Okay. Every night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Ran dropped Luo Yao off at the Luo Corporation and left. As the car drove down the street, Lin Ran's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. And since his rebirth, his intuition had been very accurate. Shina Road. This was a shortcut from the Luo Corporation back to the manor, surrounded by some private factories. Lin Ran had discovered this road by chance. Not only were there few cars, but it was also much closer. Brother Wong, let's turn around and take the main road. Okay. But just then, Abu spoke up. Don't turn around. They're already here. Luo Corporation office. You said before that the Zhang family wanted to pull out. Luo Yao had been consumed by her libido for the past 2 days and hadn't thought about this carefully. Now that she thought about it, something fell off. Lu Meng looked serious. That's right. And since yesterday, I've noticed that the Yu and AI families also seem to be preparing to give up their fight against us. According to our intel, AI Rinchi has been captured by Yutai Duo, but the strange thing is that the AI family seems to have no reaction. Luo Yao frowned, feeling that something was not right. Even Lu Meng found it strange. The 3 major families seemed to be passively accepting the Luo Corporation's business attacks, but it was as if they weren't using their full strength. Their liquid funds are empty, but they haven't sold any shares or assets. CEO Luo, do you think they're planning something big? Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. You think I don't know that? What could it be? Suddenly, Luo Yao's eyes widened. Lu Meng thought of something at the same time. They looked at each other and simultaneously pulled out their phones. Lu Meng contacted Brother Dao, and Luo Yao contacted Lin Ran. The call connected. Ran, where are you? I'm. Luo Yao heard Lin Ran's intermittent and chaotic voice through the phone and showed a trace of panic, but she quickly calmed down. Ran, what's wrong? Where are you? Lin Ran's voice was filled with curses. Fuck. I'm surrounded on Shina Road. Luo Yao walked out of the office without a second thought. At the door, she ran into Lu Meng. I've already contacted Brother Dao. He's gathering his men. Luo Yao, tell them to go directly to Shina Road. Dare to touch my Ran? You're looking for death. What was Luo Yao's reverse scale? It wasn't the Luo Corporation, nor the Luo family, nor AI Ran Capital. It was her man. If this world were a transaction, she would be willing to trade the world for Lin Ran's love. This was Luo Yao. Entering the elevator, the phone signal was lost. Luo Yao hated herself for not having developed a phone that had a signal everywhere. Reaching the rooftop, she opened the location app and set off with Lu Meng and the company's security team. Damn it, I should have kept our Ram by my side. I shouldn't have let him leave me. On Shina Road, a row of luxury cars was staging the year's best car chase scene. Among them, the most eye-catching was the limited edition Rolls-Royce. Wang Bao drove the car, as if he were in a movie, weaving and dodging collisions with other cars, while Lin Ran's team of bodyguard cars was desperately trying to block the vehicles that were trying to surround them. If a vehicle got close to Lin Ran's car, the bodyguard team would ram it without hesitation, even if it meant mutual destruction. This was the professional quality of the bodyguards Luo Yao had trained. Seeing this, the opposing vehicles all subconsciously swerved to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, which gave Wang Bao more room to maneuver. Lin Ran put down the phone. Without a seatbelt, he would have been thrown out of the car. Brother Wang, impressive. Your driving skills are top-notch. Although Lin Ran was being tossed around like he was at a disco, his praise didn't stop. Under Lin Ran's continuous praise, Wang Bao gradually found his rhythm, driving the car like a race car. Suddenly, a set of spike strips was thrown onto the road ahead. Wang Bao's eyes widened instantly. Wait, I'm playing with skill, and you're playing with tricks? At this speed, if the tires blew, none of the people in the car would survive. After judging this, Wang Bao immediately performed a drift. He even did a tail whip. Black marks scarred the road surface, accompanied by the sound of tires screeching against the ground. Wang Bao executed an extremely sharp drift to turn the car around. Lin Ran felt the car almost flip over. Fortunately, it righted itself in the end. Just as Wang Bao was about to break through the blockade of vehicles, he froze. Aren't there a few too many cars? Rows and rows of black cars blocked the entire road. Wang Bao had a miserable look on his face. Young Master Lin, it would be great if this car could fly, huh? Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. You think I don't know that? Xiao Tong frowned and asked, what do we do now? Get out of the car. By now, Lin Ran's bodyguard team had been thrown far behind. It wasn't that the bodyguards were incompetent, but that the enemy had too many people. Lin Ran looked at the sea of black outside the car window. Whoever gets out of the car is a fool. Quickly surveying the surroundings, Lin Ran pointed to a locked black iron gate nearby. Ram through it and find a good position. Otherwise, we'll be attacked from both front and back. Wang Bao also saw the factory gate, shifted gears, and rammed it. Bang! The gate was smashed open. After they drove in, they were dumbfounded. It was an abandoned sandpit. Inside, apart from a few rusty bulldozers, there was only a small, rust-spotted steel-paneled hut. Whoever went in there would be a fool. Looking at the empty field, Wang Bao's face was full of sorrow. It seems there are no good positions. A dense crowd of people appeared at the entrance. Xiao Tong narrowed his eyes. They have so many people. This is no longer a simple public disturbance. It seems they came prepared. Lin Ran slapped him on the head. Of course it's not a public disturbance. This could be considered a terrorist attack. I don't know what the authorities are doing. I can take on 10 of them, Xiao Tong calculated, looking at the number of opponents. Hearing this, Wang Bao also started boasting. Then I can take on 20? Xiao Tong was stunned. Brother Wang, what makes you so confident? Our skills are about the same. Because I'm the captain. If a team member like you can take on 10, it's reasonable for me to double that. Lin Ran was about to call them childish when he heard Abu also starting to count. Then, I'm your teacher. I'll take on 60. That was exactly double the number of Wang Bao and Xiao Tong combined. Lin Ran's face darkened. He lowered his head and said weakly, then, by that logic, I'm your boss. I'll take on 120. Abu nodded. I estimate they only have about 150 people. It's not quite enough to go around. Young Master Lin, you only need to take care of 60. Good grief. One dared to say it, and the other dared to believe it. What the hell? Lin Ran also experienced what it felt like to be speechless. Abu revealed a confident smile and pulled out a case from the back seat. Young Master Lin, don't be afraid. With this, taking care of 70 or 80 people is no problem. He opened the case, and there lay a submachine gun. Abu quickly began to assemble it. Lin Ran watched, dumbfounded. Xiao Tong and Wang Bao also pulled out pistols from their coats. Lin Ran was completely bewildered. So when you said take on people, you meant shooting them with guns? Wang Bao, what else? With our fists? The opponents look like professionals, too. The most we could do is 1 against 4 or 5 of them. That's our limit. Even if Miss were here, she couldn't win. We have to rely on guns. All right. Lin Ran also remembered that he had a pistol and pulled it out from under his seat. Abu, you should use that submachine gun. It would be a waste of bullets for me to use it. Abu didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the assembled submachine gun and explained, okay, young Master Lin, don't worry. This submachine gun has little recoil and a wide range of damage. Even a dog could use it. Lin ran. He felt like he'd been insulted, but he had no proof. The few of them joked around in the car, but they all knew in their hearts that today would be a tough fight. Young Master Lin, please come with me. Although my Yu family's home isn't as comfortable as Dantian Manor, I won't let you suffer any grievances. A strong and confident voice suddenly sounded from outside. The car doors opened, and several gun muzzles were pointed outside. Everyone stared with wide eyes. No one doubted that the guns in Lin Ran's group's hands were fake. They just hadn't expected Lin Ran to be so bold. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, looking at the calm middle-aged man outside the car door. Who is this guy? Abu, the crown prince of the Yu family. Yu Taiduo, Yu Chengchuan's father. Lin Ran understood and nodded. Oh, so it's Yu Taiduo, the Yu Taiduo who's constantly being cuckolded by his wife. Yesterday, Lin Ran had learned from the 3 women that Yu Taiduo's wife, Chong Lufu, was a veritable female sea king. And this woman specialized in targeting the scions of major families. From 80-year-olds down to minors, she spared none. Within the Yu family alone, she had practically played with everyone. As for why it had never been exposed before, it was because people from major families valued their pride. They wouldn't go around bragging about it. They would just stand before Yu Taiduo with their heads held high. Yu Taiduo's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. So young Master Lin is someone who likes to spread malicious rumors. Lin Ran sneered disdainfully. Your wife is a nymphomaniac, and you can't satisfy her fine. But you won't even admit you've been cuckolded. If you knew that the heads of the 3 major families have all had a fling with this woman, could you continue to pretend? The most explosive part is that she's also had a fling with the head of your Yu family. The head of the Yu family, that's your father. Thinking of this, Lin Ran vaguely looked forward to Yu Taiduo's reaction when he found out about all this. How did Lin Ran know all this? Naturally, Chong Lufu's girlfriends had told him. What? Didn't you receive the message I had someone send you? You don't even thank me, and you have people surround me. You really are an ungrateful little green man. Yu Taiduo was stunned. Then his face turned terribly grim. Young Master Lin, I advise you to be sensible and come with me. I won't make things too difficult for you. Lin Ran sneered disdainfully, getting angry and flustered. Calm down. If you die of anger, I'll have to have someone make a few green hats to burn for you on this day next year, so you don't lose touch with the news from the living world. Yu Taiduo had long heard that Lin Ran's mouth was as sharp as if it were dipped in poison. Today he had seen it for himself. I've already said, if young Master Lin comes with me, my Yu family will not let you suffer any grievances. Lin Ran was amused by Yu Taiduo's words. You keep repeating the same thing. Did you fail Chinese in school and have no new words? not make things difficult for me. Do you believe your own words? So what's the deal now? Are we going to start a war right now? Or are you going to tuck your tail between your legs and scram? Yutaiduo's patience was about to run out. Young Master Lin, you are a respectable person. I believe you don't want this matter to get too big. If we really fight, you may have guns, but you might not necessarily win. With that, Yutaiduo took a step forward, and all the bodyguard behind him followed in unison. Their presence alone was indeed imposing. Lin Ran sneered disdainfully. These people still didn't know who he was. Once they knew who they were dealing with, they wouldn't be so arrogant. So Lin Ran shouted, "I am Lin Ran." The other side didn't move. Lin Ran was stunned. He still clearly remembered how the bodyguard from the Wong Corporation had been scared out of their wits just by hearing Luo Yao's name. Chapter 146, The Rich Kid Who Was Punished for Harassing Luo Yao. Could it be? My wife is Luo Yao, Lin Ran shouted again. The bodyguards still didn't move. Instead, Wang Bao leaned closer to Lin Ran. Young Master Lin, don't say it. It's a bit cringy. You'd be better off finding an opportunity to lay down some suppressing fire than shouting names here. Lin Ran thought, all right, the bodyguards of a major family were indeed fundamentally different from those of a small family. They wouldn't be scared off by just a name. Yutaiduo couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly found Lin Ran quite amusing and wanted to humiliate him. Humiliating Luo Yao's husband, that would surely feel great. Lin Ran, if you kneel down and crawl between my legs right now, I'll let you leave. How about it? Lin Ran shook his head. Not good. I, Lin Ran, only kneel to heaven, earth, and my wife. I will never kneel to anyone else, especially not to the Incredible Hulk. Lin Ran couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning green. Yutaiduo finally lost his temper. He wasn't going to play around anymore. He had paid a huge price for this kidnapping. If he didn't resolve this soon, he wouldn't just have to deal with Luo Yao. The pressure from the authorities would be unbearable. Lin Ran, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if that crazy woman Luo Yao were here, she could only kneel and beg for mercy. Lin Ran had been smiling all along, but hearing this sentence, he was instantly filled with hostility. How dare you insult my wife? He raised his pistol, squinted one eye, and aimed. Yutaiduo was startled. He didn't dare to bet on whether Lin Ran would pull the trigger. This was Luo Yao's man, after all. Whatever outrageous thing he did, Luo Yao would be there to clean up the mess. Bang! Lin Ran pulled the trigger. But it was his first time firing a gun. The moment the bullet left the barrel, Lin Ran's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the gun. The shot went wide. It didn't kill Yutaiduo, but hit the toe of a bodyguard behind him. 2 seconds later, ow, the bodyguard hopped up, clutching his toe. The other bodyguards all lowered their heads slightly. They hadn't expected Lin Ran to actually dare to shoot. Yutaiduo took a deep breath. In that instant, he understood that Lin Ran's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. Even though he was the crown prince of the Yu family, Lin Ran would shoot without hesitation, because the Lin Ran in front of him was just as crazy as Luo Yao. You think you're the only one with a gun? With that, Yutaiduo also pulled a delicate pistol from his coat. Lin Ran almost died laughing. After all that, you only have this little toy. Abu silently watched Yutaiduo's finger movements, ready to save Lin Ran at the first moment. Go! Yutaiduo didn't fire but gave the command. Countless bodyguards advanced towards Lin Ran, step by step, in neat formation. It wasn't that Yutaiduo didn't dare to shoot, but that he wanted to capture him alive. Only with a living Lin Ran could he have the leverage to threaten Luo Yao. Watching the gradually approaching crowd, Lin Ran could clearly feel a drop of sweat on his forehead. Was he scared? It would be a lie to say he wasn't. It was the first time in his life he had faced such a scene. But would he back down? Absolutely not, because he was Luo Yao's man. You family, by messing with me, you've messed with the king of hell. Lin Ran's eyes became exceptionally serious. Abu, young Master Lin, begin the battle. Abu raised the submachine gun. Wang Bao and Xiao Tong did the same. Yutaiduo narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe Lin Ran would actually open fire on them. This was a crowd of people. If too many died, no one could save Lin Ran. But he still retreated slightly behind his bodyguards. The great battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Just as Abu's finger was about to pull the trigger, the sound of vroom vroom came from above. Several helicopters rapidly approached, hovering at a low altitude above them. Lin Ran smiled. As expected, the person who could give him the greatest sense of security would always be Luo Yao. With Luo Yao here, he was no longer afraid. Even in death, the two of them would be companions on the road to the underworld. The helicopters descended directly, without regard for whether there were people below. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to stand there. Luo Yao emerged from the first helicopter and ran directly to Lin Ran, checking him over carefully. Fortunately, her Ran had no scrapes. "I'm fine, don't worry." Luo Yao looked up and gave him a kiss. She felt like she had just survived a disaster. Seeing the increase in the number of opponents, Yu Taiduo dared not delay any longer. Luo Yao had brought at least a dozen people. Not to mention their combat effectiveness. If he dragged this on, the consequences could be severe, because he was now facing two lunatics. "Luo Yao, I'll give you a chance. Give up the attack on the Luo Corporation and submit to my Yu family." Luo Yao's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. She slowly looked up. "Dare to touch my Ran, you're looking for death." With that, she actually started walking towards Yu Taiduo. Lin Ran was startled. Yu Taiduo had a gun in his hand. So Lin Ran also prepared to rush forward, but was held back by Abu. "Young Master Lin, Miss is very skilled." "How skilled could she be?" "No matter how skilled, she can't dodge a bullet, can she?" Luo Yao got closer and closer to Yu Taiduo. This time, it was Yu Taiduo's turn to be nervous. Suddenly, Luo Yao flashed to the side, dodging just an instant before Yu Taiduo made the motion to pull the trigger. Yu Taiduo's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Luo Yao to be so agile. He was just about to shoot again. Swish! Yu Taiduo's hand, along with the gun in it, was severed from his body. Looking at the hand on the ground, Yu Taiduo was in disbelief. When he looked up again, Luo Yao's dagger was already at his throat. All of this happened too quickly. By the time others reacted, Luo Yao had already reversed their roles of strength and weakness. And Yu Taiduo, only at this moment, felt the heart-wrenching pain. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "I originally wanted to have a direct confrontation with you, but I didn't expect you to make me resort to force. In that case, you don't have to live anymore." Only at this moment did Yu Taiduo realize his predicament. "You can't touch me. If you do, you won't get out of here either." Luo Yao's cold gaze swept across the entire scene. Everyone lowered their heads. Seeing this, Lin Ran was filled with emotion. It wasn't that the bodyguards were on a higher level. It was that his own level was not high enough. Luo Yao raised her weapon, just as she was about to end Yu Taiduo with one strike. "Stop!" An old man appeared. Luo Yao turned to see that it was Yu Paoyan, the head of the Yu family. He was being carried out. Seeing Luo Yao's actions, he subconsciously uttered the word "stop." As for why he was here, it was naturally Lin Ran's doing. The moment Lin Ran had sensed something was wrong, he had contacted people to rescue him. Not only Yu Paoyan, but Ironchi had also been released by Lin Ran. "Luo Yao, you win. We are willing to surrender. Hand Yu Taiduo over to me," Yu Paoyan said, his voice extremely weak. After all, he had just been forcibly deprived of his second brother, a fate even more miserable than his grandson's. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. "If I had arrived a moment later, would your son have let Iran go?" Yu Paoyan said nothing. The answer was obvious. He would not have. Yu Taiduo was completely bewildered when he saw Yu Paoyan. He didn't understand why this old man had come out. Then, seeing the woman beside Yu Paoyan, he was so enraged he almost dropped dead on the spot. "You bitch, who let you out?" Facing his son, Yu Paoyan's face was also filled with fury. Such a grown man, still getting angry over a woman. "You rebellious son. I won't allow you to speak to Lufu like that. And you, I truly regret giving birth to you." Chang Lufu leaned against Yu Paoyan with a gentle expression. "Husband, you might have to call me Little Mom from now on." Yu Taiduo took a step back in disbelief, almost forgetting the pain of his severed finger. You. A sweetness rose in Yu Taiduo's throat, and he sprayed out a mouthful of hot blood. Lin Ran was screaming like a groundhog internally. Seriously? This Yu Paoyan has already lost that function, and he's still playing such elaborate games. Yu Paoyan looked at Luo Yao. "Luo Yao, I admit you're very formidable, but are you sure you can walk out of here? As for this Yu Taiduo..." At this point, Yu Paoyan's face filled with resentment. "Hand this rebellious son over to me to deal with personally." Luo Yao scoffed. "You want me to hand him over just because you say so? Who do you think I, Luo Yao, am? Even if you had 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, would I, Luo Yao, be afraid?" A cold light flashed from Luo Yao's hand, and Yu Taiduo's entire arm fell to the ground. The entire scene was deathly silent, except for Yu Taiduo's miserable screams. Damn it. To capture Lin Ran this time, Yu Taiduo had mobilized all the available forces of the three major families, only for it to end with him losing an arm. The most infuriating part was that Zhang Deshuai of the Zhang family had yet to show his face. How infuriating. "Luo Yao, you're truly refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yu Paoyan could lose a son, but he could not tolerate being slapped in the face like this by Luo Yao. Just then, the sound of vroom, vroom filled the air as a fleet of black Maybachs approached from a distance. Brother Dao led at least 100 men onto the scene. As soon as they got out of their cars, they bent over and bowed. Boss Luo, young Master Lin. Yu Paoyan's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that the #1 figure in Kyoto's underworld was actually Luo Yao's subordinate. This was trouble. His Yu family had many unspeakable dealings with Brother Dao. Swallowing hard, he said, Luo Yao, Yu Taiduo wanted to kidnap young Master Lin. I'll leave him to you to handle. This old man won't disturb you any longer. He was about to leave with Chong Lufu, but they were surrounded by Brother Dao's men. Although the Yu family had brought many people, a good several dozen cars worth, the combined forces of Brother Dao and Luo Yao were roughly equal to theirs. If they were to fight now, it would be a true grand duel. No such large-scale conflict had occurred in Kyoto since the founding of the nation. This had already escalated to the political level. Cripple them all. At Luo Yao's command, Brother Dao's men drew their steel knives in unison. It wasn't that Brother Dao was law-abiding, but fighting with cold weapons was safer. If they used firearms in a battle of this scale. What? Were they trying to rebel? Stop! Another furious shout, and a person was carried out. It was AI Rinchi, who had just arrived. He had been crippled by Yu Taiduo and would probably need assistance just to stand in the future. Luo Yao, can you let me handle Yu Taiduo? I'm willing to trade the AI family's pharmaceutical company for him. AI Rinchi hated Yu Taiduo to the bone. After being released, he hadn't even gone to the hospital and had come straight here. The pain in his body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Luo Yao glanced at AI Rinchi with interest. A cripple is not worthy to negotiate terms with me. AI Rinchi fell silent. The impact of that sentence was too powerful. Luo Yao's tone shifted. But since you're here, you might as well stay. Lin Ran thought, holy cow. He couldn't even imagine how severe the consequences of today would be. But if his wife wasn't afraid, then naturally, neither was he. Even if the final outcome was bad, he would stand by Luo Yao's side and face it together. Stop! Another furious shout. Lin Ran rolled his eyes dramatically, thinking, is this ever going to end? Let me see who it is this time. However, when Lin Ran looked over, his expression turned serious. An army green vehicle drove into the center of the field, and 4 men in military uniforms got out. The leader was a burly man of about 50. At the same time, special sirens sounded from the perimeter of the crowd. Lin Ran had heard them online before. This was the sound made when the military was on an urgent mission. Abu came to Lin Ran's side. This person is very strong and well-equipped. If something unexpected happens, I may need to block him. Don't stray too far from the young miss. For Abu to be so serious, it was clear the newcomer was no ordinary person. The man walked forward. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chun Lin, and I'm from the Huaxia military. You two sides have created a large-scale armed brawl scene in Kyoto. I am responsible for cooperating with the Hat Bureau to take you all back for investigation. Now, everyone drop your weapons. Chun Lin's words carried great authority, giving off an aura that was difficult to resist. Yu Paoyan thought, this is bad. The instigator of this chaos was Yu Taiduo. Although Yu Taiduo, wait, if he could provoke Luo Yao into killing Yu Taiduo, couldn't he then use Yu Taiduo as a scapegoat? Sir, my Yu family abides by the law and will absolutely cooperate with the investigation. It's just that my son is in their hands. You must rescue him. Chun Lin nodded and looked at Lin Ran and Luo Yao. Lin Ran, let him go. Chun Lin's eyes signaled Lin Ran not to resist. Lin Ran understood, but he didn't want to listen. Chun Lin forcefully suppressed his anger. Yu Taiduo, Lin Ran, Luo Yao, Yu Paoyan, AI Rinchi, and... At this, Chun Lin's gaze swept sharply towards Brother Dao. Wei Faz, I order all of you to drop your weapons. Chun Lin knew of Brother Dao and was also aware of his other official identity, as Brother Dao's superior happened to be a classmate of his. The reason Chun Lin called out Brother Dao by name was precisely because the more he was singled out, the less likely his cover would be blown. In truth, he personally disliked the official method of using the underworld to control the underworld, but he was in the military, not law enforcement, so he had no right to interfere. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes. The commander-in-chief of the Huaxia military region. The word count of this book has reached 1 million. Thank you all for your continuous support. You are all handsome men and beautiful women. May you all be blessed with wealth and prosperity. Chun Lin nodded, not denying it. Lin Ran was stunned. So, the person before him was the most powerful figure in the Chun family, the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia military region. Lin Rant's brow furrowed deeper. He had only known that this man was from the military, but he hadn't expected his status to be so special. This matter was feeling more and more difficult, involving more and more people. Speaking of which, this Chen Lin was also his distant relative. Chen Lin looked at Lin Ran, not avoiding their relationship, but stating it openly. Lin Ran, I am your maternal grandfather's younger brother. I can be considered your elder. Give me some face, drop your weapons. Trust that the authorities will give both sides a satisfactory resolution. Another one asking for face. Why were there so many people in this world who thought their face was a universal pass? Luo Yao watched Lin Ran the entire time. If Lin Ran agreed, she would drop her weapon. If Lin Ran wanted to slaughter, she would slaughter everyone. As for the consequences, she wasn't afraid at all. As long as she could be with Lin Ran, even being smashed to pieces would be beautiful. Besides, she Luo Yao was not someone who could be bullied by just anyone. Lin Ran was silent for a long time. Even though you're my elder, I don't want to be controlled by others. When they mobilized 100 men to ambush me, you didn't say to drop weapons. When they shot me first, you didn't say to drop weapons. Abu opened his mouth, but said nothing. He really wanted to say, young Master Lin, it was you who shot first. But he held it in. Lin Rant's words continued. Now that I'm about to win, you're telling me to drop my weapons? Where do you get the nerve to say such a thing? Chen Lin looked at the nearly unconscious Yu Tai duo on the ground, then at the bodyguard behind him, standing painfully on one leg, and his brows locked together. Are you sure the other side shot first? Before being dispatched, Chen Lin had been given orders to ensure no armed brawl occurred at the scene and to resolve the matter with the least cost. He could even turn a blind eye to certain things, with the primary goal being the safety of the scene. That was why he chose to offer Lin Ran a way out. It was up to Lin Ran to take it. I know what you're worried about. Relax, if this matter is exposed, the impact will be too great. The authorities will definitely handle it properly to maintain public stability. This argument did sway Lin Ran, but he wasn't sure if the person before him was telling the truth. He wasn't afraid of Chen Lin, but if the situation could be resolved perfectly, that would be acceptable. Because he wasn't alone, he had to consider his and Luo Yao's future. It just felt very stifling, and he was extremely uncomfortable. So he turned to look at Luo Yao. Yao, you make the decision. I want to deal with these people, but I'm also worried. I can only leave it to you. I'll agree with whatever you decide. Seeing Lin Ran struggle, Luo Yao began to think. She wanted to kill all these people because they had bullied Lin Ran. But she was crazy, not stupid. If she were alone, she wouldn't fear the consequences, but now that the authorities had stepped in, if she continued to act willfully, it might affect her family. She didn't know when it started, but Luo Yao had begun to care about her family. Of course, her family consisted of only one person, Lin Ran. Across from them, Chen Lin didn't rush her. Luo Yao's answer would affect his command. If it were anyone else, Chen Lin would have already ordered his men to take action, to arrest all these madmen, and even use lethal force if necessary. But the people at the scene all had special statuses. The slightest misstep could cause serious losses to the country. He had to be cautious. Luo Yao expressionlessly sheathed her dagger, her tone bone-chilling. Commander Chun, I must remind you, if anyone dares to harm Iran, I will ensure they die a horrible death, even if it costs me everything. Luo Yao's words were not directed at Chen Lin, but at the authorities behind him. Dare to harm Lin Ran? If you're one person, I will kill one person. If you are a country, I will slaughter a country. If you are the world, then I will destroy the world. Whether she could do it or not was another matter, but at least she had made her stance clear. Luo Yao had already made a concession, which made Chen Lin breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that if this woman went crazy, she wouldn't consider the consequences. Don't worry, Lin Ran is also my junior. I will do my best to protect him. Chen Lin hated this feeling of being forced, but right now, to stop this fight, he had to make a compromise. He couldn't just shoot all these people, could he? They weren't ordinary citizens. At this moment, Lin Ran stood by Luo Yao's side, gently taking her hand. Feeling her lover's hand, Luo Yao's murderous aura finally subsided. Iran, I'll remember this grudge for you. Trust me, I will definitely not let them off easy. Lin Ran nodded. Of course I trust my wife. As for them, I don't think they'll have it easy either. Since Luo Yao had put down her weapon, the others didn't dare to resist. Abu was the first to throw down his weapon and raise his hands, followed by Wang Bao and Xiao Tong. The men from Yu, AI, and Zhang families looked at each other and also dropped their weapons. Seeing that everyone had disarmed, Brother Dao cheerfully tossed his knife, put his hands on his head, and squatted on the ground, his movements as fluid and practiced as if from a routine. The personnel on the perimeter took everyone present into custody. Of course, they didn't use forceful measures on Luo Yao and Lin Ran, but rather invited them into a car. As for Yu Paoyan, Yu Taiduo, Ai Renqi, and the man who was beaten to the point of a toe injury, they were all taken away by ambulances. Lin Ran had to admire Yu Paoyan and Ai Renqi. Both of them had been crippled by Yu Taiduo, yet they could endure the pain to come to the scene. It showed just how much they hated Yu Taiduo. Soon, the place returned to calm, as if no one had ever been there. Such a major event could not be completely hidden, and many citizens in Kyoto began to speculate. A video of the chase on Shina Road was also posted online, but it was deleted in seconds. The authorities also made a statement immediately. Kyoto Hat Bureau. Regarding the large-scale drag racing incident on Shina Road today, the authorities are taking it extremely seriously and have detained and fined the main suspects in this incident. We asked the public to rest assured. It was a very simple announcement, and it made everyone believe that this was just a game for the rich, because no one believed the authorities would lie. At the same time, the Yi and Chun families also took action. The Chun family pressured both the military and political sectors, while also making a rare entry into the business war. However, the Chun family's business warfare was different from other families. They relied not on capital, but on a powerful network of connections. Although they didn't have capital tycoons, their official background was formidable. Those companies that had been hesitating and not taking sides all began to align with Luo's group after the Chun family entered the fray, targeting the businesses of the Yu, Ai, and Zhang trio in the commercial world. As for the Yi family, their hospitals were spread across the country, and their economic foundation was exceptionally solid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the head of the 5 great families. The Yi family's business interests were relatively focused. Apart from nationwide hospitals, they only had a university that was a cradle for the medical world. But it was this very family, with its focused interests, that had long surpassed families like Yu, Ai, and Zhang in economic strength. The Yi family's industrial scale was the smallest among the 5 great families, but their cash flow was definitely the largest. This was because they had once suffered in this regard. Due to a lack of money, they were almost bankrupted by the families of that era. If it weren't for Luo Yao's intervention, the Yi family would have long since fallen to a minor status. Because of this, the Yi family was extremely mindful of their cash reserves. Their greatest fear was a repeat of history. But now, it was to help Luo Yao, so they would unhesitatingly use their greatest strength to support her. Taking advantage of the time when the leaders of the Yu and Ai families were in the hospital, they launched an all-out attack. Modu, Boss Chi, the business war in Kyoto has entered a white-hot stage, and the authorities have also started to intervene. Headquarters has instructed us to act according to the situation. What do we need to do now? Chi Chun-wei sat in her office and lifted her bright eyes. Weren't the 3 families of Yu, Ai, and Zhang ambushing our boss Gong? Was anyone injured? The assistant shook her head. I heard that only the other side was injured. No one on young Master Lin's side was hurt. Chi Chun-wei's face showed no expression, but she breathed a sigh of relief internally. No one injured meant Xiao Tong was safe. Since the authorities have already intervened, we need to ramp up the pressure. Notify everyone in the company that the Modu Science and Technology City project is suspended. What? Suspend the Science and Technology City project. The assistant's eyes widened. Chi Chun-wei shot her a glance. Don't worry. No one can take advantage of the situation. They don't have the strength. The assistant frowned. But don't we need to report this to headquarters? Chi Chun-wei's gaze suddenly became domineering. What did headquarters tell us to do? Act according to the situation. Then why are you still talking so much? Do you not trust my judgment? Or do you not trust headquarters' judgment? The assistant, overwhelmed by Chi Chun-wei's aura, lowered her head and walked out of the office to carry out the order. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door. A lively girl walked in. Sister Chun-wei, I'm here. Chi Chun-wei looked at Lu Xiangshi, who had just walked into the office. Put away your cute act. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Lu Xiangshi pouted. Is it possible that I'm genuinely cute? You might be able to fool others, but you can't fool me, and you certainly can't fool Boss Luo and young Master Lin. Chi Chun-wei's eyes narrowed. Lu Xiangshi had been quite busy during this period. Now, the entire Lu family clan was starting to lean towards this young girl, and even their old family head, Lu Youqi, was being sidelined. A cute and clumsy little girl, capable of achieving all this? Chi Chun-wei didn't believe it. Lu Xiangshi was still pouting, feeling incredibly wronged. In reality, she was nothing. The reason she was able to start taking control of the Lu family was all thanks to someone's cultivation. Sister Chingwei, if you say that, you'll really hurt my feelings. We're on the same side. Qi Chingwei shook her head. You'd better tell me what you're here for today. Lu Xiangshi also remembered her purpose for coming today. Oh, Boss Lu Ming contacted me and asked me to take over the Lu family. I'm here to invite you to my succession ceremony. Qi Chingwei was full of question marks. What do you mean, Boss Lu contacted you? Lu Xiangshi pouted. Actually, I've always been one of Boss Luo's people. After Boss Luo left last time, Boss Lu came to find me. Otherwise, do you really think a woman like me could win over so many people in the Lu family? This is all thanks to Boss Lu's support from behind the scenes. Qi Chingwei took a sharp breath, stunned by Lu Ming's capabilities. Lu Ming hadn't been in Modu for long, but she had accomplished quite a lot. Integrating the Wang family, subduing Samsung, launching the tech city, and at the same time having the energy to manipulate the Lu family's restructuring. If she had Lu Ming's capabilities, she might even dare to challenge the people from her old home in Bashu. No wonder Lu Xiangshi said they were on the same side. So that was it. All right, I'll be there. Then I'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Sister Chingwei. Lu Xiangshi walked out of the office, instantly transforming into the persona of a domineering female CEO. She had never expected to one day take over the Lu family. Although pretending to be domineering was tiring, she quite liked the feeling. In less than a day, the pressure on the authorities multiplied. They knew Luo Yao's power was immense, but they hadn't expected it to be this immense. It wasn't just Luo's group's projects. Many families had also stepped up to support her, with the most surprising being the reclusive Chen family. Because of the Chen family's participation, all the companies that had been on the fence began to turn and exert pressure. At this critical juncture, the Tech City project was also suspended. This raised the already intense pressure by another level. The final conclusion was reached, a warning was issued, and it was not to happen again. It wasn't that the authorities couldn't sanction these people, but that it wasn't necessary. Of course, not sanctioning Lin Ran also meant not sanctioning the Yu and AI families. The authorities weren't fools. They wouldn't let Luo Yao wantonly eliminate these families. It was fine if the plutocrats were advancing side by side, all within a controllable range. But if one family truly became dominant, it would trigger many chain reactions. The country of Korea was the best example. The authorities would not let Huaxia's political situation become like Korea's. Dongtian Manor. Lin Ran and his wife were personally escorted back by people from the Hat Bureau. They had actually had a pretty good day. They were arranged in a 5-star presidential suite, and the food and amenities were all top-notch. The only drawback was that there were staff members guarding them, not allowing them to leave. Now they were free again. It wasn't just them. The staff guarding the U and AI families of the hospital had also been withdrawn. After getting out of the car, the couple walked into the villa and found a group of people sitting inside. They were Chen Xiao, Su Jiangwo, Chen Zhima, Chen Yinshi, Chen Yinlun, Chen Lin, Chen Qingtian, and Lu Ming. Seeing Lin Ran enter the house, Su Jiangwo stood up on the spot. Lin Ran. So you're not a cripple after all? Su Jiangwo explained. Your grandmother, I just have some trouble with my legs and feet. I'm not disabled. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo grabbed Luo Yao's hand. Yao Yao, this girl Qingtian has caused you trouble. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have offended the 3 major families. Luo Yao said coldly. It has nothing to do with you. I only care about her and, besides, didn't you all take action as well? Luo Yao knew that her being investigated was just a formality. At present, no one could touch her. Her reputation in the business world wasn't great, but those who could cooperate with her were not small enterprises. So, as long as she was suppressed by the authorities, this coalition of interests would definitely put pressure on the authorities, pressure that the authorities couldn't withstand. However, the Chun family's intervention had indeed sped up this outcome considerably. Luo Yao was also a bit surprised. In her memory, this was the first time the Chun family had participated in a business war. Su Jiangwo was choked by her words, but wasn't angry. At this moment, Chen Lin stood up. Luo Yao, the authorities are very angry this time. However, both sides are at fault, so it's a slap on the wrist for everyone. I hope that such incidents will not happen again during your business competition. Lin Ran didn't like hearing this. Do you even have it straight? We didn't violate any rules the entire time. They were the ones who ambushed me first. Chen Lin frowned. But you opened fire. Lin Ran, they shot first. Abu glanced sideways at Lin Ran. He felt that in Lin Ran's mind, it really was the other side that shot first. Chen Lin was also a bit speechless. With so many witnesses, Lin Ran still dared to lie. Lin Ran. If you don't believe me, ask my bodyguard. Wang Bao Xiaotong. Abu's face remained unchanged. That's right, the other party shot first. But even if the other party hadn't shot, with so many people ambushing us, we had the right to fight back, didn't we? Chinlin glanced at Abu, but didn't dwell on this topic. He could feel that Abu was very strong, probably on par with himself. But if you were to ask who was the most dangerous in this room, Chinlin glanced at Luo Yao. Regardless of who shot first, the authorities have one requirement for you all: no more armed brawls during competition, and absolutely no deaths. Chinlin's surname was Chun, which was also the reason the authorities sent him to deliver the message. Luo Yao, Lu Meng, get the file. Lu Meng was already prepared. She took a file folder out of her bag and handed it to Chinlin. Inside here is the criminal evidence of the three great families of Yu, Ai, and Zhang. It's enough to have their entire clans executed. You can give it to the Hat Bureau. Lin Ran also remembered something. I also have 3 women here. They are witnesses to the Yu family's murder and disposal of the body. You can take the bag too. Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a deep look. The appearances of those 3 women seemed to be quite good. What? Chinlin was somewhat in disbelief. He understood in his heart that these so-called great families must have a very dirty side. No plutocrat's money is ever clean. But for this kind of thing to be caught with conclusive evidence was a bit lame. All right, I will definitely communicate with the judicial authorities about this issue. In the end, Chinlin and Lin Ran were related, so naturally, he had to think of his own family. This also stemmed from the Chun family's rules. When a family member is in trouble, one must do everything possible to save them. However, he didn't think that the current Lin Ran was in trouble. He even felt that it was Lin Ran and Luo Yao, this couple, who were bullying people. Luo Yao glanced at Chinlin. Don't worry, I won't become a monopoly, nor will I annihilate them. I'll just give the current Yu, Ai, and Zhang families a little blood transfusion. Luo Yao naturally understood the authorities' meaning, and she couldn't really go on a killing spree. After all, once the balance was destroyed, she would be standing at the very top. If that happened, she would be thoroughly sanctioned. She still understood the principle of it's lonely at the top. This time, Chinlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this were a battlefield, he would have unhesitatingly wiped out all these guys. But in the business world, he really had no way to deal with these families, and he was even very reluctant to take on the task of being a middleman. Now, the guarantee Luo Yao gave was exactly the answer he wanted to hear. They'll take my leave first. By the way, I will be at your and Lin Ran's wedding. After saying this, Chinlin left. He now had a very high opinion of Luo Yao. Confirming that Lin Ran and Luo Yao were fine, the Chun family members were also relieved. Chen Qingtian, cousin, thank you for saving Xiaxia. Lin Ran didn't particularly like Feng Buxia. This time, Yu Chengchuan had just happened to run into the line of fire. I didn't save him, nor was I helping you. It was just a coincidence. Where's Feng Buxia? He's in the hospital for treatment. Yu Chengchuan was too ruthless. Xiaxia has multiple fractures. Lin Ran. As long as his life is saved, what more can you ask for? Chen Qingtian. After chatting a bit more, the Chun family members prepared to leave. Out of basic courtesy, Lin Ran had Fubo prepare a banquet for them, but the Chun family refused. After telling the young couple to live well, they all left. After the Chun family left, Luo Yao gently bit Lin Ran's shoulder. What did Aran plan to do by digging up those 3 women? Feeling a faint, looming chill, Lin Ran immediately raised his hands in surrender. Wifey, I just wanted to help you deal with the Yu family. If I'm lying, may my mother's grave be dug up. Only then did Luo Yao feel satisfied. Fubo also appeared at the right time. Miss, Brother Dao is here to visit. Chinlin was here just now, so I didn't let him in. Luo Yao nodded. Let him in. Brother Dao was led into the villa and bowed as soon as he entered. Luo Yao, cut out. We're not in a feudal dynasty. We don't do these empty formalities. Brother Dao smiled awkwardly. It seems the authorities already know about our relationship. What do we do now? Luo Yao showed no surprise. They've known about your situation for a long time. They've just been turning a blind eye, using you to maintain the balance of Kyoto's underworld. You need to remember, the reason you have the status you have today is not because of how great you are, but because they wanted you to be that great. At first, Brother Dao didn't understand, but over the past few years, he had also come to understand the authorities' intentions. Luo Yao stood up and took a file from Lu Meng's hand. This is your new identity. From now on, the person Wei Faz is dead, understand? Brother Dao looked at the new name on it and felt his eyes moisten. Wei Xinxing, hatching from the cocoon, a rebirth through fire. I will have someone arrange for your accidental death. From now on, you, Lu Meng, and Abu will be the leaders of Shadow. Lu Meng in the open, you in the shadows, and Abu responsible for cultivating talent. Wei Xinqing nodded. He liked this new identity very much. From this day forward, he would be free from the authorities' control. After Brother Dao left, Luo Yao talked with Lu Meng for a while more, preparing to hand over the entire Luo's group to her. Lu Meng was flattered, but also a little sad. You and young Master Lin are off to enjoy life, while we hard-working subordinates still have to toil away. But when she thought about the numbers she was earning, she felt reconciled. Seeing Luo Yao's arrangements, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable excitement. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he and Luo Yao could travel the world. Since that was the case, he might as well add some fuel to the fire of their retirement plans. Yao, I've discovered something extremely explosive, enough to cause the Yu father and son to collapse from within. Luo Yao, are you talking about the fact that Yu Chengchuan is Yu Poyin's son? Lin Ran's eyes widened. Impressive. You even know this. You truly are my wife. Luo Yao snuggled into Lin Ran's arms. I've known for a while. I had a test done when Yu Chengchuan was in the hospital. In that case, let's spread this news. Lin Ran revealed a sinister smile. Luo Yao's lips curved slightly. It's already been arranged. Lu Meng will handle it. My wife is so thorough in her work, considering every aspect. Since that was the case, Lin Ran had nothing to worry about. Yao, to celebrate our temporary victory, let's do it. Luo Yao nodded. She didn't know why, but she felt particularly horny recently. It could even be said that she wanted to pounce on Lin Ran the moment she saw him. Just as the two were about to proceed to the next step, Luo Yao suddenly frowned. Before Lin Ran could figure out what was happening, Luo Yao rushed into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of vomiting from inside, Lin Ran was worried to death. Could it be that Yao's stomach condition is getting worse? That shouldn't be right. Lin Ran carried a glass of warm water to the bathroom and handed it to Luo Yao, his tone full of concern. Yao, I call the doctor. They'll be here soon. Luo Yao straightened up, feeling a little better. Lin Ran carried her back to the bed. About 5 minutes later, Yi arrived at Villa No. 1. Lin Ran personally went downstairs and dragged him along. As they walked, he anxiously explained the situation. Yao was just vomiting. I suspect her stomach condition has flared up. Stomach condition? Yi was full of question marks. Yes, doesn't Yao have a stomach condition? You must check her thoroughly later. If it's serious, we'll go to the hospital. Yi smiled. Young Master Lin, don't worry. Although Miss has anorexia, her stomach is fine. I give her a physical checkup every year. Lin Ran suddenly froze, his steps up the stairs halting. Yi, what's wrong? Lin Ran shook his head. It's nothing. Later, don't tell Yao about my conversation with you. Just check her properly. Yi felt it was strange, but he still nodded. Lin Ran's lips curved into a slight smile. Yao, you've been tricking me so badly, making me worry about you for so long. Arriving in the room, Luo Yao was lying on the bed. She already felt much better. Yi looked at Luo Yao's complexion and saw nothing unusual. He walked to the bed. Miss, I need to take your pulse. Please excuse me. Luo Yao paused for a moment. Seeing Lin Ran's worried expression, she extended her hand. Yi gently placed his fingers on it, closing his eyes to feel Luo Yao's pulse, which was as smooth as rolling pearls. A slippery pulse? Yi was stunned. Miss you, did you not take your medicine after your last menstrual period? Luo Yao knew what Yi was talking about and shook her head. Yi nodded. That explains it. Congratulations, miss. You're pregnant. This time, it was Lin Ran's turn to be shocked. Pregnant? What's pregnant? Yi withdrew his hand, stood up, and smiled at Lin Ran. You're going to have a little baby. I estimate it's probably almost 2 months along now. For specifics, Miss will have to go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. Lin Ran instantly felt his head buzzing. To say he was happy wouldn't be quite right. He was more worried. Luo Yao. Doesn't a ram like it? Lin Ran shook his head and asked, but Yao, and I haven't abstained from sex during this time. Is that okay? Will it cause any harm to Yao? Yi sighed. Actually, intercourse in the first 3 months doesn't have much effect on the mother. The main risk is fetal arrest. But you don't need to worry. I just took her pulse, and there are no major problems. It would be even better to get another checkup tomorrow. This child is truly fortunate. After seeing Yi off, Lin Ran gently hugged Luo Yao. Yao, I remember you said you don't like children. Luo Yao touched her belly. But I have to leave something of a Ran behind. So, I stopped taking the medicine recently, thinking to let nature take its course. Since it's here, let's keep it. Lin Ran took a breath and also reached out to touch Luo Yao's belly. He didn't know why, but when his hand carefully rested on Luo Yao's stomach, it seemed he could really feel the little life inside. An inexplicable feeling filled his heart. No wonder you've gained weight recently. It turns out you're pregnant. You should have told me earlier, so I could have been mentally prepared. Speaking of which, this little one is truly blessed with great fortune. Luo Yao also remembered that her weight had increased recently. She had thought it was because of what she ate, but now she finally understood the reason. Is A Ran blaming me? Although I wanted to let nature take its course, I never really thought about it in this way. Lin Ran lovingly stroked Luo Yao's head. How could I blame you? If anyone's to blame, it's me for being so careless. The reason the young couple only found out today was firstly because of their inexperience, especially Luo Yao, who had even ignored her irregular period. Although Lin Ran was also inexperienced, it was more because he never expected Luo Yao to get pregnant. He assumed Luo Yao was taking the medicine from the Yi family and wouldn't get pregnant. If he had known she had stopped taking it, he would have surely noticed something unusual long ago. Luo Yao nestled into Lin Ran's arms. The thought of having a baby with Lin Ran suddenly felt quite nice. It seemed she didn't particularly dislike this child. Feeling Luo Yao's hand starting to get restless, Lin Ran tensed up all over. Yao Yao, if you decide to have this baby, you have to endure it a little longer. After the baby is 3 months old, we can. Luo Yao suddenly started to dislike this child. It seemed she didn't like children at all. Her voice was a bit hoarse. I'll just rub against it, I won't go in. Lin Ran. You're really turning the tables on me. Huh. Time moved to the next day. Lu Meng, who had been working continuously for a long time, finally got a good night's sleep. She came to the hospital early in the morning, refreshed, to visit the patients. This was the Yi family's hospital, with a special area for the wealthy. Yu Taiduo, Yu Paoyan, and AI Renchi's hospital rooms were right next to each other, all VIP rooms. When Lu Meng arrived at Yu Taiduo's room, she found that Yu Paoyan was also there. Besides them was that woman named Chang Lufu. At this time, Yu Taiduo was already awake, though still lying in bed. His hand had been reattached, but due to excessive blood loss, his body was very weak. He would probably have to lie in bed for a long time. Yu Paoyan was sitting in a wheelchair, looking coldly at Yu Taiduo, with Chang Lufu beside him. Seeing Lu Meng enter, all three of them frowned. Yu Taiduo spoke first. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Lu Meng showed a polite smile. You mean your bodyguards outside? They were all taken care of while you and your father were talking. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to disturb your Yu family's discussion about the heir. I'm just here to visit you, and by the way, bring a gift. They certainly didn't believe Lu Meng would be so kind. If I'm not mistaken, old Master Yu wants Yu Qingxuan to inherit the Yu family, right? As for Yu Taiduo. At this point, Lu Meng looked at Yu Taiduo with some pity. You probably want Yu Qingkai to be the heir. Both Yu Taiduo and Yu Paoyan looked at Lu Meng with astonishment. No matter how they fought internally at home, they had never told any outsiders about these matters. How did Lu Meng know? Yu Taiduo, how do you know? Lu Meng smiled and unfolded the paternity test report in her hand. Because of this, Yu Qingxuan is actually Yu Paoyan's son. Yu Taiduo's eyes widened. At this moment, he was more furious than when he found out he had been cuckolded. You old bastard, you'll die a miserable death. Yu Paoyan wasn't afraid of Yu Taiduo at all. Now that Yu Taiduo was severely injured, he had to seize this opportunity to take back Yu Taiduo's power. It was time for him, the family head, to stand tall again. Chang Lufu, on the other hand, looked indifferent. So what if they knew? It didn't matter to her. Whether it was Yu Qingxuan or Yu Qingkai, they were both her sons. It was the same whoever inherited. She only cared about her own future status and life. But now, Yu Taiduo would definitely not let her off. No matter what, she couldn't let Yu Taiduo regain power. Lu Meng didn't stay long and walked out of the hospital room. Based on her understanding of the Yu family, Yu Taiduo would definitely kill this old man. Everyone thought Yu Taiduo was the crown prince, but in reality, he was a ruthless and unfilial son. After visiting Yu Taiduo, just as Lu Meng was preparing to leave the hospital, she unexpectedly saw Luo Yao and Lin Ran. Boss Luo, are you not feeling well? Luo Yao shook her head. Lin Ran carefully supported Luo Yao as they walked to a dedicated rest area. This feeling made Lu Meng realize that Luo Yao might actually be sick. But looking at her complexion, there didn't seem to be any problem. Iboheo hurried over, holding a report. Boss Luo, young Master Lin, the baby is very healthy. Currently 8 weeks and 1 day. Lu Meng was completely shocked. Boss Luo, you're pregnant? Luo Yao nodded. Lu Meng felt like the sky was falling. She had always thought that Luo Yao would not have children. After all, she was an extremely possessive boss. Once there was a child, it meant young Master Lin's attention would be divided. But now, it seemed something was not right. Lin Ran frowned. Judging by your expression, you're not happy that Yao Yao is pregnant? Lu Meng snapped back to reality. No, congratulations, Boss Gong. Congratulations, Boss Luo. Luo Yao glanced at Lu Meng. Don't tell this news to anyone else. Okay. Leaving the hospital, Lu Meng returned to Luo's group. Sitting in her office, she felt like she was itching all over. Wang Fong brought in a document. Boss Lu, there's an assistant team meeting at 10 a.m., a senior executive meeting at 11 a.m., a meeting with Samsung's President Park at 1 p.m. to discuss cooperation, and at 6 p.m. Wang Fong rattled on. Lu Meng glanced at her. Sister Wang, we've known each other for so many years. I can trust you, right? Of course. Although I'm your special assistant, I'm also your friend most of the time. Lu Meng nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll tell you a secret, so we can be happy together, but you can't tell anyone else. Wang Fong. Oh, okay. Boss Luo is pregnant. Oh, that's normal. Women get pregnant after getting married, don't you think? Who did you say is pregnant? After hearing Lu Meng's explanation, Wang Fong felt her worldview had been shattered. You're not allowed to tell anyone else, okay? Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Wang Fong nodded numbly, then suddenly burst into tears. Whoa, Boss Lu, why did you tell me this? How am I supposed to hold it in? Whoa, Lu Meng smiled. Sister Wang, you have to hold it in even if you can't. Otherwise, you can only leave Luo's group and become a little princess in someone else's golden cage. Wang Fong composed herself. Her teary red eyes gave her a look that made people want to pity her. In fact, Wang Fong was very beautiful, with standard, beautiful features. From a certain angle, she was even more beautiful than Lu Meng. Lu Meng had a kind of domineering, cold beauty, while Wang Fong had a gentle, soft beauty. After Wang Fong left, Lu Meng's gaze shifted from her and fell on the schedule Wang Fong had left. Gouge? To discuss cooperation? Oof, you think I don't know what you're thinking. At the same time, the AI family and the U family started fighting. Of course, this fighting referred to fighting in the business world, and the most high-end business warfare often employed the most primitive methods. The AI family had people dump piles of sand and gravel in front of the U family's headquarters. When someone came to chase them away, they would leave and then come back to dump more after the mess was cleaned up. The U family was not one to take a beating without retaliating. Under Old Master Yu's instruction, Yu Chunkai was temporarily in charge. He directly had a septic truck dump its contents in front of the AI family's headquarters. Cleaning up sand and gravel was just troublesome, but even after cleaning up sewage, the smell would remain. Let's see who's more ruthless. As the two families went back and forth, Lu Meng swept in and devastated the businesses of both the U and AI families, leaving the young Yu Chunkai overwhelmed and in a panic. Of course, Lu Meng's sweep was to attack their businesses, not to acquire them. Again, if she truly became a monopoly, then problems would follow. In the afternoon, Gouge arrived at Luo's group in a wheelchair. Although he had become disabled, his heart was incredibly resilient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bring down his entire family in Korea. But at this moment, he was extremely nervous because he was about to see that angelic woman. Following the receptionist from Luo's group, he was pushed into the negotiation room. At this time, Lu Meng and Wang Fong were already waiting there. The first time he saw Lu Meng, Gouge was completely stunned. She was still so dashing and beautiful. Boss Lu, long time no see. Lu Meng smiled and nodded. Mr. Park, please have a seat. Gouge, haven't I been sitting this whole time? He had someone push his wheelchair forward. The cooperation they were discussing today was very important. It was about Luo's group entering the Korean market. With Samsung, an old local giant, guiding them, it would be much smoother. Soon, the two sides reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, coupled with Luo's group's control over its cooperation with Samsung. This time, Samsung showed great sincerity and a positive attitude. Boss Lu, I wonder if I might have the honor of having dinner with you. After finishing the discussion, Gouge made such a request. Lu Meng leaned back in her chair, shook her head. I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. I have an appointment tonight. I will have the company's receptionist accompany you. Hearing this, Gouge felt a wave of disappointment and shook his head with a bitter smile. I have a question I'd like to ask Boss Lu. Go ahead. Do you think a disabled person like me has a chance to like you? Lu Meng narrowed her eyes. First, I don't think you're disabled. A physical disability doesn't mean a person is incapable. I know many powerful people who use wheelchairs. Thinking of the Yu family head, the Yu family's crown prince, and the AI family head, Lu Ming almost burst out laughing, but she held it in, letting only a hint of smile show. It was precisely this hint of a smile that captivated all of Pu Guoji's attention. Lu Ming continued, "Second, whether you like me or not is your business. But I can tell you clearly, I will not like you." Lu Ming was not the type of woman to be indecisive, let alone the fact that she truly would not like Pu Guoji. Even if Pu Guoji were richer, more handsome, or a better person, Lu Ming would not like him. Because Lu Ming had someone she liked. I was presumptuous. Then, Boss Lu, please feel free. Lu Ming smiled and left, leaving Pu Guoji sighing. He wasn't bent on getting Lu Ming. In fact, he was somewhat insecure due to the suppression he had faced from his family since childhood. But it was also because of this that he was very capable of forbearance. Yet the deep-seated insecurity from being suppressed made him afraid to desecrate the angel in his eyes. Recently, he often felt ashamed for even having thoughts of possessing Lu Ming. So be it. Lu Ming was the wind, and he was just a cripple. Watching the direction the wind blew from afar was also quite nice. Wasn't this his initial thought anyway? Dongtian Manor. Luo Yao was lying in bed. Although Luo Yao's body was very healthy, ever since she decided to have this child, she tried to avoid any major movements to prevent the risk of a miscarriage. The first 3 months were the most dangerous period for the fetus. Lin Ran was feeding Luo Yao while talking. "Yao Yao, don't worry, I'll always be here." And about Luo's group, Lu Ming just called. The Yu and AI families have already started fighting each other, especially the Yu family. The father and son are now at loggerheads. It's said that they even came to blows in the hospital. Yu Paoyan pulled out Yu Taiduo's oxygen tube, but Yu Taiduo was also quite fierce. Even though he only had one hand that could move, he beat Yu Paoyan so badly he almost stopped breathing. Luo Yao also found it quite amusing to listen to. This father and son duo were being played for fools by a woman, and they were on the verge of bringing down the entire Yu family. What about the Zhang family? At the mention of the Zhang family, Lin Ran rolled his eyes. The Zhang family is still struggling on the surface, but in reality, Zhang Dashuai has already run off with his wife and child. They've gone to Country X to be local kings. Luo Yao was stunned. Country X? Yes, Zhang Dashuai is very cunning. While participating in the business war, he also liquidated a large amount of cash, and then he ran off. The Zhang family is now leaderless, being propped up by few poor relatives. If they can't hold on, they'll basically all be lining up on rooftops, leaving a pile of problems for society in the end. Luo Yao's lips curved. Luo's group has some cooperation with the current king of Country X. Hearing this, Lin Ran also chuckled. So, we'll have Zhang Dashuai taken out in Country X. Luo Yao fell silent. That would be a bit difficult. After all, Zhang Dashuai isn't an ordinary person. Taking him out would have too great of an international impact. They probably won't do it. But compared to taking him out, extraditing him back to the country might be a more suitable choice. You want to be a local king abroad? Dream on. The last time Lin Ran was ambushed, although Zhang Dashuai didn't appear, the Zhang family's people did participate. Luo Yao would naturally not be merciful. Lin Ran fed Luo Yao another bite. That sounds great, but let's not worry about that for now. Right now, you need to eat well. I can't allow your stomach condition to get worse. Luo Yao's eyes suddenly became very warm. She loved the current Lin Ran so much. In fact, yesterday in her room, she had overheard the conversation between Lin Ran and Yi Xin. Lin Ran already knew she didn't have a stomach condition, but he was still feeding her as always, pretending not to know. This was simply doting on her with indulgence. Now, she needed to confirm one thing. Ran isn't being this nice to me just because I'm pregnant, right? Lin Ran was immediately stunned. Yao Yao, how good I am to you has nothing to do with the baby. Even without the baby, don't I feed you every day? But that's because Luo Yao stopped mid-sentence. Lin Ran wasn't exposing her, so why should she expose herself? Because of what? Lin Ran asked with confusion. Nothing. Because Ran is my husband, Luo Yao was very happy in her heart. If Lin Ran wanted to pretend, then she would just let him keep pretending. It would be best if he could pretend for a lifetime. Luo Yao's smile made Lin Ran a little dazed. Who said this wife was a Yandera? This wife was simply too adorable, all right? Yao Yao, we should be able to live a retired life very soon, right? Luo Yao nodded. This already counts as our retired life. The 3 great families of Yu, AI, and Zhang are about to be finished. There won't be any more rivals in the future. Luo Yao estimated that if someone from a Yu, AI, and Zhang families could step up, they might be able to maintain their position within the circle. If no one could hold the fort, they would likely be directly demoted to first-tier families, or even worse. Lin Ran also smiled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. The result was not unexpected. Another day passed, and the news about the three great families in Kyoto completely exploded. Three pieces of news changed the entire landscape of the business world. The first was that the head of the AI family, AI Rinchi, announced his retirement, handing over the AI family to his younger brother to manage. In reality, AI Rinchi was taken away by the authorities for investigation, and his younger brother took the opportunity to seize power. The second was that the head of the Zhang family, Zhang de Shuai, fled to Country X, but was deported back for repeatedly ignoring local laws. Zhang de Shuai was directly apprehended at the airport and taken back to Kyoto. His actions had involved economic crimes, and he was immediately taken into custody. The other members of the Zhang family also breathed a sigh of relief. With the family head arrested, it meant their money would be returned. The Zhang family could then barely survive. Thus, the other members of the Zhang family all raised the white flag of surrender and began to save themselves. But reality dealt them a huge blow. The Zhang family had accumulated too many holes in its development over the years, so large that the entire Zhang family had to be buried with them. They were also instantly demoted from a top-tier family to an ordinary second-tier family. The third piece of news was quite something. The Yu family's daughter-in-law, Chong Lufu, and Yu Paoyan were dead. It was said that they committed suicide. No one knew the reason. However, just after their suicide, Yu Taiduo was taken away by the highest judicial unit in Huaxia. This great battle in Kyoto, although not as perfect as the one in Modu, had an acceptable outcome. Luo Yao also ordered Lu Meng to be more restrained in her actions, to only suppress the Yu, AI, and Zhang families, not to let them die completely. Besides these, there was another piece of news spreading throughout Kyoto. The entertainment city of Brother Dao, the #1 figure in Kyoto's underworld, had caught fire. Although most people escaped, Brother Dao himself was trapped on the 3rd basement level. By the time he was found, he was no longer breathing. With that, the so-called #1 underground force in Kyoto completely became history. The smaller factions began to stir, wanting to become the second Brother Dao. However, the authorities immediately took action to nip these ideas in the bud, restoring some light to Kyoto. Dongtian Manor. The young couple felt more and more at ease as they listened to the continuous reports from their subordinates. Their opponents had been caught, and Brother Dao had been reborn. Is the Yu family now under Yu Chengsai's control? Lin Ran asked. Fubo nodded. It is him. Although the kid's ability is lacking, he's quite resilient. He and his younger sister have managed to take control of the Yu family, but I estimate it won't last long. After all, the personnel of the Yu family are too complex. Lin Ran smiled. Is that kid Yu Qingchuan about to return to the Yu family? Yu Qingchuan had been found by a search and rescue team. When asked why he was there, he wouldn't say. Although he had been locked up by Lin Ran, he had also brought Feng Buxia there to torture him. To speak out would be to expose himself. Considering that the kid was from the Yu family, the search and rescue team didn't make things difficult for him and let him go. That kid already knows the situation with the Yu family and is now rushing back, Fubo replied. Hee, just in time to make the Yu family even more chaotic. Lin Ran closed his eyes, as if he could already see the overturned Yu family. He had intentionally let Yu Chengchuan go. He had previously thought of using Yu Chengchuan to threaten the Yu family one day, but now that he was no longer needed, he let him go back to fight against his younger brother. His phone rang. Luo Yao picked it up with a puzzled look, and then a slight smile appeared on her lips. After hanging up, Lin Ran asked with confusion, Did something happen? Luo Yao had a playful smile. That old hag from the Chun family is stirring up trouble again. Chen Buhui? Lin Ran immediately guessed who Luo Yao would call an old hag. Luo Yao nodded. Indeed, but it's a small matter. I only need to make a slight move, and she will be completely destroyed. Luo's group. Wang Fong handed the tablet to Lu Meng. I didn't expect that the biggest news today would be about our Luo's group. I thought the news about the Yu family was explosive enough. Lu Meng lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at Wang Fong. Don't worry, it won't be for long. She took the tablet, scanned it a few times, and scoffed. This old woman's methods are as low class as ever. At this moment, Chun Buhui was lying comfortably in a rest area at the Huaxia Academy of Sciences. She had lost face before and had held a grudge against Luo's group ever since. But at that time, there was nothing she could do but wait for an opportunity. Now, that opportunity had arrived. She discovered that Luo's group had used a technology invented by her team, but had not paid the due patent fees to the academy. This gave her a handle to grasp. However, she still remembered the lesson from last time. This time, she anonymously hired a professional water army to attack them. The moment the matter was exposed, countless people flooded the comment section. Chen Buhui smiled confidently, opened her phone to look at the comments, and then froze. Pointing to the end of the Master Sister, Luo's group used a patent from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences without paying? I don't believe it anyway. You did it together. Who is Luo Yao? The world's #1 plutocrat. Would she not pay a patent fee? What kind of joke is the blogger making? Breathing until my head lifts naturally, I just checked this patent belongs to Chen Buhui's team at the academy. This old lady really doesn't learn her lesson. Has she forgotten how she was disgraced last time? Boss Shun, please let me go. You can't be so absolute, can you? No matter what, Chen Buhui has contributed to the country. Isn't it a bit harsh for you to talk about her like that? Young people are energetic. Luo's group acts lawlessly just because they have money. It's disgusting. They must apologize. Chen Buhui was full of question marks. Why were many people attacking Luo's group? Where was the water army she had bought? Was Luo Yao's credibility among the public so high, and her own identity was exposed so easily? This generation of netizens was too fast at investigating. You're not fast at making money, not fast at finding a partner, not fast at getting married, but you're quite fast at gossiping about other people's identities. The decline in the national birth rate is all your fault. Chen Buhui made a phone call. Where's the water army? I asked you to slander Luo's group. Haven't you seen the heat on this matter right now? The small water army you bought was drowned out long ago. The tone on the other end of the line was impatient. What do you mean, you took the money but didn't do the job? Chen Buhui was furious. The other side shot back. You get what you pay for. The little money you gave only gets this kind of effect. If you want a better effect, keep spending money. Chen Buhui's face was dark. She felt she had been cheated, but she had no good way to solve this. Then how much more do you want? A calm voice came from the phone. Give me another 10 million, and I'll help you increase the strength of the water army. 10 million? Are you out of your mind? There's no other way. The opponent is Luo's group. Many people are unwilling to do it. If you don't want to pay, then I can only say sorry. Chen Buhui roared into the mouthpiece. F. You. After swearing, she hung up, fuming alone. She was angry at the other party's shamelessness, angry at the netizens' blindness, angry at everyone in Luo's group, and even angrier at herself for not having 10 million. Suddenly, the door to the rest area was pushed open, and the director of the academy appeared. Chen Buhui, I'm here to inform you that you have been stripped of your status as chief expert at the academy, and all your research projects are suspended, pending investigation. Chen Buhui was thunderstruck. Why? What are you investigating me for? The old director gave Chen Buhui a deep look and finally sighed. You're on your own now. Chen Buhui was stunned. She hurried to check the reason, and then her world collapsed. Hashtag Chen Buhui team steals patent. Hashtag Virl. The one who posted this news was not an ordinary blogger, but the official account of Luo's group. Luo's group. The research results of a senior expert in our company's R&D team, painstakingly developed over 13 years, were ultimately stolen by a certain C-surnamed expert from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. Due to the perpetrator's meticulous actions at the time, the evidence chain was incomplete. After verification by our company's legal department, the theft by the certain C-surnamed expert from the academy has been confirmed. Our company has initiated legal proceedings and vows to protect the rights of our scholar. Following this was the chain of evidence of Chen Buhui's theft of scientific research results. This news ignited the entire internet. Chen Buhui's eyes widened. She had never expected that the things she had done in the past would be dug up just like that. At the same time, Chun Lin's call came. Brother? Chun Lin on the other end of the line paused. Sister, did you do this? Chen Buhui's silence confirmed it. Chun Lin understood and sighed helplessly. Sigh, don't call me brother. You have disappointed me too much. Hanging up the phone, Chun Lin let out a breath. It's been confirmed. It is indeed so. The high-ranking official in front of him had a grave expression. The Chen Buhui incident had a very negative impact on the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences. If something like stealing research results could happen, who would dare to cooperate with the academy? Who would dare to come work at the academy? Who would still apply to the academy's university? This black sheep must be kicked out of the team. Commander Chen won't have any objections, will he? Chen Lin nodded. Of course not. She brought this upon herself. Some people believed the Chen family was very protective of their own, but this protection had principles. The Chen family was never afraid of trouble, but they would not bully others either. Chen Buhui's actions had touched the bottom line of the Chun family's principles. Someone else's hard work of over a decade, and you, as a senior, actually steal it. This was simply shameless. Thinking of this, Chun Lin also called Chun Xiao. In the end, the two reached a consensus to expel Chen Buhui from the Chun family. When Chen Buhui learned of this news, she instantly felt the world spin. But what made her break down even more was yet to come. The authorities directly arrested Chen Buhui for theft. Chen Buhui finally realized she was finished. Her family had abandoned her, the academy had abandoned her, and the country had abandoned her. She had become a street rat, cursed by everyone. And she even had to go to prison? Under multiple psychological blows, she went mad. In the end, the Chun family couldn't bear it and arranged for her to be sent to a mental hospital. The person whose patent she had stolen was none other than a former student of hers. Now, he was the chief expert of Luo's group's research team. He was only in his 40s, yet his hair was completely white. Some said it was from exhaustion, but only he himself knew that it was all because of Chun Buhui. The feeling of having his name cleared caused him to kneel on the ground and cry for over an hour. Thank you, Boss Lu. Thank you for helping me get justice. The reason he was able to join Luo's group was that Luo's group had promised him that one day they would definitely get justice for him. Now, that day had finally come. Lu Ming shook her head. It wasn't me who helped you, but Luo's group. I will definitely work hard and shine for the company. Scientists are generally not very good with words. He could only try to express himself like other employees. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. She could feel his emotions. At the same time, Luo Yao and Lin Ran were also enjoying the drama at the manor. Chen Buhui is finally finished. Whoa, stealing from her own students' achievements. How can there be such a disgusting expert? Huaxia Academy of Sciences, what are you doing? No wine, fake coffee. It's hard to imagine the despair of having over a decade of hard work stolen by your own teacher. If it were me, I would have taken a knife and hacked Chen Buhui long ago. The scummier, the better. A person like Chen Buhui dares to say Luo's group stole her team's technology? As expected, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. Chen Buhui is that great demon. Lin Ran took the phone from Luo Yao's hand. Looking at it for too long will tire your eyes. Hearing Lin Ran say this, Luo Yao did feel a bit sleepy. It was quite rare for this feeling of drowsiness to come over her. Suddenly, Lin Ran's phone vibrated. Brother Lin, you finally answered the phone. I miss you so much. Lin Ran paused. Old Wu, this isn't your style of talking. If you have something to say, just say it. Wu Zhishang's happy laughter came from the mouthpiece. Hey, Brother Lin, Shun Jingbing and I are getting married. I'm inviting you to the wedding. What the hell? You're marrying who? Lin Ran's voice cracked. The other end of the line went silent for a moment before saying, I might have misspoken just now. Shun Jingbing and I are getting married on the same day. I'm with Zhang Xinyan, and Shun Jingbing is with our company's receptionist. I was thinking, since we're all brothers, we could hold the wedding together. It would be livelier and nicer. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He had really been scared for a moment. He wasn't surprised that Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan were getting married. After all, the two had shown some signs long ago, and they had had a lot of emotional entanglements recently. But Xin Jingbing and Xiao Xiaola had only confirmed their relationship a few days ago. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? As expected of his capable general, his actions were swift. All right, I understand. Just tell me the date and time. Wu Zhishang, Brother Lin, I'm on my way to the manor now. I want to personally deliver the invitation to you. Lin Ran didn't stop him. This was a good thing, so if he came, he came. After hanging up, Luo Yao asked with confusion, the two obedient. Wu Zhishang is getting married. Yeah, I really didn't expect them to develop so quickly. Luo Yao didn't say much, just asked Fubo to prepare 2 red envelopes. Iran, I won't see him later. I'm suddenly a bit tired. Then get some good rest. It's common for some people to be sleepy in early pregnancy. Luo Yao suffered from insomnia. If pregnancy could make her rest more, that would be a good thing. Lin Ran gently coaxed her to sleep, and soon Luo Yao's breathing became even. At the same time, Wu Zhishang also arrived at the manor. Lin Ran met him downstairs. Brother Lin, where's sister-in-law? She's resting. If you have something to say, just tell me. Wu Zhishang handed Lin Ran the wedding invitation for him and Shun Jingbing. Lin Ran frowned. Don't most people use electronic invitations now? You're still running around delivering them personally. Others get electronic ones, but you're my best brother. I must personally deliver it to you. Shun Jingbing wanted to come too, but he has a very important live stream, so I came on his behalf. Lin Ran nodded. Looking at the happy face of Wu Zhishang, he suddenly felt that his good brother had also changed. He was no longer that young man who was afraid of love and marriage. The current Wu Zhishang had fallen into the river of love. Lin Ran suddenly became very curious. How did that little temptress Zhang Xinyan manage to win over Wu Zhishang? Old Wu, what's the situation with you and Zhang Xinyan? I'm really curious. Now, that Luo Yao was sleeping. Lin Ran had nothing to do while awake. It was a good time to listen to some gossip. Wu Zhishang nodded. Now he could openly tell Lin Ran his story. Next, we will look at the past story from Wu Zhishang's perspective. It won't be very long. The time is pulled back to before the new year. On this day, Zhao Miao Miao and Lu Jian came to cause trouble at the entrance of Nuanyo Group and were seen by Zhang Xinyan. She fought 1 against 2 and became famous, earning the title of War Goddess at Nuanyo Group. However, she herself was not satisfied with this battle and was still replaying it in her office. Until a voice said, "Ahem, hold it out." Zhang Xinyan looked at Wu Zhishang's concerned expression with a puzzled face. Hold what out? Following Wu Zhishang's gaze, she realized what he was talking about and slowly extended her hand. It was an injury from the fight earlier. Wu Zhishang carefully applied medicine to it. Zhang Xinyan's heart was pounding, and her face turned red. This was the first time a man had cared for her so gently, and it moved her. I could do it myself. She was just being shy, trying to ease the awkwardness. She never expected Wu Zhishang to actually put the liniment on the coffee table, turn around, and go back to work without another word. Zhang Xinyan's heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, thinking, is he angry? Until it was almost time to get off work, Zhang Xinyan's mind was still in a mess. She began to wonder about Wu Zhishang's past, curious about his psychological world. At this moment, Zhang Xinyan suddenly realized that she was about to fall into a man's trap, because she knew that liking a person often begins with curiosity. Suddenly, her phone rang. Zhang Xinyan saw it was her mother and answered with some apprehension. Her mother's concerned voice came through the phone. "Xinyan, can you bring your boyfriend back this new year? Your grandmother's health is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid she won't make it to next year. If you don't bring a boyfriend back, she might not be able to die in peace." Zhang Xinyan, huh? How did grandma's condition get worse again? But you seem to say the same thing last year. Her mother sighed. Before, your grandmother was in a critical stage of illness. Now she's in a near-death stage. Her previous wish was to see you get married and have children. Now she doesn't dare to hope for that. She just hopes you can bring a boyfriend back for her to see this year. Zhang Xinyan's already sad mood became even more upset. Her grandmother had doted on her since she was a child, and she really couldn't bear to make her grandmother sad. I'll ask him. That's right. Zhang Xinyan had a boyfriend. Once she made up herself, it was to fool her family and save herself from being constantly nagged. But who knew that after inventing a boyfriend, she started being pressured to get married? Thinking of her family of marriage-pushing fanatics, Zhang Xinyan's head ached. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps renting a boyfriend to go back with me is a good idea. The main thing is to make Grandma happy. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinyan seemed to have found hope and gave herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. But where could she rent one? It was too close to the New Year holiday. Just then, Wu Zhishang walked out of his office and looked at Zhang Xinyan. It's time to get off work. Why are you still here? Zhang Xinyan's eyes suddenly lit up, staring straight at Wu Zhishang. Wasn't there a ready-made candidate right here? Wu Zhishang was getting creeped out by her stare. Well, if there's nothing else, let's get off work. I have to go too. Boss Wu, wait, I have a favor to ask you. Upon hearing Zhang Xinyan's request, Wu Zhishang immediately refused. A fine young man like himself. How could he go with a subordinate to deceive her family? Zhang Xinyan raised the price from 10,000 to 30,000. Zhang Xinyan sobbed softly and told Wu Zhishang what her mother had said. Thinking of her grandmother eagerly waiting at home, she deeply regretted not having found a boyfriend. In the end, Wu Zhishang was moved by Zhang Xinyan's filial piety and agreed. As for whether there were any ulterior motives, no one knew. During the New Year holiday, Wu Zhishang informed his family and went with Zhang Xinyan. Wu's father and mother didn't ask why their son wasn't coming home for the New Year. The child was grown up and had his own ideas. There was no need to ask so many questions. They trusted that their son would not act without reason. Since he wasn't coming back, he must be busy with something important. Zhang Xinyan finally got her wish and brought her boyfriend home. Her home was far away, in Xinjiang. After the plane landed, Wu Zhishang was already regretting it a little. But after arriving at Zhang's house, he relaxed. The Zhang family was very enthusiastic and particularly liked this child who looked very honest. Zhang Xinyan's father was from Shandong and had come here in response to the farming policy back then. He later married and had children here and was now doing well. Zhang Xinyan's mother was from Xinjiang, a typical local beauty, and was also the head of the women's committee in their village. She had successfully match-made many couples, but was unable to find a partner for her own daughter. The happiest person was Zhang Xinyan's grandmother. Looking at the old lady jumping up and down with joy, Wu Zhishang's mind was full of question marks. Are you sure this is a dying old lady? Zhang Xinyan was also stunned. So she had been lied to all this time. Now that she had found a boyfriend, the old lady stopped pretending. However, Wu Zhishang still had a strong sense of professional ethics and did not expose Zhang Xinyan. The warming of their feelings happened at night. The Zhang family was not a pedantic family. On the contrary, they were very open-minded and couldn't wait for Zhang Xinyan to get married sooner. They used a little trick and arranged for the two young people to be in the same room. Zhang Xinyan was a little embarrassed and let Wu Zhishang sleep on her bed, while she slept on the floor. Wu Zhishang agreed. Zhang Xinyan pouted, but said nothing, as it was her own suggestion. At night, Zhang Xinyan couldn't sleep, and neither could Wu Zhishang. It was the first time for both of them to sleep in the same room with the opposite sex. Even though Wu Zhishang had been with Zhao Miao Miao for so long, they had never slept together. This feeling was very strange, as if even the sound of breathing could trigger each other's wild thoughts, and it was impossible to ignore. Zhang Xinyan was the first to break the silence. Boyfriend, you can't sleep either? Then let's chat. Maybe we'll fall asleep. Do you still like Zhao Miao Miao? Maybe it's more a feeling of unwillingness to accept it. Why are you unwilling to accept it? Because I loved too much and received too little. In loss, a person slowly becomes dull. When you wake up one day, you realize how ridiculous you were. As they chatted, Zhang Xinyan fell asleep, but it was only on the surface. She suddenly discovered that this CEO, who was so glamorous in public, was actually a very pitiable young man. His view on love was probably what many girls dreamed of. But it was this very man who gave everything for love, who met the most wrong person. How heartbreaking. Zhao Miao Miao, you already had the best. Why didn't you cherish it? How could you bear to hurt someone who loved you? Fell asleep? Wu Zhishang asked, hearing Zhang Xinyan's even breathing. Zhang Xinyan didn't speak. She didn't know how to comfort Wu Zhishang, so she continued to pretend to be asleep. Naturally, Wu Zhishang couldn't wake up a woman who was pretending to be asleep. He sighed self-deprecatingly. Such a cliché story, the sleep-inducing effect is quite good. Zhang Xinyan really wanted to stand up and tell him, your story isn't cliché, it's that Zhao Miao Miao didn't understand you. I can understand you. But she didn't move, because she was not yet sure of her own heart. Saying something like that meant she had to be responsible for it, and she wasn't yet sure if her feelings for Wu Zhishang were truly love. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyan heard a faint sound from the bed. It seemed to be Wu Zhishang getting up and slowly approaching her. At that moment, she was so tense she could have died. What was he doing? He wasn't going to take advantage of her, was he? Should I resist? If I resist, will my family find out? Actually, Wu Zhishang is a pretty good guy. He'll love me the way he loved Zhao Miao Miao, right? Forget it. I'll just close my eyes and give up the struggle. No, what am I thinking? We haven't even confirmed our relationship. Suddenly, Wu Zhishang's hands wrapped directly around Zhang Xinyan's body and lifted her up. In that instant, Zhang Xinyan's heart nearly leaped out her chest. It's over. This man has definitely been overcome by lust. My innocence is gone. Will he kiss me first, or will just start undressing me? Just as Zhang Xinyan's mind was racing, the man gently placed her on the bed. Really, in the end, I still let you sleep on the bed. I'm just too kind. Wu Zhishang released her and was about to leave when he was suddenly held back by a jade-like arm. Zhang Xinyan didn't know where she got the courage, but she pressed her soft, petal-like lips onto Wu Zhishang's. They separated in an instant. Then she went back to feigning sleep. Wu Zhishang felt time and space freeze for a moment. He was completely stunned. He had been forcibly kissed? Seeing Zhang Xinyan's cute, sleeping appearance, he wondered if he was hallucinating. He reached out and touched his lips, then brought his hand to his nose and sniffed. A faint, sweet fragrance reminded him it wasn't a hallucination. Zhang Xinyan. Suddenly, a sentence echoed in Wu Zhishang's mind. A kiss is just a way to comfort someone. It doesn't mean anything. Thinking of what that woman had once said, an inexplicable chill ran through Wu Zhishang. He shook his head with a wry smile, swallowed the rest of his words, and lay back down on the floor. Zhang Xinyan kept her eyes shut tightly, her face impossibly red. She didn't know why she had done that. Her mind felt chaotic, filled with shy yet domineering images. When she came to her senses, she could no longer feel Wu Zhishang's presence. She quietly opened one eye. The space in front of her was empty. Turning her head slightly, she saw that the man lying on the floor was already asleep. On the bed, Zhang Xinyan was dumbfounded. "I was that forward? Are you some kind of freaking Lu Xiaohui? Even if you weren't going to do anything, you could at least give some kind of response, right? Even a rejection. Just say a word of rejection. What is the meaning of this? Do I have no charm at all? Impossible. Putting other things aside, with a figure like mine, I can be boundlessly confident." Zhang Xinyan was angry, but she also truly fell asleep. People without a care in the world have excellent sleep quality. The next morning, her anger having automatically subsided, Zhang Xinyan thought back on last night's events and felt more and more that Wu Zhishang was a good guy. A man who could remain as calm as still water when a woman threw herself at him seemed to provide a great sense of security. People are such strange creatures. When you like someone, everything they do seems pleasing to the eye. When you dislike someone, even their good deeds are just an act. Right now, Zhang Xinyan found Wu Zhishang very pleasing to the eye. During the day, they wouldn't always stay at the Zhang family home. They occasionally went out for a stroll to appreciate the local scenery. Hearing that the cotton from Zhang Xinyan's hometown was very good, Wu Zhishang was reminded of something and made a few calls to the company. He solved the problem of raw materials for sanitary napkins and, at the same time, made a small contribution to Zhang Xinyan's hometown. This made Zhang Xinyan's gaze toward Wu Zhishang even more infatuated. This man had a damn sense of responsibility. At night, the two of them slept under the same roof, but they would always talk for a long time before falling asleep. No matter who slept on the floor, the next morning would always see Zhang Xinyan waking up in the bed. Every time Wu Zhishang carried her to the bed, she would pretend to be asleep. She was gradually becoming addicted to this feeling. As the New Year holiday dwindled, Zhang Xinyan found herself not wanting these days to end. On this day, Zhang Xinyan took Wu Zhishang to a famous local mountain scenic spot. The sky here was high, and the snow on the ground was very white. Zhang Xinyan was not just a little stunner. Her facial features were also beautifully unique, a kind of mixed blood beauty from the Central Plains and the Western regions. Reflected in the white, snowy world, Wu Zhishang was amazed by the woman before him. She looked like a Western region's princess who had walked out of a book, truly beautiful. The New Year holiday passed quickly. Despite their great reluctance, they returned to Kyoto. Back at work, Zhang Xinyan accompanied Wu Zhishang to Dongtian Manor. Lin Ran asked both of them the same question. "Do you like Zhang Xinyan? / do you like old Wu?" As Zhang Xinyan waited for Wu Zhishang's answer, she was also confirming her own feelings. When Wu Zhishang stammered, "No, I don't. Zhang Xinyan knew she couldn't avoid it any longer. With this man's personality, waiting for him would probably mean waiting a lifetime. So, she might as well take this step herself. Did she like Wu Zhishang? The mood is right. I can't say how much I like him, but to say I don't. Well, it's true, I just started having these thoughts." In reality, her heart had already admitted that she had fallen in love with this man. She had expressed her feelings to Wu Zhishang once again, and this time in front of Lin Ran and Luo Yao. "You should respond now, right?" In the end, Wu Zhishang did respond, but it was a form of rejection. In the car on the way back, Wu Zhishang told her, "The new year is over now. I hope we can focus on work. Let's put an end to the little bit of fun we had these past few days." "A little fun? Put an end to it?" Zhang Xinyan's defenses crumbled. She found it a bit hard to accept that the person she liked didn't like her back. So, she angrily slammed the car door and walked into the company without looking back, not waiting for the great president. Wu Zhishang was completely bewildered, wondering if this woman was angry. What he didn't know was that while Zhang Xinyan appeared angry on the surface, she was actually panicking inside. Zhang Xinyan's temper came and went quickly. In the days that followed, she worked even harder to display her wonderful qualities. She finally managed to pry open this man's heart, and he agreed to try dating. She had thought this was the most perfect ending, but Zhang Xinyan slowly discovered that Wu Zhishang was very slow to warm up in relationships. The super slow kind. Zhang Xinyan was the type who, once a relationship was confirmed, wanted to develop it quickly, much like her father. So, she decided to force Wu Zhishang's hand. That day, she came to his office, holding her household registration book in one hand and a resignation letter in the other. "Either we get married, or I resign. Xinyan, I can't give you an answer, because I can't be sure about the future. I have a bit of fear of marriage." That was Wu Zhishang's answer at the time. Ambiguous, neither agreeing to marry nor breaking up. Zhang Xinyan was so angry, she pointed at Wu Zhishang's nose. "I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to marry me or not?" Seeing Wu Zhishang remain silent, Zhang Xinyan felt as if her heart had shattered. She threw down the resignation letter. "Either we get married, or you'll never see me again." You'll regret losing me for the rest of your life. As Wu Zhishang looked at the resignation letter on the desk and was about to tear it up, Zhang Xinyan spoke. I'll also email you a copy. I hope. Director. Wu. Reviews. After saying this, she ran out to work, shedding tears as she went. So, it turned out everything was just her own wishful thinking. Perhaps in Wu Zhishang's heart, he had never truly loved her. Zhang Xinyan felt her brief love affair was about to end. But her sorrow didn't even last 24 hours before Wu Zhishang rushed up to her. Zhang Xinyan, I've decided. I want to marry you. Zhang Xinyan didn't know why Wu Zhishang had suddenly changed so drastically. Amidst her surprise, she confirmed with some concern, Are you sure? Wu Zhishang, with a sincere expression, cupped Zhang Xinyan's face. I'm sure. You've been the one making all the effort in this relationship. I was never brave. I was wrong. I'm sure I fall in love with you. I want to marry you. For the rest of our lives, let me be the one to love you. Wu Zhishang had been completely awakened by Lin Ran's words. Don't do something you'll regret for a lifetime because of your own indecisiveness. It wasn't that he didn't like Zhang Xinyan. On the contrary, he liked her a lot. Who wouldn't like a girl who constantly tried to get closer to them? He had projected the hurt from his last relationship onto this one, which was a mistake in itself. He had been avoiding in the past because he was afraid to love, but now he decided to be brave one more time. Even if he got hurt again this time, he would accept it. Zhang Xinyan threw herself onto Wu Zhishang, tears smudging her delicate makeup. Don't worry. Choosing me, you absolutely won't lose. This was Zhang Xinyan's promise to Wu Zhishang. It was precisely the promise that touched him the most. What happened after that was a matter of course. After hearing all this, Lin Ran got the gist of it. Brother Lin, thank you. Without your words, I might have really missed out on Zhang Xinyan. Lin Ran yawned, cliché, but congratulations. Lin Ran sincerely congratulated Wu Zhishang, feeling as if his son had finally grown up. This time, even if Zhang Xinyan hurts me, I'll accept it. Lin Ran shook his head. I don't know if Zhang Xinyan will hurt you, but I believe she at least won't hurt you like Zhao Miao Miao did. There was a fundamental difference between Zhao Miao Miao and Zhang Xinyan. Zhao Miao Miao was a bona fide scumwoman. As for Zhang Xinyan, even if she were to divorce Wu Zhishang in the future, it likely wouldn't be over something like cheating. Wu Zhishang nodded. Indeed, the difference between them is quite significant. Lin Ran took out 2 red envelopes. This is for me and Yao Yao for you too. One is for you, and help me give the other one to Shun Jingbing. Wu Zhishang didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take them. This was a gift from his brother Lin and sister-in-law. It would be foolish not to take it. So thin. Wu Zhishang pinched the thickness of the envelopes. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. They're checks. All right. Wu Zhishang was shocked once again. In reality, he didn't lack this kind of money anymore, but since it was from Lin Ran, he had to take it. Thank you, God, Father. My son has a good heart. Go on. Wu Zhishang got up to leave, repeatedly reminding Lin Ran to attend his wedding before he left. As for Luo Yao, it was up to her. If she wanted to go, she could go. Wu Zhishang didn't dare to insist. After seeing Wu Zhishang off, Lin Ran returned to the bedroom. Luo Yao was still resting. However, Lin Ran noticed that Luo Yao's brow was slightly furrowed, as if she were having a bad dream. He gently stroked it, and Luo Yao instantly relaxed. Her brow smoothed out, and she became like a docile and obedient kitten, looking more adorable the more he looked. Who could imagine that this was the decisive head of the #1 plutocracy? Lin Ran just watched her quietly like this until Luo Yao opened her eyes half an hour later. Ran, you've been here with me this whole time? Luo Yao's eyes were filled with love and emotion. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao up and let her lean against his chest. After sending old Wu off, I've been watching you sleep. Yao Yao looks so cute when she's sleeping. Luo Yao snuggled into Lin Ran's arms. Ran, I just had a dream. Was it a good dream or a nightmare? It started as a nightmare, then turned into a good dream, and after that, it was a repetition of nightmares and good dreams. Lin Ran was a bit puzzled. She hadn't been asleep for long, but she'd had quite a few dreams. What was it about? Luo Yao wore a reminiscent expression. I dreamed that you died. On our wedding day. I can't remember how you died. I was crying so hard. Then, you came back to life, but back when we first met. Then you died again, then you came back to life again, and then you died and lived again. Lin Ran was completely baffled. What was all this about dying and living and dying and living again? Your dream is so strange. Luo Yao nodded. It is strange. But where is it strange? I don't know either. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's just a dream. You can't take it seriously. What was the result in the end? In the end, we finally got married. We were very much in love. And we had a cute baby. Lin Ran smiled and stroked Luo Yao's head dotingly. You actually think a baby is cute? Then that really counts as a good dream. Luo Yao lowered her head and touched her belly. Perhaps children weren't so bad after all. Ran, no, you have to endure it. Luo Yao's gaze instantly turned sharp as she glared fiercely at her own belly. What stupid kid, not cute at all. Might as well abort it. Forget it. This is the fruit of my love with Ran. I'll keep it, baby. I feel like I'm repeatedly jumping between life and death. Ran, can you give the baby a name? Lin Ran froze for a moment. He thought for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a name. In terms of his cultural knowledge, he wouldn't dare say it was high, but he was a top student. Yet at this moment, he couldn't even think of a name for his own child. He hadn't even decided on a surname. His surname was Lin, the same Lin as Lin Tianba. Although he had cut ties, having the child take the surname Lin still felt strange. But to have the child take the surname Luo? The Luos weren't good people either. What a dilemma. Forget it. You think of one. I don't even know if it's a boy or a girl, and I can't even think of a surname for it. It should take Ran's surname, because this is a life brought by Ran. Having the surname Lin doesn't mean it will inherit the bad traits of the older generation. Look at us. Aren't we very different from the previous generation? Lin Ran laughed out loud. Hee hee, we are quite different. We both wiped out our respective families. Lin Ran's words also made Luo Yao laugh out loud. That's why we're a married couple. As for the gender, Ran can pick 2 names, one for a boy and one for a girl. We'll use whichever one it is when it's born. Lin Ran thought this was a good suggestion, 1 boy and 1 girl. Then I'll pick the girl's name. You think of the boy's name. Lin Ran directly halved his workload. He figured Luo Yao, like him, probably couldn't think of any good names either. Luo Yao thought for a moment. For a boy, let's call him Lin Luo. Taking 1 character from each of their names, a good idea. Then how about Nian Yao for a girl? Nian Yao. I like that name. Luo Yao's gaze once again turned fiery. Lin Ran was taken aback. Yao Yao, hold it in. AI. Luo Yao sighed. What Lin Luo, what Lin Yin Yao, they were both bad kids getting in the way of her having Ran. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for Luo Yao's next prenatal checkup about a month after the last one. Early this morning, Lin Ran accompanied Luo Yao to the hospital. They were absolute VIPs and completed all the procedures without any waiting. The report was also ready very quickly. The baby was now 12 weeks old, and the gender could be fully determined. For ordinary people, the doctor would certainly not tell them the baby's gender, but for Lin Ran and Luo Yao, it was different. Today, the one examining Luo Yao was Dean Yi's sister, Yi Bewley. After reading the report, she asked, Director Luo, do you need me to tell you the baby's gender? Luo Yao looked at Lin Ran, and Lin Ran shook his head. Having a baby is like drawing a lottery. It's good to have some anticipation. Whether it was a boy or a girl, it was their creation. Knowing that the baby was perfectly healthy, Lin Ran was also relieved. Almost 3 months had passed, and the dangerous period was about to be over. This also meant his wife was about to be revived at full health. And indeed, Luo Yao was already getting impatient for the feeling of being enveloped in Lin Ran's love. Yao Yao, Wang Anjian has been out of the sterile ward for over a month. I want to visit him, and then later go to old Wu's wedding. Luo Yao nodded. I'll go with you. Wang Anjian had his surgery before the new year and stayed in the ward for a month. He was now back in his previous VIP room. He was recovering very well and seemed much more energetic. When Lin Ran and Luo Yao entered, Wang Anjian's eyes widened and he cried out in surprise. Wow, what a beautiful big sister. You and brother Lin Ran are a match made in heaven. With just one opening sentence, Wang Anjian solved the problem of Luo Yao's androphobia. Lin Ran walked up to Wang Anjian and gave him the gift he had brought. Luo Yao also looked at the little boy before her. Big sister, are you the one brother Lin Ran loves? Luo Yao rarely showed a smile. Was it you who inscribed the photo for Ran? Wang Anjian excitedly raised his little hand. It was me. Brother Lin Ran really did fall in love with a pretty big sister. But I wrote the words brother Lin Ran said them. Lin Ran was also a little surprised that Luo Yao didn't seem to have any aversion to Wang Anjian. Didn't she have androphobia? Luo Yao didn't naturally like children. She just wanted to see what it felt like to interact with one. But facing Wang Anjian, she suddenly felt that children weren't so bad after all, which was why she squeezed out a smile. Her androphobia was not innate. It began because she grew up in the deep mountains, where men forced her to train and kill every day, making her hate them. Tragically, when she grew up, the men in her family forced her to become a guardian, which made her hate men even more. Later, as she entered society, she met too many men with impure gazes. Their eyes were filled with lust. Luo Yao despised that kind of gaze and gradually developed androphobia. But Wang Anjian, although he said she was beautiful, his eyes were as clear as a lake, without a trace of profanity, a very pure gaze. This also greatly reduced Luo Yao's prejudice against men. "Oh, so what did your brother Lin Ran say?" Wang Anjian immediately spoke, as if he didn't need to recall it all. "Brother said he was searching for his true self. He also said you've always loved him, but he hurt you, so I promised brother Lin Ran that when I saw you, I must convey that he loves you very much. Pretty big sister, you won't blame brother Lin Ran, right?" Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran. Did Ran really say such things? Lin Ran showed no shyness at all, pulling Luo Yao in his arms. "Of course. Don't I tell you I love you every day?" Seeing the two of them hugging, Wang Anjian covered his eyes, but the gaps between his fingers exposed his gossipy heart. Only after Luo Yao and Lin Ran separated did he lower his hand. "And also, brother Lin Ran said I could get to be the flower boy at your wedding. When are you getting married?" Lin Ran said with a smile. "Soon. When the autumn wind blows you back to school, we'll get married." Wang Anjian nodded heavily. "Autumn will definitely come soon, and you two will be happy for a lifetime." Lin Ran suddenly felt that having a little angel like Wang Anjian would be nice. Previously, he was more inclined to have a daughter, but now he felt that boys could be cute too. "Anjian, your brother and sister are busy heading to someone else's wedding, so we'll leave now. You be a good boy and cooperate with your treatment, okay?" "Okay, busy, you're all busy. It's good to be busy." Wang Anjian mimicked a line from a commercial, which made even Lin Ran laugh, and even Luo Yao's lips curled up slightly. "Brother and sister, I was just kidding. You guys go ahead. I'll be good and listen to the nurses." Wang Anjian's smile was bright and healing. Outside the hospital, Lin Ran finally asked, "Yao Yao, are you going with me to Old Wu and Shun Jingbing's wedding?" Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran. "You make it sound like they're a gay couple too." Lin Ran. Something seemed wrong, but also seemed fine. These two, they really know how to pick a date. Getting married on Qingming Festival. What kind of thinking is that? Lin Ran complained while thinking to himself. Such a bizarre wedding date. It was 99% Shun Jingbing's idea. Luo Yao leaned close to Lin Ran's face. "I hear a lot of people are attending today's wedding. Do you think there will be some pretty young girls there?" "There will definitely be quite a few. If Yao Yao is worried, you'll have to keep a close eye on me. Although I won't look at any other woman, I can't stop those women from looking at me." Luo Yao thought what Lin Ran said made some sense, and her eyes became a little dangerous. "Then let's go together. It just so happens that Eat Bewley also told me to move around more. If someone doesn't know their place, I can stretch my muscles a bit." Lin Ran smiled helplessly. What the doctor meant was for her to do some simple exercises like taking a walk, not for her to get into a fight with someone. But with him by her side, there probably wouldn't be any incidents. The reason he said that was also because he didn't want to be separated from Luo Yao. So he nodded and instructed Wang Bao to the Panga Hotel. Drive steadily, even without Lin Ran's instruction. Ever since they found out Luo Yao was pregnant, the entire manor had become extremely cautious. By the time they arrived at the Panga Hotel, the wedding venue was almost full, making the entire banquet hall look exceptionally festive. Of course, Lin Ran and Luo Yao entered under the protection of their bodyguards. Many of the people present were acquaintances of Lin Ran, as he and Wu Zhishang shared the same circle of friends. Many of his good friends from Peking University had also come, and even Principal Tang had personally attended. Lin Ran and Luo Yao were arranged at the Wu family's main table. Besides the newlyweds, Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan, this table also included their parents, making a total of 8 people with Lin Ran and Luo Yao. However, right now, only the 2 of them were at the table. Everyone else was already backstage getting ready. Lin Ran nodded towards the table with the principal and his former counselor, as a form of greeting. This got Principal Tang extremely excited, and he smiled and greeted Lin Ran and the others in return. Luo Yao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Sensing the change in Luo Yao, Lin Ran followed her line of sight. He saw Zhang Xiaolan sitting at a nearby table with her head down, with Zhang Xiaolong beside her. Lin Ran frowned. Zhang Xiaolan had no connection with Wu Zhishang, so logically, she shouldn't have been invited. There was only one possibility. She had come with Zhang Xiaolong. And that was indeed the case. Zhang Xiaolong knew Zhang Xiaolong was coming to Wu Zhishang's wedding and had taken the initiative to accompany him. Zhang Xiaolong hadn't thought much of it. His sister usually didn't have much of a social life, so it would be good to bring her out to meet more people. At the wedding venue, Zhang Xiaonan kept her head down, constantly observing, until Lin Ran entered. He was still so dazzling in a crowd, his smile still so sunny. Zhang Xiaonan didn't ask for much. She just wanted to see Lin Ran from a distance one more time. In the past, she had heard many stories about Lin Ran and had fantasized about being his salvation, giving this boy who had been hurt since childhood a warm embrace. But later she discovered that her so-called fantasies were, in the end, just fantasies. Someone more suitable than her was already by Lin Ran's side. She loved Lin Ran so much, and she was so beautiful. Compared to her, she was truly like a speck of dust. Zhang Xiaonan, it's not that you're not good enough, it's that she is too good. Zhang Xiaonan looked up again, just in time to meet Luo Yao's icy gaze. She didn't flinch, but gave Luo Yao a warm smile. This smile stunned Luo Yao for a moment. Luo Yao felt this smile had power, a kind of heartwarming power. Even Luo Yao had to admit the strength and kindness that emanated from Zhang Xiaowan's core. She felt a little worried. If Zhang Xiaowan really got close to Ran, would it catch his attention? Luo Yao turned to look at Lin Ran and found his gaze fixed on her, as if he had never paid attention to anyone else. Luo Yao smiled, her smile filled with love for Lin Ran and a desire for possession. This beautiful scene was captured by Zhang Xiaowan, who offered her heartfelt blessings in her heart. At the same time, there was a trace of disappointment. I can warm the whole world, but I can't warm you. Lin Ran is great, Luo Yao is great, and I'm great too. But it's time to let go. Brother, I'm going back to school first. Huh? You're not going to watch the ceremony. Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. Zhang Xiaonan gave her brother a faint smile. I've watched it. It was beautiful. Zhang Xiaolong was completely bewildered, not understanding what his sister was talking about. Luo Yao's peripheral vision caught Zhang Xiaonan getting up to leave, and she chose not to make things difficult for her. Perhaps for kind people, she was willing to let them off the hook. The premise was that they didn't get close to her Ran, and she could sense that Zhang Xiaonan had truly let go. She probably wouldn't appear in front of Lin Ran again. This was a woman's intuition, and Luo Yao had always trusted her intuition. Besides the departed Zhang Xiaonan, many others were frequently looking in their direction. A few bold ones even wanted to get a closer look at the two of them, but were stopped by bodyguards and hotel security. This wasn't the bodyguards being overprotective. The more people there were, the higher the risk. Luo Yao and Lin Ran's lives were far too valuable. Accompanied by music, the MC walked elegantly to the center of the stage, and the wedding officially began. After a series of professional opening remarks, it was time for the grooms to make their entrance. The lighting changed, and a sweet atmosphere began to fill the air. The entrance was exquisitely decorated, like a fairyland from a fairy tale. Two huge arches leaned against each other, entwined with voluptuous roses and verdant ivy. In this beautiful scene, the two conspicuous grooms entered with their arms around each other's shoulders. The two men, dressed in groom's attire and wearing gauze hats, walked in, but they looked as if they had just had a fight. Their hats were askew, and they were arguing as they walked. My wife is prettier. No, my wife is prettier. Your wife looks like a fool when she smiles. Your wife looks like a tiger when she's fierce. The two gave no ground verbally, arguing incessantly, but their steps were extremely confident. The MC was also stunned for a moment and quickly smoothed things over. It seems both grooms love their brides very much. Then let's see which bride is prettier. Next, please welcome the brides. The lighting changed again, casting a path towards happiness. The entire aisle was decorated with fiery rose petals, each petal shimmering with a charming luster under the lights. On both sides of the aisle were ivy decorations, symbolizing eternity, signifying that the couple's love would last forever. With the rhythm of the music, the two brides entered. Just as the pair of clowns, Wu Zhishang and Shun Jingbing, were preparing to greet their brides, they suddenly froze. The MC revealed a mischievous smile. Since both grooms feel that their bride is the most beautiful woman, why don't you guess which one is your bride? The two brides stood with their veils on, waiting for their husbands to give their answers. Below the stage, Lin Ran pinched his chin. What if they guess wrong? Luo Yao, they won't be wrong. Even I can tell them apart. Lin Ran? Wait, how can you tell them apart? Luo Yao pointed to the one with a more stunning figure. That's Zhang Xinyan. Lin Ran had a sudden realization. So that's how. Suddenly, Luo Yao's gaze towards Lin Ran filled with iciness. Is Ran also admiring her? Huh? No. Who said I was admiring her? I was just marveling at my wife's keen powers of observation. On stage, Wu Zhishang pointed out Zhang Xinyan without any hesitation and looked at Shun Jingbing with a proud expression, a blatant display of provocation. Shun Jingbing scoffed, "Even though I was a bit slower than you, my wife is prettier." His words sent the audience into fits of laughter. Next was the wedding ceremony. The fathers of the two brides came on stage, took their daughters' hands, and placed them in the groom's hands. Then, the two couples served tea to their in-laws, following the traditional Chinese wedding process. Lin Ran watched the couple on stage and sighed. Luo Yao leaned her head close to his. "Why is Ran sighing?" Lin Ran said melancholically, "I'm thinking that old Wu and Zhang Xinyan have known each other for so much less time than us, yet they're getting married first. I lost this round to him. But we're also registered, and we did it before them," Luo Yao explained. Lin Ran shook his head. "In our China, some people register before the wedding, some after, but marriage is always counted from the wedding day, like for wedding anniversaries." Luo Yao tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed to make sense. "Don't be sad, Ran. I'll have someone ruin their wedding, and then we'll get married first." Lin Ran was instantly stunned. "Know this. Let's just forget it. We'll spare his life. Even though his wedding is earlier than mine, his wife isn't as beautiful as mine. My wife is the most beautiful in the world." Lin Ran's words made Luo Yao even happier, and she nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll listen to Ran." Ran said she was the most beautiful. But just because Luo Yao wasn't causing trouble didn't mean others wouldn't. Just as Zhang Xinyan was serving tea to Wu Zhishang's parents. "Wait!" A sudden shout, and a woman ran in. "Wu Zhishang, you can't marry her. You can only marry me. Come with me today, and I swear I'll never leave you again." Lin Ran looked in the direction of the voice and cursed under his breath. Damn, how unlucky. Wu Zhishang was also stunned for a moment. After getting a clear look at the person, his face darkened. The person was none other than Zhao Miao Miao. The venue instantly erupted. "Whoa, this woman is here to crash the wedding, right? I'm not mistaken, am I? I just came to attend a wedding. I didn't expect to witness such a dramatic scene with my own eyes. This gift money was well spent. I know this woman. She's Wu Zhishang's ex-girlfriend, Zhao Miao Miao. She's said to be a scum woman who was involved with her male bestie while dating Wu Zhishang." Discussions popped up in every corner of the banquet hall, instantly making Wu Zhishang the center of attention. Zhang Xinyan hadn't expected such a dramatic scene either. She turned to look at Wu Zhishang, who squeezed the hand he was holding even tighter. Zhang Xinyan instantly relaxed. She knew Wu Zhishang was telling her, "Don't worry, I'll always be by your side." What Wu Zhishang was actually trying to express was, "Hold on tight, don't rush out and start a fight with her, it won't look good. Zhishang, come back. That woman only loves your money. I'm the only one who truly loves you." Wu Zhishang scoffed, looking at Zhao Miao Miao with contempt. If you're here to attend the wedding, I can let you squat in a corner and watch. After the banquet starts, I'll treat you to some leftovers. But if you're here to cause trouble, then I'll have to have you thrown out. Also, if you dare say another bad word about my wife, I'll slap you so hard you won't know which way you came from." With just those few sentences, Zhao Miao Miao's character was already being spread among the guests, and the discussions grew louder. Zhao Miao Miao's tears didn't need any coaxing. They fell at a moment's notice, a truly heart-wrenching sight. Lin Ran couldn't watch anymore. He gave Abu a look. "Don't let her." Before Lin Ran could finish, a figure rushed out. It wasn't Wu Zhishang, but Shun Jingbing. Finally someone looking for a beating. He ran over and kicked Zhao Miao Miao, sending her flying, then turned back to instruct, "You guys continue with the tea ceremony. I'll go help Director Wu take care of this scum woman." It was normal for Shun Jingbing and Wu Zhishang to mess with each other, but when someone came to cause trouble, he had to stand up for his brother. The entire audience was dumbfounded. What was it that just rushed out? Was it the other groom? I think so. But why did Shun Jingbing rush out when she was looking for Wu Zhishang? This wedding is so chaotic. However, as Zhao Miao Miao was dragged away by Shun Jingbing and security, the wedding returned to normal. Zhang Xinyan's parents looked a bit displeased, but after a few simple words of explanation and a bit of cute pleading from Zhang Xinyan, they smiled again. Zhang Xinyan continued to serve tea to Wu Zhishang's parents and change her form of address. Lin Ran thought for a moment and instructed Abu, "Shun Jingbing won't be able to scare that woman. You go take care of it. Make it so Zhao Miao Miao never dares to appear again." Abu nodded and left. After the interlude, Shun Jingbing returned, clapping his hands. The entire wedding proceeded perfectly. After the ceremony, the two men carried their new brides for a lap around the venue, showing off their strength. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan's parents also came to their seats. Upon seeing Lin Ran, they all greeted him warmly, especially Wu Mu, who had only seen Luo Yao online and was meeting her for the first time in person. She had known Lin Ran for many years. The number of meals Lin Ran had freeloaded at the Wu household was countless. Seeing that Lin Ran had found such a beautiful wife, her mouth broke into a wide, happy grin. You must be Yao Yao. You're even more beautiful in person than on screen. Our little Ran is so lucky to have married you. Wu Mu was a rather straightforward woman, saying whatever was on her mind. Luo Yao nodded. It's my luck to be able to marry Ran. Seeing the young couple getting along so well, Wu Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had always been a little worried that Lin Ran was being kept by Luo Yao, but after seeing a lot of news about Lin Ran and Luo Yao in the past 6 months, she had slowly started to ship them, and the more she shipped, the more she was hooked. Seeing it with her own eyes today made her even more at ease. At this moment, Wu Zhishang finally arrived with Zhang Xinyan. Brother Lin, sister-in-law. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Congratulations, little brother. Wu Zhishang was genuinely happy today. Ever since he decided to marry Zhang Xinyan, it seemed he had truly stitched up his old scars. Even when Zhao Miao Miao stood before him today, he really felt nothing anymore. Zhang Xinyan looked down at Luo Yao, her eyes filled with admiration for her idol, Director Luo. Luo Yao also nodded unexpectedly. Happy wedding. Zhang Xinyan was stunned. Her idol was congratulating her. Just then, Shun Jingbing ran over, shouting, Big brother, why aren't you sitting at my table? I saved a spot for you. Lin Ran smiled and waved his hand. It's the same no matter where I sit. Wu Zhishang stood up, pulling Zhang Xinyan with him. Brother Lin, I'm gonna make a toast. Lin Ran nodded. Wu Zhishang and Zhang Xinyan walked over to Shun Jingbing. Don't worry about these things. Let's go make a toast. Shun Jingbing rolled his eyes at Wu Zhishang. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Zhishang was his superior, he probably would have slapped him already. The two couples went up on stage. Both Wu Zhishang and Shun Jingbing were locals, and many relatives and friends were present today. It was impossible for them to toast at every single table, so they stood on stage to propose a collective toast. At this time, Abu had also returned. Seeing that some elders had joined the table, he lowered his voice and reported to Lin Ran. It's handled. That Zhao Miao Miao won't have the courage to show up again. Lin Ran nodded. Uncle, Auntie, Yao Yao, and I will be heading back now. Wu Fu and Wu Mu were both stunned. The banquet had just begun. At this moment, Wu Zhishang and the others also returned after their toast, and saw that Lin Ran was already up and ready to leave. Wu Zhishang and Shun Jingbing asked at the same time, leaving so early? Lin Ran had a matter-of-fact expression. The blessings have been delivered, the gift money has been given, and I've even covered the hotel bill for you. What more do you want? If he hadn't promised them he would come back to attend the wedding, he might not have come at all. But it was worth the trip. At least he got to see a good show. Wu Zhishang quickly shook his head. I didn't mean that. I just wanted you to stay a little longer. Luo Yao's cold gaze swept over Wu Zhishang, and he immediately changed his tune. Resting is more important. Brother Lin, you guys go ahead. Shen Jingbing looked at Wu Zhishang with contempt. Coward. Big brother. As the saying goes, a man should act like a man, even if his wife. Shen Jingbing felt a cold, murderous intent as he spoke. Even if his wife doesn't say anything, a man should go home early. You go back first, big brother. Wu Zhishang looked at Shun Jingbing with contempt. Wimp. Lin Ran smiled. These two clowns were as good at reading the room as ever. After leaving the banquet hall, they went straight back to the manor. No place like home, no tree like the one in your own luxurious villa. It was still more comfortable at home, where he could be lovey-dovey with his wife without any interruptions. As soon as they arrived at Villa No. 1, Fubo reported, Lu Meng just sent a message saying something has come up in Shanghai that might require Mrs. attention to resolve. Lin Ran frowned. He was about to retire. Why couldn't things just be peaceful? Luo Yao was also a bit puzzled. She had already instructed not to be disturbed unless it was a matter of utmost importance. All right, I understand. You may go now. After Fubo left, she called Lu Meng. What happened in Shanghai? Lu Meng's voice came through the phone. The family of Qi Chenwei, the general manager of the Shanghai region, found her, and a conflict broke out between them, specifically because of her relationship with Xiao Tong. Luo Yao breathed a sigh of relief. So that was it. She thought it was something major. What did the Qi family say? The Qi family is very unhappy with us right now. They say we're using our power to shelter Qi Chenwei and are demanding we fire her. The Qi family is an old family from Sichuan, and we have many project collaborations with them. I didn't dare to act on my own. Luo Yao scoffed. What did the Luo group, firing or not firing an employee, have to do with them? They know our strength and still dare to say that? You need to remember, we don't start trouble, but we are never afraid of it. The Qi family of Sichuan is just an ordinary first-tier family. How dare they command us? Lu Meng, where has your courage gone? If you can't even protect your own subordinates, who will be loyal to you in the future? Luo Yao's words enlightened Lu Meng. That's right. Lately, since taking over the Luo group, she had been too cautious, even meticulously planning how to deal with the remnants of the Yu, Ai, and Zhang families, worrying about both the authorities and her opponents. In reality, with the Luo group's current status and power, they were fully capable of suppressing them into a lifetime of obscurity. This time, when the Qi family found Qi Chengwei, she actually considered whether to back down. This was not her, Lu Meng's, style. She had sworn to become a woman like Luo Yao. Luo Yao's voice continued on the phone. I hope you can maintain your original self. Tell Qi Chengwei not to be afraid of the Qi family. If the Qi family dares to make trouble for them, just impose sanctions. Understood. Lu Meng's reply was crisp. She had come to her senses. Why should someone with power make things difficult for themselves? Luo Yao could already feel that Lu Meng was back at full strength, so she said no more. When faced with provocation, if you are not assertive, you will be bullied. This principle applies in school, at work, and in society. After hanging up, Luo Yao called Xiao Tong over. Your woman is being bullied in Shanghai. Go and face it with her. Xiao Tong was stunned, then nodded. Thank you, miss. Just as she was about to leave, Luo Yao spoke. You don't need to come back. Xiao Tong's steps froze instantly. She turned back and asked uncertainly, Miss means? Lin Ran walked over and patted his shoulder. It's time you had a family. We've arranged a new job for you in Shanghai. You can go without worry. Xiao Tong lowered his head and suddenly knelt on the ground. Thank you, Miss and young Master Lin, for your blessing. As Lin Ran's personal bodyguard, he was supposed to work for many years. To be released early was the greatest reward he could receive. After Xiao Tong left, Lin Ran and Luo Yao looked at each other and smiled. With them as their backing, they believed that Xiao Tong and Qi Chengwei's story would have a rather happy ending. They were not wrong. After Qi Chengwei received the imperial decree of immunity, she directly ground the Qi family's face into the dirt. The more the Qi family resisted, the harder Qi Chengwei struck. She used Luo Yao's formidable power to lord over the Qi family, pushing them into a crisis. In just 3 days, the Qi family bowed their heads and took the initiative to show goodwill to Qi Chengwei. What is happiness? Everyone has a different definition of happiness. For Qi Chengwei, happiness was controlling her own life with the person she loved by her side. Now that this goal was accomplished, there were no more obstacles in her future life. After years of separation, Xiao Tong and Qi Chengwei finally walked down the aisle. The wedding was held in Shanghai. There weren't many people present. They had only invited a few of their closest friends. Qi Chengwei's parents also came uninvited, under the pretext of representing the Qi family. Listen to that. How ridiculous. The biological parents attending their daughter's wedding were only there to represent the family. Qi Chengwei ignored them the entire time and didn't introduce her parents to anyone. Not throwing them out was the limit of Qi Chengwei's tolerance. Family? She couldn't care less. In her eyes, she had no family besides Xiao Tong. The couple didn't invite many relatives and friends, but every guest was someone of note. For example, Lu Xiangshi, Fubo, Abu, Wang Bao, Lu Meng, and Lin Ran were in the audience. Luo Yao didn't come because it was inconvenient for her to fly to Shanghai, so Lin Ran represented them. They gave Xiao Tong a large red envelope, the kind of number that could set a person up for life. After the ceremony, the banquet officially began. During this time, everyone toasted each other, but no one paid any attention to the Qi family's parents, which put the two uninvited elders in an awkward position. Finally, Qi Chengwei's father, Qi Jindian, couldn't stand it anymore, stood up, and left with his wife. The Qi family was currently having a tough time due to the sanctions. They had come this time hoping to ease the relationship with Qi Chengwei and get her to be lenient, giving the Qi family a chance to breathe. But now it seemed that was not very likely. They couldn't understand how their well-behaved daughter had become so rebellious. Qi Chengwei glanced at her departing parents with disdain. In the past, she had thought the Qi family was an immovable mountain. Now, the Qi family was nothing special. After the Qi parents left, the atmosphere at the venue became even more harmonious. Lu Xiangshi was a girl who could liven up the atmosphere. She was in a good mood attending the wedding this time, but also a little disappointed. She was in a good mood because she had successfully taken over the Liu family and gained a high status in the Shanghai social circle, being looked up to wherever she went. But if anyone treated her as a naive, sweet girl, they would be gravely mistaken. In reality, this girl was full of skills. She hadn't been in charge of the Liu family for long, but the methods she displayed were extraordinary, once shocking a group of established companies in Shanghai. Even Qi Chengwei was amazed by her business talent. At this moment, Liu Xiangshi was talking quietly with Lu Ming, glancing at Lin Ran from time to time, and then would sigh. Lin Ran was completely baffled. He didn't remember having any dealings with Liu Xiangshi. In fact, Liu Xiangshi was sighing because she was a little disappointed. She was an avid fan of the Luo Shun Jianglin CP, and this time she only saw one of them. She was starting to worry that her CP had broken up. So she pulled Lu Ming aside to secretly inquire. Lu Ming lowered her voice so much that only the two of them could hear. When Liu Xiangshi learned the reason for Luo Yao's absence, her eyes lit up with excitement. Sister Ming, don't worry. I promise I won't tell anyone about Director Luo's pregnancy. Liu Xiangshi promised while continuing to plead. Little sister would also like to have an autographed photo of Luo Shun Jianglin. I wonder if Sister Ming can help me, please. In response to this request, Lu Ming gave her a piece of advice. Manage the Liu family in Shanghai well, and what you want will surely come true. Maybe you could even become the godmother to their child when it's born. What Lu Ming didn't know was that her words spurred Liu Xiangshi's rapid growth. No one could imagine how dazzling Liu Xiangshi would become in the near future, becoming one of the two golden flowers of Shanghai alongside Qi Chengwei. Feel free to imagine. After this wedding, Lin Ran immediately flew back to Kyoto to be with his wife. What was happiness to them? For Luo Yao, happiness was the days she had Lin Ran. For Lin Ran, happiness was the days that belonged to Luo Yao. For this wedding, Lin Ran was away from Luo Yao for less than 12 hours, but it felt like a lifetime. Upon returning home, he couldn't wait to embrace Luo Yao. Yao Yao, from now on, no matter whose wedding it is, I'm not going. I can't leave you at all. Luo Yao felt the same. When Lin Ran wasn't by her side, her heart was like an endless dark abyss, but the moment Lin Ran appeared, it was completely lit up. Ran, you still have one wedding to attend. Your own? Lin Ran shook his head. Ours. Luo Yao didn't care much about the wedding. It was just a small wish of Lin Ran's that she wanted to fulfill. She wasn't looking forward to it at all. Not one bit. I can be your bride every day. Lin Ran. Their bodies were like the strings of a chain, each vibration producing a beautiful melody, the tune lingering and intoxicating. Love was like a dance. You retreat, and I advance. You spin, and I twirl. Happiness blooming in the rhythm, passion soaring in the steps. The chapter of happiness was written in daily life. In addition to this, life also needed some fun. Some fun came uninvited, while other fun needed to be sought. In a dark basement somewhere in Kyoto, the mother and son, who had just regained their freedom, were forced by circumstances to live here temporarily. Xiao Jian, can you give Mom some money to see a doctor? Mom has no money for medicine. What illness did Liu Yumei have? Those who know. Lin Jian glanced at Liu Yumei without a word. He was annoyed with everyone right now. Lin Jian was released a little later than Liu Yumei because his sentence was slightly longer. After all, there were many online witnesses to how he had abused Lin Tianba. His time in prison was a living hell, even worse than Liu Yumei's. At first, Liu Yumei and Liu Rushue tormented each other inside. After Liu Rushue left, she was tormented by others. Besides being beaten and abused every day, she could only sleep in the bathroom. Later, because of Liu Yumei's bioweapon mother status, her inmates were infected, and she was targeted even more harshly. Any object could be used. So why was Lin Jian's situation even worse? Before answering this question, one must first understand a principle. Whether Lin Jian was a green tea bitch or just a scumbag, it was undeniable that he had a pretty face. The men behind high walls had no contact with women for long periods. One can imagine the result for a pretty boy like Lin Jian after going in. Even more miraculously, his green tea behavior was not only useless inside, but also caused others to have fantasies. Thus, Lin Jian became a live target for fencing. In addition, there was a cell boss named Jia Laoban who beat him 3 times a day. Lin Jian was essentially surviving under both physical and mental torture. This led to a drastic change in his temperament after he got out. He became irritable at the slightest provocation and even engaged in self-harm. Liu Yumei couldn't bear to see Lin Jian like this, and could only try to comfort him constantly. But what she received were Lin Jian's fists. He would often beat Liu Yumei until she was black and blue, and after hitting her, he would hurl all sorts of insults, very harsh ones. For example, right now, slap. With a single slap, Liu Yumei's lip was bleeding. Bitch, it's all your fault for not being capable enough, for ruining the Lin family like this. Now we can't find Lin Tianba, we can't find the Liu family, and we can't even find your old flame. You have no use value anymore, and you want money for medicine? Why don't you just die? Liu Yumei lowered her head and sobbed. She had never in her life imagined she would end up this miserable. When she first got out, she had thought of finding Liu Renqi, but he beat her black and blue and threw her out without a second word. When Liu Yumei went to find Liu Renqi a second time, he had already moved. His phone number was also disconnected. Liu Yumei knew she no longer had any support in this world. As for Lin Tianba, she wouldn't even think of looking for him. What for? To find herself a burden? Son, I'm your mother. How can you hit me? Lin Jian had a vicious look on his face. You don't deserve to be my mother at all. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. He spoke harshly while considering what other use value Liu Yumei might have. Liu Yumei was heartbroken, but she still endured the grief and tried to persuade him. Son, why have you become like this? You need to pull yourself together. We have hands and feet. We can still make a living. Hearing this, Lin Jian became even more enraged and unleashed another round of punches and kicks on Liu Yumei. If you're so good at talking, then what are you waiting for? Get the hell out and earn money for me. Bang! Suddenly, the basement door was kicked open. The mother and son looked over in unison and saw a simple but terrifying face. You too, my young Master Lin invites you. Young Master Lin? Lin Ran? Liu Yumei and Lin Jian's hearts both skipped a beat. The current Lin Ran was no longer the pushover they could bully at will. They knew that if they fell into Lin Ran's hands, what awaited them would be endless torture. No, we're not going. Abu frowned. That's not up to you. With that, he walked towards a mother and son step by step. Lin Jian/Liu Yumei, don't come over here. By the alligator pond at Dongtian Manor, Lin Ran was throwing pieces of meat one by one. Several alligators twisted their plump bodies to fight for them. Just as he was getting bored, Abu arrived with the people. Young Master Lin, I've brought them. Lin Ran looked at the 2 sacks on Abu's back and nodded. Dump them out. Abu emptied the 2 unconscious people from the sacks and had them woken up. When the 2 woke up and saw their surroundings, they were scared stiff. Brother, don't lay an egg. With one sentence, Lin Ran silenced Lin Jian. Liu Yumei glanced at Lin Ran and then lowered her head deeply, silently chanting, he can't see me, he can't see me. He please. Lin Ran made a please gesture. The mother and son looked confused. Seeing that neither of them moved, Lin Ran said impatiently, please escort them over to watch the show. The bodyguards propped the 2 up, forcing them to look at the alligators with their mouths open, waiting to be fed in the enclosure. Lin Ran threw a piece of bone-in meat inside. With a splat, the bone and flesh shattered, and the alligator that caught the food began to swallow. As he fed them, Lin Ran said nonchalantly, let me educate you. These are called Siamese crocodiles, distributed in Southeast Asian countries. They are an internationally endangered protected species, and in our China, they are also a key grade 1 protected animal. It's illegal to privately hunt or raise them. Liu Yumei and Lin Jian were both dazed. They didn't understand why Lin Ran was talking about this, and they didn't dare to ask. Without looking at them, Lin Ran threw another piece of meat. Splat! The sound of the alligator's jaws snapping shut made their scalps tingle. A smile gradually appeared on Lin Ran's lips. It's a shame, really. I've killed dozens of such rare alligators. If someone found out, how many years do you think I'd have to spend in prison? At this question from Lin Ran, Liu Yumei and Lin Jian were even more confused. Lin Jian even pointed to himself. Huh? Are you asking me? This, killing a grade 1 protected animal, with serious circumstances, could be more than 5 years, right? Lin Jian obediently answered the question. Lin Ran finally turned to look at the mother and son. When he saw Liu Yumei's bruised face, the smile on his lips widened. This guy Lin Jian was quite ruthless, even to his only relative. What a character. I'm surprised you know a little bit of the law, but you still don't understand what I'm trying to say. With that, Lin Ran walked up to Lin Jian, a sinister smile on his face. I've killed dozens of Siamese alligators and haven't been arrested, and I can't continue to raise them with impunity. Do you understand now? After realizing, Lin Jian's eyes widened instantly. He looked at Lin Ran in horror. Liu Yumei still didn't understand Lin Ran's meaning, but her fear was no less than Lin Jian's. A little Ran, Mom, I don't like alligators. See, can you let me go? Lin Ran tilted his head to look at this T0 version brainwashing expert, feeling a sense of amusement. Were Lu Yumei's brainwashing skills that great? Not necessarily. It was just that she happened to meet a fool like Lin Tianba. In his past life, he was also a fool, but he had woken up now. Looking back as an outsider, Lu Yumei's methods were just so. In this life, she had only managed to control Lin Tianba. Besides Lin Tianba, she couldn't brainwash anyone else. Now she couldn't even control her own son, who could beat and curse her, his mother, at will. Pathetic and laughable. As he thought about it, Lin Ran really laughed out loud, but his smile carried a terrifying power. Seeing Lin Ran smile, Lu Yumei felt a chill all over her body. Why hadn't she ever noticed how terrifying Lin Ran was before? Alligators, like people, are protected by law. If it's not a crime for me to kill an alligator, do you think it would be a crime for me to kill you? Lu Yumei felt her head buzz. She finally understood what Lin Ran was expressing. Lin Ran's smile disappeared. He casually threw a lamb leg, which landed accurately in the mouth of an alligator. The moment the alligator's jaws closed, splat, it bit through both meat and bone. Lin Ran was in no hurry. He continued to educate the two, his intention being to torture their minds. The bite force of a Siamese crocodile is an astonishing 1,500 kilograms. Even the hardest bone in your body would be easily crushed. One bite like that, what a wonderful sound, tsk tisk. Seeing Lin Ran's expression of enjoyment, beads of sweat dripped down the foreheads of both Lin Jian and Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei even felt the world spin and was about to faint. Lin Ran asked in surprise, "Oh my, why are you sweating? You don't think I'm going to throw you in, do you? Hey. Hearing this laughter, Lu Yumei and her son were on the verge of collapse. The laughter suddenly stopped, and Lin Ran said with a sincere expression, "Don't worry, I won't throw you in." Lu Yumei swallowed hard. Hee. I knew little Ran wouldn't do that. You've always been a kind child. Lin Jian also finally pulled himself back from the brink of collapse and said with a sigh of relief, "Brother, thank you for sparing my life. I won't throw you in, but I'll have someone else throw you in." Lin Ran's eyes turned playful again. The expressions on their two faces froze. Recalling the sound of the alligator's jaws snapping shut, their scalps tingled and their legs went weak. "Bro, you wouldn't do that, right?" Lin Ran ignored Lin Jian, looking expressionlessly at the alligators with their mouths open in the enclosure. Abu suddenly grabbed one in each hand, opened the enclosure gate, and pushed the two of them in. Lu Yumei shrieked in terror, while Lin Jian collapsed to the ground. The alligators seemed to sense the presence of living creatures and twisted their plump bodies as they crawled over. Lu Yumei screamed in despair. "Lin Ran, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life." The limp Lin Jian on the ground actually started to laugh. Hee. "Bitch, haven't you figured it out yet? He's never going to let us go." Lu Yumei stared in disbelief at the few alligators approaching from a distance. Outside the enclosure, Lin Ran smiled. "I didn't expect you to have such self-awareness. In that case, I'll give you a chance. Only one of you two can live." At this point, Lin Ran's tone became somewhat sinister, his smile unusually terrifying. "Remember, the first one to be bitten dies. I'll have someone rescue the remaining one. As for who gets to live, that depends on which of you is more ruthless." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lu Yumei was stunned. But the eyes of the limp Lin Jian immediately lit up. Now was not the time to consider whether Lin Ran would keep his word. They had no choice but to pray that Lin Ran would be true to his promise. Lin Jian looked at Lu Yumei with a crazed expression. "Mom, I'm sorry. Didn't you always say you love me very much? Then sacrifice yourself one more time for your son." With that, he grabbed Lu Yumei and tried to push her in front of the alligators. Lu Yumei's legs were so weak she could barely stand, but in the face of life and death, she finally erupted with unprecedented strength. Lin Ran watched with great interest from outside the enclosure. A gladiatorial combat between mother and son, where only one could survive. Very interesting. A few minutes later, the zookeepers drove the alligators away, and the bodyguards dragged Lu Yumei out. That's right, only Lu Yumei came out. Even Lin Ran was a little surprised that the final victor was Lu Yumei. Could this be Lu Yumei's version of a mother's strength? "I really didn't expect this. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. You truly surprised me. And Lin Jian was such a waste, a grown man losing to you. He deserved to die." At this moment, Lu Yumei's eyes were devoid of any human color, completely empty. After a long while, she broke down and cried. "My son." Seeing Lu Yumei like this, Lin Ran lost interest in playing anymore. "Lock her up. I know Luo Yao's basement has a lot of rats. I wonder if rats are afraid of being infected by the bioweapon mother. Go and verify it for me. Wang Bao immediately had someone drag Lu Yumei away. Lu Yumei roared, Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes and slowly said 2 words, revenge. Hearing that Lin Ran was seeking revenge, Lu Yumei fell into even greater despair. But I never hit you or scolded you. At most I just neglected you. What revenge are you taking? Lin Ran walked up to Lu Yumei and slowly brought his mouth to her ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Because you owe me 2 lives. One is my mother's and the other is mine. Lu Yumei looked confused. She didn't understand what Lin Ran meant. If he was talking about Su Yinyan, she could understand a little, as Lin Tianba causing Su Yinyan's death was somewhat related to her. But Lin Ran? Lu Yumei couldn't understand. After saying this, Lin Ran waved his hand, and 2 bodyguards dragged Lu Yumei away. Lin Ran felt a sense of relief all over. He had no mercy for this mother and son, because he understood a principle. Being merciful to one's enemies is being cruel to oneself. For example, today, if he had fallen into the hands of Lin Jian and his mother, he would have died a very miserable death. Of this, he was absolutely certain. After dealing with this matter, Lin Ran walked towards Villa No. 1. This time, he didn't ask Luo Yao to accompany him because Luo Yao was now pregnant, and he was afraid she would have an adverse reaction to such a scene. Although it was more likely she would be completely unfazed. Abu reminded him, Young Master Lin, do you need a car? Lin Ran shook his head. The weather in Kyoto was currently in the stage where spring was returning, but summer's heat had not yet arrived. The warm breeze was very comfortable, so he decided to walk back to the villa. The flowers on the roadside were blooming beautifully. Lin Ran picked a few of the most vibrant ones. By the time he returned to the villa, he had a colorful bouquet in his hands. Upon seeing Luo Yao, he handed her the flowers. My dear wife, the flowers are beautiful, but you are even more beautiful. Luo Yao's eyes curved into crescents as she took them and buried her face in the bouquet to smell them. So wildflowers are this beautiful. No wonder so many men want to pick them. Lin Ran, what I gave you are carefully cultivated flowers from our manor. I picked the most vibrant ones. They're not some wild flowers. Luo Yao tilted her head and asked, If they're not wild flowers, then what kind of flowers are they? Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he thought of an answer. They're the flowers from Lin Ran and Luo Yao's home. Fine, Luo Yao admitted that she was always captured by Lin Ran, and she was willing to fall into his gentle embrace, on the condition that this gentleness was only for her. I love the flowers. I also have a gift for Ran. It's Ran's favorite. Lin Ran was puzzled. I don't like gifts. I only like you. That's right. I'm giving you a Luo Yao to play with. She burrowed into Lin Ran's arms and teased his nerves with her fingers. Lin Ran's heart instantly grew hot. Luo Yao looked up. She was in a very good mood. Although she hadn't personally witnessed Lin Ran dealing with Lu Yumei and her son, she had heard it all. The current Lin Ran was ruthless in his actions, very much like her. Perhaps this was the so-called couple's resemblance. Besides this, what made Luo Yao even happier was that Lin Ran no longer had any enemies. From now on, he could devote all his energy to her. Ran, our era has arrived. Lin Ran carefully considered Luo Yao's words. His wife had a point. He indeed had no more worries or troubles, and the same went for Luo Yao. All their important enemies had been basically eliminated. Even the Yu, AI, and Zhang families, who had been wrestling with Luo Yao a while ago, were now in decline. The Yu family had been reduced to a second-tier family, and the 2 brothers, Yu Chengkai and Yu Qingquan, were at each other's throats. The Zhang family, having little foundation to begin with, had been squeezed out of the circle of the wealthy, with no hope of a comeback. Only the AI family was desperately clinging to its status as a first-tier family, but it was a world of difference from their previous top-tier status. They must all regret it now, but this was reality. New talents emerge with each generation. As some fall into obscurity, others rise to glory. As the 3 great families fell from their pedestals, it gave other families the chance to rise to brilliance. Some go down a mountain, some climb to the top, while Lin Ran and Luo Yao were the kind who soared in the clouds, looking down on everything, never fading. How could such people have any troubles? Human troubles come from a lack of money, and money was the one thing they did not lack. Even if they shut down all their industries, they could still live extravagantly for a lifetime. How does the saying go? Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without money. Is this statement correct? Some people would say that money can't buy family, friendship, love, time, health, and so on. But the reality is, what money can't buy, other methods can't buy either. When you are poor and destitute, the relatives around you will surely be few. When you're successful, relatives you haven't seen in ages will come knocking, telling you to keep in touch, each one of them sincerely wanting to befriend you. Is that not called kinship? Is that not called friendship? If someone thinks it's not, then sorry. In reality, most kinship and friendship are just like that. As for love, it's never something that wealthy people lack. Even if you're a bit poor, you can try spending 298 yuan to experience it for a few dozen minutes. Some people will also say that money can't buy life and time. Hith. When the doctor says the surgery costs $1 million, without money, you can only wait to die. With money, you can find a way out of a dead end. So tell me, can't life be bought? An inch of time is worth an inch of gold? You spend time washing clothes, doing housework, picking up kids. The rich have already used money to solve all their troubles. They not only save their own time to enjoy life, but also buy other people's time. So tell me, can't time be bought? Isn't the essence of everyone's hard work every day also because someone has bought their time? If there really is something that money can't buy, can other methods buy it? Seems like I'm rambling a bit. Those who feel triggered, gather over here. Lin Ran believed that his and Luo Yao's future would not have such troubles. They could happily enjoy life. Our era has indeed arrived, but I still need to take care of two things. Which two things? Lin Ran gently lifted Luo Yao's chin with his finger, his tone full of teasing. Guess. He left her in suspense. Luo Yao didn't dwell on it, because Lin Ran's actions had already triggered her sex addiction, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She threw herself at her husband without a care. In her heart, as long as she could be clingy with Lin Ran, she would always be happy. My love is like a tide of love pushing me towards you, following closely, a tide of love surrounding you and me, accompanied by the classic and nostalgic song. The two of them only had eyes for each other. A few days later, Wang Anjian was discharged from the hospital, and the entire manor became busy. The reason was simple. Fubo and Wang Ma's story was coming to its conclusion. When he proposed, he had promised that they would get married when Wang Anjian was discharged. So, the moment Wang Anjian was out of the hospital, the two went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and immediately put the wedding on the agenda. Fubo had originally prepared a very grand wedding for Wang Ma, but she refused. Wang Ma didn't like to be ostentatious. She felt that at their age, what was the point of all that fanfare? A simple ceremony at home, consummating the marriage, was enough. There was no need to make it so complicated. Besides, if you wanted a grand wedding, you needed friends and relatives, and besides the people in the manor, she and Fubo had almost no social life. Fubo had no choice but to compromise. The grand and solemn wedding was canceled, but she couldn't refuse a simple wedding, could she? In the end, Fubo requested permission from Luo Yao to hold it within the manor, and Luo Yao readily agreed. Seeing this, Wang Ma no longer insisted and agreed to this plan. Fubo had worked his whole life, and now his circle of friends was almost exclusively within the manor. The same went for Wang Ma. Her only relative was Wang Anjian, and her only friend used to be Lin Ran. Now, they were all in the manor. So, this was an internal wedding for the manor. On the wedding day, the only outside guest invited was Lu Meng. After all, she was Mrs. Second-in-Command, and they got along well. But Lu Meng didn't come alone. She brought her special assistant, Wang Fong, which added a bit of liveliness to the wedding. When the wedding began, Wang Ma looked in disbelief at the filled banquet hall. Fubo told her they were all staff from the manor. Did Dantian Manor have so many people? How come she had never seen them before? Of course she hadn't. Wang Ma usually confined herself to her work area and only saw the servants. One must know that Dantian Manor was no small place. It had its own independent system, like a small kingdom. The number of people in the security, servant, chef, cleaning, medical, gardening, maintenance, and other teams was not a small number. At this moment, Wang Ma seemed to understand the hardship of Fubo's daily life. As the sole old butler, managing so many people in the manor was indeed not an easy task. The wedding began, and Lin Ran and Luo Yao sat in the front row to watch the ceremony. The wedding of the two elders had no exciting moments, only the simplicity of a couple who had been through thick and thin together. Their love, after a long run, had finally reached the hall of marriage. Wang Anjian carried the rings representing their love. The newlyweds looked at their lovely grandson and smiled at each other, placing the rings on each other's ring fingers. Amidst the blessings and cheers of the crowd, they shared a kiss, declaring their undying vows, which was the most daring moment of the entire wedding. Lin Ran felt it was a bit too bland, so he arranged for the bodyguards and servants to go tease the newlyweds in their room that night. Neither Uncle Fu nor Mother Wong had expected to be teased by such a large group of children at their age. Perhaps this was a form of happiness, too. Seeing Mother Wong so shy that her head was about to burrow into the floor, Uncle Fu coughed twice to clear the room, wanting to show Mother Wong her man's authority. But he didn't expect his authority to fail him today. Several bodyguards smirked. Uncle Fu, young Master Lin, said that if you have the guts, you can kick us out tonight. Otherwise, you won't be getting into your bridal chamber. Uncle Fu was stunned, then shielded Mother Wong behind him with a solemn expression. Then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Come at me together. The bodyguards exchanged a look and nodded in unison. 5 against 1 was a bit of a bully, so they were very measured with their attacks. But as they fought, they realized something was wrong. They couldn't seem to beat this old geezer. Even when they later used their full strength, it felt like they were still a bit short. No one had expected that Uncle Fu, an old man of his age, would actually invite all 5 bodyguards out, successfully defending his bridal chamber. Uncle Fu looked at Mother Wong with a proud face. Your man is still capable, right? Mother Wong rolled her eyes at him. Show off. As she spoke, she used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. At your age, getting wild with a bunch of kids without holding back. Aren't you afraid of throwing out your old back? Uncle Fu's lips curved into a smile. I may be old, but my back isn't. It hasn't been used for many years since we were separated. Mother Wong paused, then withdrew her handkerchief and playfully punched him. You old lecher. The bridal chamber modern. Tom has no fur. Strong in old age. Love grows long, white-haired and silver-bearded, moistening red makeup. A pair of lotus flowers before the bed on a fragrant night. A withered lotus next to an old mulberry tree. Good poem, good poem. The more you eat, the more fragrant it becomes, Huang Shang Wang. In Villa No. 1. Lin Ran also laughed as he listened to the bodyguard's report. Abu, if you went too, could you beat Uncle Fu? Abu considered it seriously. Although Uncle Fu is old, he's very strong. It would be a 60-40 split between us. Lin Ran was taken aback, not expecting even Abu to lack this confidence. Just how strong was this old man? Who's the 60 and who's the 40? Abu, I'm the 4. Seconds. I can land 6 punches on him. Lin Ran. Haha, I didn't expect you to learn how to joke. Abu scratched his head with a simple and honest look. He didn't think he was joking. He just considered it a fact. In this world, besides Luo Yao, he truly feared no one. Even if Chen Lin were here, he was confident he could take him down within 3 minutes. Lin Ran tossed a nut into Luo Yao's mouth. What about you, wifey? Choo choo choo. Also a 60-40 split. Choo choo choo. 6 seconds. Choo choo choo. He dies 4 times. Choo choo choo. Lin Ran burst out laughing again. Huh? What kind of dark humor is this? Poor Uncle Fu. Luo Yao continued to add. That's just under normal combat conditions. If he dared to offend Iran, it would probably be a 90-10 split. On average, every 9 seconds, he'd regret why he was still alive. Lin Ran couldn't help but be amused by Luo Yao. How had he never discovered this humorous side of her before? Only Abu nodded. He knew Luo Yao wasn't joking. Back in that primeval forest, Luo Yao had tortured those Luo family instructors to the point where they were begging for mercy almost every second, until they turned to dust. From then on, the cruel life-and-death training became history, but a terrifying selection competition began. Of course, those being trained were no longer Luo family descendants, but talents scouted from all over the country. That place also became the cradle of Lin Ran's bodyguard team and Luo Yao's private prison. Luo Wuyo, for example, had spent a long time there. As for the previous Luo family descendants, they were hidden away by the last Luo family guardian, Luo Tongji, to continue their training. Due to the complicated situation at the time and Luo Tongji's own formidable strength, Luo Yao, who was stretched thin, didn't pursue them further. However, she managed to confine her activities to the primeval forest, preventing her from leaving. Later, Luo Tongji managed to escape with those people, but unexpectedly, they were still annihilated by Luo Yao in the end. Lin Ren only knew about the fates of Luo Wuyo and Luo Tongji from these stories. He was still unaware of the rest. Luo Yao wouldn't take the initiative to tell him. Perhaps when they traveled the world, she would take Lin Ran to see it for himself. Another shelled nut was brought to Luo Yao's lips. Luo Yao choo choo choo. Yao Yao, I've actually always had a regret. My combat power is a bit low. Is there any quick way to train? Faced with Lin Ran's question, Luo Yao's answer was very decisive. It's impossible for you to train it up yourself. You've already missed the optimal training age. Even if you could increase your combat power a little, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you waste your time on that, it means less time spent with me, and then I won't be happy. Do you want to make your Yao Yao unhappy? Lin Ran shook his head. No. Isn't there a way to have the best of both worlds? Luo Yao tilted her head and leaned closer to Lin Ran, like a small pet full of spring vitality, her lips gently touching Lin Ran's earlobe. Of course there is. Just take me with you wherever you go. Lin Ran was so teased by Luo Yao that his lips curled up. That makes sense. Luo Yao stuck out her little tongue and licked Lin Ran's cheek lightly, continuing to add, as the saying goes, no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you still fear a kitchen knife. If you practice your marksmanship well, you can also increase your combat power. The two seemed to be talking about how to become stronger, but only they knew what they were really implying. Lin Ran finally couldn't take it anymore. Yao Yao, is the gun you're talking about a real gun? Whether it's real or not depends on what you're thinking. Let's go to sleep. Lin Ran put down the nuts, lifted Luo Yao into his arms, and walked towards the bedroom. All right, then let's just innocently go to sleep. Lin Ran said, innocently, but whether it was actually innocent or not was hard to say. Not just Villa No. But Uncle Fu's villa was the same. Everyone was sleeping. The next day at noon, Lin Ran woke up late, feeling like his whole body was falling apart. He even suspected that the ones who got married yesterday weren't Uncle Fu and Mother Wong, but him and Luo Yao. He turned his head to look, but the wild little demon was nowhere to be found. Lin Ran smiled and shook his head as he got up to wash. When he came downstairs, he didn't see Luo Yao, but he unexpectedly saw Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, why are you here? Didn't I give you wedding leave? Uncle Fu sighed. Young Master Lin, you think I want to be here? It was Mother Wong who insisted I come. She said she wouldn't be at ease with anyone else here, so she made me come over. Tell me, Villano, one is only so big, and you and the young miss don't go out. What is there for her to be uneasy about? Lin Ran heard the problem in Uncle Fu's words and looked at him with disdain. Uncle Fu, you've changed. You become a slave to love. Uncle Fu was taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Ran's lips curved up. Think about how you used to be, and look at you now. As the grand butler of the manor, you're actually listening to a woman. Where's your manly dignity? Your right to speak. Uncle Fu's mouth twitched as he argued. Young Master Lin, that's not right. When you love someone, you should yield to them. Lin Ran thought to himself, you dare discuss love with me? You're quite confident. Don't talk about love. You've only been married for a few days, and you're talking to me about what love is? Right now, I'm asking where your status in the family has gone. Faced with Lin Ran's specious reasoning, Uncle Fu wasn't annoyed, but instead wore a sly smile. Young Master Lin, you're wrong to say that. At least I'm married. You're not even married yet. What right do you have to question my love? A finishing blow? Don't be ridiculous. Although Yao Yao and I haven't had a wedding, we have plenty of experience as a couple. Of course we have the right to educate you. Uncle Fu's peripheral vision caught sight of someone behind Lin Ran, and he nodded. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'd like to ask, is young Master Lin's family status higher than the young Mrs.? Lin Ran pointed at Uncle Fu and smiled politely. Naughty, being naughty, are we? How can our situations be the same? Uncle Fu raised an eyebrow. How are they different? Lin Ran said proudly. I can give my life for Yao Yao. Can you? Uncle Fu paused, thought for a moment, and said, probably can. See? You hesitated. So we're different. Not only can I give my life for Yao Yao, but believe it or not, if I die, Yao Yao will accompany me. Can you and Mother Wong do that? Even if you can Mother Wong? She has a little grandson, after all. Yao Yao and I depend on each other for survival. So in our relationship, there's no yielding to one another. That's the difference. But with you and Mother Wong, it's obvious you're afraid of her. Old man, you're making me look down on you a bit. Uncle Fu felt that Lin Ran's ability to twist logic was getting stronger and stronger, yet you couldn't find any loopholes in his words. Perhaps this old man is getting old and can't keep up with your young people's way of thinking. Lin Ran continued to rebut. It's not that you can't keep up, but that Yao Yao and I are too special. Speaking of age, I suddenly found another difference between us. I'm young, you're old. In terms of happiness index, mine must be higher, huh? Uncle Fu felt a little stabbed in the heart. He admitted defeat. He glanced at Luo Yao behind Lin Ran and sighed. Trying to trick young Master Lin was a bit difficult. Old man, why have you stopped talking? I prepared a bunch of knives. Reasoning. Iran, what are you guys talking about? Lin Ran froze for a moment, then turned and hugged Luo Yao. Wifey, Where did you run off to? I get anxious when I can't find you. Uncle Fu lowered his head and muttered, TSK, TSK, TSK. I get anxious when I can't find you. Could you be any more nauseating? Luo Yao could hardly suppress a smile. She had heard everything Lin Ran said clearly. Someone downstairs reported that Lu Yuemei is on her last legs. I want to take a look. Lin Ran was stunned, somewhat reproachful. You're pregnant. It's not suitable for you to see such physically unsettling scenes. Luo Yao shook her head. I'm not that delicate. This is a small scene. Hearing Luo Yao say this, Lin Ran was relieved. It made sense when he thought about it. Who was his wife? She was a ruthless person who had killed her way through the family tree. What kind of scene hadn't she witnessed? Is Lu Yuemei dead? Not yet, but soon. To be honest, Lin Ran was surprised that Lu Yuemei had held on for so long. He had thought she would be tortured to death by those rats very quickly. Lin Ran thought for a moment and finally asked the question he was curious about. Can rats be infected by the biomechanical mother? I'm just purely curious. Luo Yao smiled and shook her head. I don't know, but the rats I saw were all fine. They probably weren't infected. At this point, Luo Yao gave Lin Ran a strange look. Does a Ran want to go see her? If you don't go now, you'll never see her again. Lin Ran's eyes slowly turned cold. If I can, I want to watch her take her last breath with my own eyes. No matter what request Lin Ran made, Luo Yao would satisfy him. This time was naturally no exception. She knew that Lin Ran held a very deep hatred for Lu Yuemei and Lin Jian, and she could even sense that this hatred was more complex than she had imagined. Luo Yao's intuition was, of course, correct. Lin Ran's hatred for Lu Yuemei and her son, as well as Lu Ruxue and Lin Tianba, was not limited to this life. In his previous life, they were all murderers. Not only did they kill his mother, but they also killed him. Although Lin Ran had never told anyone, he remembered it crystal clear in his heart. And with that, could anyone possibly sympathize with his enemies? The basement, as eerie and terrifying as ever. Lu Yuemei's entire expression was no different from a dead person's, desperate and empty. Lin Ran just sat there without a word, quietly watching the rats in the glass room crawl all over Lu Yuemei's body, gnawing and biting. It wasn't until Lu Yuemei's eyes gradually lost focus that Lin Ran stood up, let her go, and accompanied Lin Jian. Yes, sir. Wang Bao had someone put Lu Yuemei in a bag and send her to the crocodile pond. Even the well-trained bodyguards felt a bit of physical discomfort seeing Lu Yuemei's miserable state. They hadn't seen anything this gruesome even in the primeval forest. Young Master Lin's methods were no more merciful than the young Mrs. Walking out of the basement, Lin Ran breathed in the fresh air, feeling that the world had become much more beautiful. Ran, I will always be by your side. Of course. Did you think you could run away? Even if you ran, I would catch you and bring you back. Luo Yao glanced at Lin Ran and said 4 words. Rebelling against your master. Time passed quickly, and it was time for the prenatal checkup again. Early in the morning, Lin Ran accompanied Luo Yao to the hospital. With full VIP treatment, the examination was incredibly fast. Luo Yao was already showing, but she still moved as nimbly as ever. Lin Ran carefully accompanied her the entire time, afraid that a moment of carelessness from Luo Yao might cause injury. Pregnancy is not easy for a woman, and she must be carefully protected. The thought of Luo Yao having to give birth in a while even made Lin Ran regret keeping the child. The examination results showed that everything was fine, which temporarily relieved Lin Ran. Walking out of the hospital, Luo Yao suggested, Hey Ran, let's walk around outside. Lin Ran thought for a moment. All right, where do you want to go? It wasn't that Lin Ran was being careless, but that the baby was relatively stable at this stage, and a little more movement would be beneficial. Besides, Lin Ran was also worried that Luo Yao would get bored staying at home all the time. Although Lin Ran was Luo Yao's good medicine, you could add sugar to medicine, and life also needed some sugar. First, let's go to the Luo group for a look, and then to Huatian Plaza. Lin Ran nodded. It was only 2 places, and with him and so many bodyguards accompanying her, there would surely be no problem. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm going to Huatian Plaza? Ran. Lin Ran dotingly stroked Luo Yao's head. As long as you want to go, I'll unconditionally accompany you to the ends of the earth. Ran is so well behaved. Let's go then. Luo Yao imitated Lin Ran, standing on her tiptoes to pat his head. At the Luo group, Lu Meng sat in the president's office. Of course, it wasn't Luo Yao's office, but a newly renovated one near the assistant team's area. She wouldn't dare use Luo Yao's office. Lu Meng had changed a lot recently. Her cold and sharp aura was becoming more and more like Luo Yao's. A knock sounded on the door. Without looking up, Lu Meng said, "Come in." Wang Fong walked into the office. "President Lu, this month's reports are out. They're very stable." Lu Meng nodded. "Very good. Stable progress is our bottom line at this stage. This is also thanks to President Luo's hard work over the years, which has made our takeover less exhausting." Wang Fong was silent for a moment. "But President Lu, you're also very capable. A while ago, we were dealing with the Yu and Zhang family simultaneously, then we fought against the Qi family, and now we have to inject a large amount into the Science and Technology City project. To maintain stable progress is quite good. President Luo will surely be very pleased." What Wang Fong said was fair, but Lu Meng didn't quite agree with his statement. There was still a huge gap between herself and President Luo. The Luo group had faced many problems in the past, but Luo Yao always managed to solve the problems while rapidly advancing the group's development. For example, in Demon City, not only did she defeat the 4 great families, but she also made a huge profit. Although Lu Meng was the one executing the plan, it was Luo Yao who was in command. Lu Meng put down the document in her hand and rubbed her temples. She really wanted to achieve something to show Luo Yao, to prove to her that she had the ability to manage the Luo group. Then, she would work hard for 10 years and retire. Seeing Lu Meng's weary appearance, Wang Fong felt some sympathy for her old friend. "President Lu, there's something I don't know if I should say." Lu Meng looked up and smiled gently at Wang Fong. "Sister Wang, we've known each other for so many years. We're not just superior and subordinate. If you want to say something, just say it. No need to be mysterious." Wang Fong sighed. "Look, young Master Lin and President Luo have already found their happy ending. Shouldn't you also think about your own lifelong commitment? In the past, you were so busy as a special assistant, and now that you're president, you're even busier. You're so tired every day. Don't you want a gentle harbor to return to at the end of a busy day?" Lu Meng looked at Wang Fong with some surprise. After 10 seconds of silence, she finally sighed. "Sister Wang, I have someone I like." Wang Fong's eyes immediately lit up. "Really? Who is it? Do I know him?" Lu Meng looked at Wang Fong and said slowly, "You know him. As for who it is, forget it, I won't say. Your mouth is too big." Wang Fong was taken aback. "Isn't your mouth big too?" Lu Meng picked up a document and continued to review it. Seeing that she couldn't get an answer, Wang Fong didn't ask anymore, but her eyes darted around restlessly. Who could it be? Someone President Lu doesn't even dare to name? Could it be a married man? It can't be young Master Lin, right? Or old one who guards the door downstairs. It can't be the new pretty boy in the publicity department, can it? In her mind, Wang Fong had already mentally matched Lu Meng with everyone they both knew, but none of them seemed to fit. "Sister Wang, remember not to spread rumors. I know you were the one who spread the news about President Luo's pregnancy. If President Luo finds out about this, I can't protect you." Wang Fong froze again, her heart turning cold. I know." Before Wang Fong could leave, the office door was pushed open. President Luo. Wang Fong almost jumped in fright. Luo Yao glanced at Wang Fong. "When I came just now, I heard many people discussing my pregnancy." Lu Meng, however, calmly stood up to greet them. "President Luo, it's not the first day Sister Wang has had a big mouth. It's also my fault for telling her." She understood Luo Yao. She knew Luo Yao didn't care at all whether others knew about her pregnancy. What she always cared about was Lin Ran. The reason she had told her not to tell others before was for fear that Lin Ran couldn't handle the public discussion. But as a bystander, Lu Meng could see it clearly. Lin Ran didn't care about these things at all either. The only person he cared about was Luo Yao. This couple, they were the same kind of people. Sick. That's why Lu Meng dared to tell Wang Fong. Lu Meng had a big mouth, but she was a big mouth with a brain. She knew what was appropriate to say and what needed to be kept in her stomach for a lifetime. Luo Yao first glanced at Lin Ran and found that he was still smiling and holding her hand, so she had nothing to worry about. "It seems docking your bonus is no longer enough to teach you a lesson. Let's try another way. Write a 30,000-word self-criticism and send it to me tomorrow." Luo Yao issued a corresponding punishment to Wang Fong. Wang Fong looked dazed. This time, she really felt like the sky was falling. Just as Lu Meng was about to laugh, Luo Yao continued. "As for you, the source, your punishment is to launch 5 more subsidiary companies within a month." Lu Meng's sky also collapsed. Next, Luo Yao asked about the company situation, and Lu Meng gave a brief report. She kept watching Luo Yao's expression, hoping to tell from it whether her performance was satisfactory. "Well done. Keep it up." Luo Yao's 4 short words were better than the praise of everyone in the entire company. In the entire Luo group, anyone who praised her was suspected of flattery. But if Luo Yao praised her, it was the real deal. Lu Meng was relieved. It seemed her position as president was secure. She would work hard for 10 years, and after 10 years, she would still be young. She would retire early in glory, and the rest of her life would be wonderful. Luo Yao stood up. I'm leaving now. Lu Meng nodded. President Luo, please get more rest and take care of your health. I wish you the cutest baby in the world. Wang Fang also chimed in. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, our Luo group is going to have a little young master or a little princess. I'm so excited. Luo Yao touched her slightly protruding belly, feeling that the arrival of this child should be beneficial for her and Aran. She hoped this little one would be sensible from birth. No crying, no fussing, a genius from a young age who could control the entire group. Then she and Aran could travel the world while nibbling on snacks. Great, Aran. Luo Yao put on a pitiful expression, which made Lu Meng and Wang Fang's eyes widen. Such an expression would actually appear on President Luo. How miraculous was that? Lin Ran smiled and picked Luo Yao up. Ladies, my wife is tired. I'll carry her back to rest first. The curious faces of Lu Meng and Wang Fang instantly turned stiff. TSK, 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 carry her back to rest first. Who the hell are you showing off to? Oomph. Then young Master Lin, please walk carefully. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao out in a grand manner. Wherever they passed, people would secretly peek at them. Of course, they only peeked secretly and didn't dare to approach. No one had expected to be suddenly hit by a public display of affection while working. But Lin Ran and Luo Yao's love was something they had truly witnessed grow to this day. In their hearts, everyone sent their sincere blessings. The sour stench of love. Hua Tian Plaza. Lin Ran and Luo Yao, surrounded by bodyguards, walked in, attracting countless onlookers. Many passers-by found good spots to take pictures. Then, the hot searches were all dominated. Hashtag first tycoon couple spotted in mall. Hashtag hot. Hashtag shocking. Is Luo Yao pregnant? Hashtag explosive. Hashtag wife-doting maniac actually does this in public. Hashtag explosive. Many netizens sought information through various channels, and comments flooded the entire internet. Have you readers thought about us netizens? I was wondering what happened. Turns out he's carrying his wife around the mall. Can't really criticize that. He really is a wife-doting maniac. Contact method equals practice bedroom matters. Analyzing the pictures, the probability of Luo Yao being pregnant is very high. And looking at how careful Lin Ran is, it's pretty much confirmed. Sad simp. They're feeding us dog food, right? Right? Isn't this evidence? Who the hell shops by carrying their wife? I have a friend. 360-year-old American. Quick, get Lin Ran to do a live stream and tell me the due date. Didn't you promise to give us time to get in line? I'm destitute in this life. In the next life, I'll be reborn as their child and take back everything I've lost. Even Trump thinks it's outrageous. To the person above, you'll fail in the next life too. Even Marshal Tianpeng couldn't get his reincarnation right. Are you more awesome than an immortal? As the netizens' discussions grew, the young couple Lin Ran and Luo Yao once again swept the entire internet. They weren't celebrities and weren't usually ostentatious. But once news about them appeared, it would be like the Yellow River flooding, unstoppable. It would be a failure if it didn't dominate the entire web. However, our two protagonists were completely unaware. Or rather, even if they were aware, they didn't care. The same old saying, it's legal, so discuss it as you please. Yao, so you can buy baby products? Luo Yao nodded. It's time to prepare. Although we may not be able to give the child too much love, we could spend a lot of money on him. That makes sense. Then let's just buy this whole area. Lin Ran pointed to the entire mother and baby section. Okay, I'll listen to Aran. They had everything in the entire baby section of Huatian Plaza packed up, not caring at all whether their child could use them, or even what they were buying. Anyway, they didn't know what the baby needed, so they just packed everything up. There would surely be something useful. The couple's spending habits shocked the entire mall, and many people recorded the scene and posted it online. At this moment, the consumption style of a wealthy tycoon family was visualized in the eyes of netizens. What a painful insult. I used to think the writing styles in novels were exaggerated. Now I know I was just too inexperienced. The wretched are incurable, immoral dog. You can be this wasteful just because you have money? Which child can use so many things? It's simply shameful. Luo Goddess Advent for me charge. Do they spend your money? If I had money, I'd be this wasteful too. What's it to you? Please return to Paris, Notre Dame. China doesn't welcome you. Netizens also have endings. It's actually quite nice. The happiness, joy, and health that everyone pursues are all good things. Lin Ran is good, Luo Yao is good, and we're also good. After they finished shopping, Lin Ran and Luo Yao went to the luxury goods section. Lin Ran had an entire jewelry store's collection packed up for Luo Yao, and only then did they leave them all. "Hey Ran, I want to eat dessert." Lin Ran stopped, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, let's go eat." They walked seemingly casually toward the dessert shop. Before they could enter, they ran into someone unexpected, a beggar. Lin Ran truly admired Lin Tianba. He remembered telling brother Dao to throw him under a bridge in a bustling area, yet this guy had managed to crawl all the way here. Given Lin Tianba's current level of disability, it was a miracle he could wriggle this far. "Yeah, heaven has a path, yet you refuse to climb it. Huatian Plaza is my territory. How can I allow such trash to appear?" Lin Ran watched Lin Tianba, who was eating, from a distance, looking displeased. "Throw him out." After giving the order, Lin Ran led Luo Yao into the dessert shop. Lin Tianba was lying on the ground, head buried in a broken bowl, gnawing on leftover food given to him by others. Two bodyguards appeared. One of them pulled out a retractable baton, squatted down, and knocked over Lin Tianba's broken bowl. Lin Tianba stared blankly as the leftovers in the bowl spilled out, then stared blankly at the bodyguard squatting in front of him, then blankly at the bowl, then blankly at the bodyguard. The bodyguard pressed the retractable baton against Lin Tianba's nose. "Still eating? I've come to collect you." "Lin Tianba, get lost. Is this a place where you can beg?" Lin Tianba recognized the two men as Lin Ran's bodyguards and was forced to start wriggling away, but his speed was very slow. As he wriggled, he muttered, My unfilial son. It's your boss. Unfilial son. Kneel down. Apologize. I'm starving to death." The unfilial son Lin Tianba was talking about had already taken his beloved wife into the dessert shop and seemingly casually selected two desserts. At this time, there were no other customers in the dessert shop, as it had been cleared out by the bodyguards with cash. The two found a very comfortable spot on the second floor to enjoy their treats. Lin Ran fed Luo Yao a bite of strawberry cheesecake, and Luo Yao felt very sweet. "Eating too much dessert will make me fat. Does a Ran like a fat me?" Lin Ran fed Luo Yao another bite of the tiramisu, saying as he fed her, "I do. I love Yao Yao, no matter what she looks like." Luo Yao's eyes curved into crescents. She ate meticulously and happily. "Hey Ran, you eat too." Lin Ran smiled and nodded. "After wifey finishes, I'll eat." He didn't know when it started, but Lin Ran had developed a habit of leaving the food Luo Yao liked for her. They clearly had the means to buy all the desserts and eat until they died, but Lin Ran just liked the feeling of letting Luo Yao eat the only dessert first. Perhaps this was also a form of love. Luo Yao scooped up a spoonful and offered it to Lin Ran. Lin Ran opened his mouth and took it. It melted in his mouth, very sweet. The two of them fed each other, one bite at a time. "Yao Yao, do you still remember that?" Lin Ran pointed to the wall. Luo Yao naturally knew what Lin Ran was talking about. They walked over to the memo wall and looked at the two sticky notes that were already a bit old. "A Ran will always be with me. Always with Luo Yao." She didn't expect them to still be stuck there after so long. "Uncle Fu, have someone frame this area to ensure it never falls off." Uncle Fu nodded. "Yes, young miss." Lin Ran suddenly bent down, bringing his head close to the sticky notes. "Yao Yao, come take a picture." Luo Yao also tilted her head over, and a bodyguard expertly captured the shot. Inside the window on the second floor, the happy couple was frozen in time by the camera. On the street outside, a grimy beggar was being driven away, wriggling along. The contrast couldn't be more striking. Perhaps Lin Tianba had also felt regret, but he would never admit his mistakes, because he still wanted to rule alone for all eternity. "Wifey, let's go home." "Okay." As soon as the two of them walked out of the dessert shop, Uncle Fu handed a cup of milk tea to Lin Ran. "Young Master Lin, the 1 cup of milk tea and 1 straw you asked for." Lin Ran brought the milk tea to Luo Yao's lips. Luo Yao's face flushed as she lowered her head and took a sip. Lin Ran also took a sip. The two of them used the same straw, and this indirect way of kissing was filled with an ambiguous flavor. The same old saying, it was a completely different kind of enjoyment from the lovemaking in bed. "I specially asked for no ice. I heard girls all like to drink it this way." Lin Ran mimicked the line he used the first time he drank milk tea with Luo Yao. Luo Yao also smiled in reminiscence. "Does Lu Rushiwe like to drink it?" Lin Ran. "Wifey has a strangely good memory. She only likes to eat shit. We never have to mention her again." Luo Yao nodded and took another sip of milk tea. Lin Ran also took another sip and said with a smile, Using only one straw makes people shy. My little scheme is truly unbeatable. Hearing this, Luo Yao immediately fed the milk tea she hadn't swallowed yet to Lin Ran. This way is even sweeter. Will A Ran be even shyer? Lin Ran looked at Luo Yao with a doting expression. Yes, my little princess. Luo Yao held out her hands. Princesses don't walk. Lin Ran naturally lifted his wife's body and carried her to the car. All the way back to the manor, Luo Yao didn't get down from Lin Ran's arms. Lin Ran simply carried her, supporting her little bottom, and walked into the villa. The day passed quickly. After dinner, the two of them played around for a bit and then rested. After helping Luo Yao wash up, Lin Ran placed her on the bed and gently coaxed her to sleep. Luo Yao leaned against Lin Ran's chest and comfortably closed her eyes. Recently, not only was Luo Yao not suffering from insomnia, but she was even a bit drowsy, which was a common occurrence for many pregnant women. After a dozen minutes, Luo Yao's breathing became even. Lin Ran knew she was already asleep. Only then did he gently withdraw his arm to go wash up. When he returned, he knelt by the bed, staring blankly at his wife, lost in thought. So beautiful. Looking up from her sexy jawline, the sleeping beauty's vermilion lips were delicate, her closed eyes and long lashes like feathers, tugging at one's heartstrings. Even every messy strand of hair was just right. How did he end up marrying such a beautiful woman? Lin Ran felt sad for his blindness and foolishness in his past life. Meow. A cat's cry interrupted Lin Ran's admiring gaze. This cry appeared in his mind, so Luo Yao couldn't hear it. Lin Ran gently tucked Luo Yao in and went to the balcony. Xiao Luo Yao is too ruthless. She's not awake, is she? Meow, meow, meow. Lin Ran looked helpless. You finally showed up. I thought you'd been done in by someone outside. Xiao peered through the glass at the woman inside, only relaxing after confirming she wasn't awake. Xiao this kitty has been in the manor for many days. After all, even cats like to rest in scenic places. Lin Ran. So you came to sleep. I thought you came specifically to find me. Xiao was silent for a moment, then looked up at Lin Ran. What you said isn't wrong. I'd come to find you. Since I can't sleep now anyway, this kitty feels it's necessary to face my past self. I want to take you to see the stories of the past. Lin Ran was a bit puzzled. Now, Xiao what else? Wait for Luo Yao to wake up? I don't have the ability to take two people at once. This was what Xiao thoughts said, but in reality, it was just afraid Luo Yao would kill him. Lin Ran looked back at the sleeping Luo Yao, thought for a moment, and then said, then wait for me a moment. He quietly returned to the bedroom, found a pen and paper, and left a note for Luo Yao. It read, if you wake up, don't look for me. I've gone to prepare a gift for you. Your loving A Ran. When Lin Ran came out again, Xiao looked puzzled. What did you write? Lin Ran scratched his nose, a bit embarrassed. Nothing much, just afraid she'd get anxious if she woke up and couldn't find me. Left a note so she wouldn't worry. All right. Xiao admitted it had been fed another mouthful of dog food, but it didn't dwell on it. It was now more worried about whether Lin Ran would beat it to death later. Actually, it had wanted to come find Lin Ran a long time ago, but had always had reservations. Forget it, if it dies, it dies. Since it had promised Lin Ran it would tell him the truth, it had to do it, because it was a cat that kept its promises. Fine, let's go then. Lin Ran also prepared himself. As space twisted, time didn't reverse, but entered a vast white world. Lin Ran had been here before, the time Luo Yao tried to assassinate the little black cat. Xiao injured, had brought Lin Ran into this space. Twisted shapes appeared before Lin Ran's eyes, under his feet, and above his head. These shapes were like flowing liquid, yet also like illusory smoke, constantly changing. Xiao slowly approached. Lin Ran, there's something I've been hiding from you. This kitty must say I'm sorry to you. Lin Ran had a question mark on his face. Apologize to me? Did you kill my dad? Then I'd have to thank you. Xiao rolled its big blue eyes, a speechless expression on its face. You're not the first human to hear this kitty's thoughts. What's the big deal about that? As for apologizing, a trace of excitement rose in Lin Ran's heart along with his confusion. It was the excitement of being about to uncover a long-sought-after answer. Then who was the first person? It couldn't be someone I know, could it? Xiao shook its head in a human-like way. You don't know him. It was my master. Lin Ran was stunned. You have a master? Xiao before I answer that question, let me tell you a story. Actually, this kitty is not some kind of creator. To be precise, this kitty is just a witness to the development of this world. Xiao crouched down next to Lin Ran and began to narrate. A long time ago, so long that Xiao couldn't even remember the time, it came to this world. At first, it was happy, But as time went on, it began to feel lonely, desolate, and fearful. A creature that had lived for an unknown amount of time, watching the world's people constantly evolve, yet also constantly being born, aging, getting sick, and dying. This in itself was a form of torture. It often wondered if it would ever have a day when it would die. It didn't want to die. It didn't want to reach the end like other creatures, even if it meant being lonely forever. Xiaohei itself was not immortal. It needed a large amount of energy to maintain its life and abilities. Thus, on this path of survival, it constantly sought out that energy. It had changed homes many times. Each home provided a different amount of energy. Some homes could sustain it for decades, while others only for a few years. Until one day, it found the most suitable energy vein for it. It was the Luo family's current dragon vein. Xiaohei could feel that the energy here was enough to sustain its life for 10,000 years. It was so excited it cried out all night, wanting to make a home here. It was only after it went inside that it discovered the place had already been occupied. The occupiers were none other than the Luo family of that time. Xiaohei didn't think much of it. Such a large underground vein, even if it were discovered and mined, would take many, many years. So, it made itself at home without being polite. One day, the lonely Xiaohei was lying on a rock, sunbathing and lamenting the passage of time, when a little boy appeared. The little boy was not very happy. He sat down right on top of Xiaohei. Xiaohei let out a meow and jumped up, and the little boy was also startled. Seeing Xiaohei looking as if it had been crushed to the brink of death, the kind-hearted little boy picked it up and took it away. In the little boy's home, Xiaohei lived quite well, with plenty to eat and drink. It also learned that the little boy's name was Luo Chun. Luo Chun had a very cold personality, with self-esteem and cowardice deep in his bones. He rarely spoke to others, but he took very good care of Xiaohei, this stray cat. Although little Luo Chun fed Xiaohei well, Xiaohei's heart was never moved. Over so many years, it had seen countless partings and deaths. It knew that everyone it paid attention to would die. This was the law of time. However, little Luo Chen's home was indeed a good place. There was food and drink, and it was not far from the vein, so it could go back to replenish its energy at any time. So it stayed at Luo Chen's house for a long time. Such days passed for many years, until Luo Chun grew up. Xiaohei watched Luo Chun grow up bit by bit, from a reclusive and self-deprecating little boy to a rebellious young man. Luo Chun began to resist his father's authority, his family, and oppression. In the end, he successfully eliminated his family members and inherited the Luo family. He rebelled against all the injustices in the world, but he did not rebel against love. When that woman appeared, he completely fell for her. He fought through thorns and was covered in scars, constantly getting closer to that woman. In the end, the two finally got together, and the woman bore him a child. He thought this was a perfect ending, until one day, he discovered that the woman had been deceiving him all along. It turned out that the woman's approach to him was all a setup, with the aim of taking everything he had. For many years, the woman had been constantly poisoning him. By the time he found out, the poison had seeped deep into his bones, and there was no chance of survival. Luo Chun was heartbroken. He couldn't understand why. When he loved so much, he was still deceived. If the other party had been clear, he could have given everything. Why did she choose deception instead of just telling him? Unable to figure it out, Luo Chun completely descended into madness. In the end, he personally killed the woman he loved most and wiped out her entire family. If the woman's family hadn't been such scheming instigators, perhaps he wouldn't have been deceived. His relatives and his lover were all killed by his own hand, and with the poison deep in his bones, his days were numbered. On his deathbed, the only ones who could be by his side were his 3-year-old son and the little black cat he had picked up as a child. That day, he lay on the roof of the old mansion, gently stroking Xiaohei's fur. Why? In the end, you are the one by my side. A cat's lifespan is 12 years. You must be old too, right? I wonder if you will die before me, or I before you. Xiaohei felt its heart finally stir. So, it tried to communicate with Luo Chun. Who the hell are you calling old? This kitty is still young. Luo Chun heard it. He first looked at Xiaohei in disbelief, then slowly accepted this strange reality. Perhaps it had been too long since he had communicated with anyone. Facing Luo Chun, who had taken care of it for many years, Xiaohei also felt an inexplicable desire to confide. Thus, the man and the cat began to chat on the roof of the Luo family's old mansion, pouring out their mutual loneliness and regrets. In the end, the two of them started cursing. Xiaohei, to hell with loneliness, damn desolation. This kitty is not afraid at all. Luo Chun also shouted at the sky, to hell with love. Xiao He and Luo Chun had a good chat, which could be considered untying each other's knots. Xiao He watched Luo Chun cough up blood from time to time and couldn't bear it. It asked Luo Chun if he wanted to live. It had a way. Luo Chun didn't doubt Xiao He's ability. After all, he had even heard a cat's thoughts. What else was there not to accept? But he shook his head and refused Xiao He's kind offer. From a moment I knew that woman didn't love me. I was already dead. Xiao He fell silent. It didn't know what love was, but it knew that Luo Chen's heart was dead. Because that woman didn't love him, he could only become a fish dying of thirst. Xiao He, what exactly is this love that humans talk about? This century-old problem was something Luo Chun couldn't explain. After all, everyone's definition of love is different. But he thought of a way for Xiao He to verify it for itself. I should be considered your master, right? After all, I've raised you for so many years. I have a favor to ask. Xiao He did not deny this relationship. You're not thinking of asking me to help you raise your child, are you? Luo Chun smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, my final arrangements have been made. The butler and servants will help me raise my child to take over the Luo family. The collateral branches of the Luo family won't be able to pose a threat to my child. That's not what I'm asking of you. Xiao He tilted its cute head. That's good then. What is it? Luo Chun suddenly became serious. I have a way for you to understand love. If, by chance, my descendants encounter true love, help me protect it once, and then come back to my grave and tell me the story. Xiao He looked speechless. After you die, you'll just be a pile of bones. You won't be able to hear this kitty's story at all. Luo Chen's gaze shifted to the distance, his eyes gradually showing envy and longing. Love was something he also greatly desired, but he would never possess it. Because once you love wrong, you lose the qualification to have love. Why did Luo Chun give up on living? Was it that he didn't want to live? Wrong. It was his mistaken love that had buried him. You ask him to try loving another person? For someone like Luo Chun, he could stain the entire world with blood, but he would never tarnish his love. So, to love wrong was equivalent to death. This was Luo Chun. Can't hear? Then, just write it down and burn it for me. I'll read it slowly as a spectator. Xiao He, you won't be able to see it either. Luo Chun sighed and smiled. It doesn't matter. Then just write it for others to see. Let the people of this world believe that love truly exists. I'll give a collective name to the people who read this story. Let's call them readers. Xiao He thought about it and felt it was a good proposal. Fine, it's a deal. But I don't even know what love is. How am I supposed to judge? Luo Chun stroked Xiao He's head. That's something you'll have to judge for yourself. If you judge correctly, you'll be able to see what love looks like. Xiao He sighed. It already understood Luo Chen's little scheme. He just wanted it to protect his descendants' love. Xiao He, all right, but you have to promise me one thing too. The little black cat didn't want to make a losing deal. Luo Chun was somewhat surprised. I'm a dying man. What can I do for you? Xiao He, your Luo family's dragon vein is my home. Can you stop people from going in there in the future? Luo Chun thought for a moment. No wonder we first met near the dragon vein. Fine, I'll have the two keys separated. From now on, the family head and the guardian must be together to open it. I also need to use my remaining time to build a statue of you and put it inside. That place will be your permanent home from now on. Xiao He, but people will still be able to get in, won't they? Luo Chun smiled. They won't. The key will only be used to open it when it's in one person's hands. If two people are in charge separately, believe me, they will never be able to merge. This is human nature. Xiao He, all right, I guess that's the only way. Luo Chun knew what Xiao He was worried about, so he began to explain. My Luo family has numerous branches, and many people know about this dragon vein. If an order is suddenly given to forbid future generations from entering, it will arouse even greater curiosity. And I won't be able to control my descendants after I die. The advantage of this method is that during power struggles, there will definitely be a long period when the dragon vein cannot be opened. If 3 or 4 generations in a row don't open it, it might even lead to a break in a legacy. Later generations might not even know where the dragon vein is. This is the real permanent guarantee for you. Do you understand? Although Xiao He had lived for a long time, its way of thinking was very different from humans, so it shook its head. I don't understand. Luo Chun smiled helplessly. If you don't understand, then forget it. You'll understand one day. Time flew by. After Xiao He's statue was built, Luo Chen's illness became terminal, and he died. Xiao He, that's the story of me and Luo Chun. Lin Ran, did you understand? Lin Ran nodded. Understood. You promised Luo Yao's ancestor that you would protect his descendants' one true love, right? Xiaohei stood up, revealing a human-like smile. Your understanding is correct. And this kitty has kept its promise. Lin Ran thought for a moment and then asked a soul-searching question. Then why me and Luo Yao? Haven't there been any other true loves with unexpected turns among the Luo family descendants from ancient times to now? Xiaohei, you know what? You're right. Let alone unexpected turns. There hasn't even been a single case of true love. Lin Ran's mouth twitched. All right, then what do you use to judge true love? In my previous life, I certainly didn't count. I was even an asshole. Xiaohei was silent for a long time before it slowly said, No, you and Luo Yao were very much in love. Do you remember the question you once asked this kitty here? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes. What you're about to say next is the real reason you came to find me today, isn't it? Xiaohei sighed. You really can't hide anything from you. Humans are just smarter than cats. Now to answer you, this kitty indeed did not use time reversal on you for the first time. To be precise, I used it. Lin Ran's curiosity was piqued. How many times? Xiaohei lowered its head, a bit embarrassed. 3. Lin Ran asked in confusion. 3 times? A true 3 lives? 3-world story, huh? No. Reversing time 3 times should be 4 lives for worlds. You're really something. Xiaohei 30 times. Lin Ran cried out in shock. What? 30 times? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? Xiaohei quickly explained. Don't be anxious. Come with me and you'll understand. See what? Xiaohei, see your past. This kitty's mistake. As space twisted, an ultra-clear projection appeared on an empty piece of ground. Xiaohei, Lin Ran, this kitty has turned the time fragments of each of your lives into something like a movie. This is your first life. Take a look. Lin Ran thought to himself, this is so magical. Then he had to take a good look at what kind of story he and Luo Yao had. Here, time passed very quickly, but Lin Ran was able to watch his first life as if it were a revolving lantern show. And then he was shocked. In his first life, there was no drama of loving and killing each other, nor any story of him fleeing and her pursuing. Although Luo Yao was as Yandra as ever, he himself had completely accepted such a possessive Luo Yao. From their first meeting to walking into the wedding hall, everything was smooth. Until Xiaohei appeared in the picture. It was a cat. Although it had lived for a long time, its intelligence was still vastly different from humans. Xiaohei didn't know if these two were a case of true love. It decided to test it, so it played a small joke. In the past ages, it had also tested many Luo family members in different ways, but the results were never what it considered true love. Its understanding was simple. If it's true love, at least one should be willing to protect their lover, right? This time, as Lin Ran and his bride walked out of the wedding hall, it created a small accident. And then it saw Lin Ran take a fatal blow for Luo Yao and die on the spot. Wait, what? Xiaohei was shocked. It didn't expect the little prank it had painstakingly set up to become the weapon that sent Lin Ran to his death. It had merely flashed in front of the driver, but the driver, after hitting Lin Ran, panicked so much that in his confusion, he stepped on the gas and ran over him. This was a heavy-duty truck with a front 4, rear 8 wheel configuration. In the picture, Luo Yao couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Dressed in her bridal gown, she trembled as she held the completely mangled body of Lin Ran, dazed for a long time, and then suddenly burst into wild laughter. In her madness, she split the driver in 2, and then stabbed herself. Luo Yao's knife skills were excellent. There was absolutely no chance of survival after one stab. She fell beside Lin Ran. I ran to die with you. Is so good. The two of them died, just like that. Lin Ran swallowed hard. He had personally witnessed his own intestines being squeezed out, his breath gone on the spot. He had also personally witnessed Luo Yao dying for him, his heart aching so much he couldn't breathe. He stood up, wanting to stroke the fallen Luo Yao, but all he could touch was an illusion. Space twisted again, and the illusory, high-definition projection disappeared. Xiaohei, Lin Ran, you said you wouldn't kill me one day. Lin Ran's eyes, as he looked at Xiaohei, started to turn crimson. He could have had a perfect first life with Luo Yao, but instead, he went through 30 more. Xiaohei, Lin Ran, I felt guilty in the past, but at the same time, I couldn't understand why Luo Yao loved you so much. Now I understand. All of this was inevitable. You also helped me solve some questions and rules about time. Seeing Lin Ran still not speaking, Xiaohei got a little scared. It anxiously continued to argue. Explain. If you hadn't gone through this life, you wouldn't have known the childhood Luo Yao. So, the Luo Yao of the past 30 lives remembered you, while you only remember her in this life. This kitty only recently figured this out. It turns out that no matter how many times time is reversed, our outcome is inevitable. Do you understand what I mean? It means that without this kitty, you would never know the answer to why Luo Yao loves you. So, this kitty is also a key to unlocking the final destination of your love. You can't kill this kitty for that, right? Lin Ran understood. He wasn't a fool. On the contrary, his logical skills were very strong. Xiao He meant that his travel back in time to meet Luo Yao all happened in this life. But the Luo Yao of the previous 30 lives remembered it. What did this prove? It proved that the story of this life was bound to happen, and time was bound to connect at some point. But Lin Ran didn't want so many things to happen at all. If he could have grown old with Luo Yao in the first life, it would have been perfect. What did it matter if he experienced the story of this life or not? And you even made a movie of the past for me to watch. Are you some kind of pervert? He had just felt so heartbroken he almost suffocated, wanting to comfort Luo Yao, but only being able to touch an illusion. Wait, an illusion? Lin Ran took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. The last time, under the bridge and in the basement, I could influence the past in those scenes. Why can't I influence it this time? Xiao He looked at Lin Ran cautiously. That's because what you saw before wasn't a scene, but the real flow of time-space. What you're seeing now is just an image. It's different. You motherf. Fine. Hurry up and show me what the other 29 lives were like. Xiao He shook its head. No need to watch. I can just tell you the endings. The story of each subsequent life was a bit different, but they were largely the same, and the endings were all the same. At this point, Xiao He raised its eyebrows at Lin Ran, then lowered its head again. In the following 29 lives, you were always fleeing and she was always pursuing, and in the end, you always died, and Luo Yao committed suicide every time. I always regretted it and wanted to bring you back to the state of being in love at the beginning, so I could only keep trying. In the end, even this cat's heart was tired. But it was precisely because of this that this kitty comprehended the skill of letting you reverse time with your memories. If it failed again this time, this kitty was going to give up. Thankfully, we made it to this point. Not only did it allow this kitty to comprehend some rules of the time loop, but it also solved the mystery of why Luo Yao loves you so much. Now it's confirmed. You and Luo Yao are truly in love. Shouldn't you thank this kitty? Thank you? Lin Ran was so angry he almost dropped dead on the spot. I was in love from the start. You're the one who insisted on turning pure love into something twisted, and now you're telling me to thank you? Fine, you're really something. I won't kill you today. Before Xiao He could get happy, it heard Lin Ran continue. But I'm going to let my wife get to know your true face. Xiao He's eyes immediately widened. No, Luo Yao will kill me. She stabbed this kitty 58 times in the previous 30 lives. It was so hard to only get stabbed once in this life. Don't do this. A cat will really die. There was such a thing? Then you really hit the jackpot. How can this 31st life be short one stab? Lin Ran had a sinister look on his face. That's not up to you. Meow. In the morning, Luo Yao opened her eyes to find Lin Ran staring at her. What's wrong, Ran? Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, Luo Yao covered his mouth. Ran, we should exercise in the morning. Exercise again? Your shock has arrived. Lin Ran gently pushed Luo Yao's lips away with his finger. Your body isn't suitable for too much frequency right now. And I have something to tell you today. What is it? Do you remember I said I was going to introduce a friend to you? A triumphant smile appeared on Lin Ran's face. He ran outside the door and brought in a cage. Inside the cage was a black cat that had lost all its strength and means. Xiao He, Lin Ran, you big jerk, let this kitty go. I'll say it one last time. This kitty doesn't want to see Luo Yao. Luo Yao is too ruthless. Meow. Lin Ran looked resentful. Shut up. If you don't behave, I'll have Yao tear down your home. Xiao He, Lin Ran has become ruthless too. Meow. Lin Ran carried Xiao He over to Luo Yao. This is my friend and enemy cat, Xiao He. Actually, Lin Ran wasn't sure what he felt toward Xiao He. To say he hated it, it was indeed quite hateful. If it weren't for it, he and Luo Yao wouldn't have had to wait until the 31st life to be together. Fortunately, besides his past life and this life, Lin Ran didn't have the memories of the other 29 time reversals. Otherwise, what a painful memory that would be. On this path of love, Xiao He was like a firecracker in a toilet. It didn't go off until it did, and when it did, it was startling. And in a sense, Xiao He was the enemy who had killed him, no different in essence from his relationship with Lin Jian, Lu Yuanmei, and Lu Ruxue. Of course, while the essence was no different, the attitude was vastly different. Xiao He was ignorant, conducting a well-intentioned test to verify its own ideas, and his own death was not what it wanted to see. But Lu Yuanmei and the others were truly evil people. So Xiao He was indeed hateful, but not to an unforgivable extent. But to say he was grateful to Xiao He, well, he was quite grateful. It was precisely because of its continuous efforts that he could now face Luo Yao as a complete Lin Ran, especially the last time reversal. If it weren't for this one with memories, the outcome would probably still have been tragic. Luo Yao tilted her head to look at Xiao He. When her eyes met Xiao He's, the cat's fur stood on end. That almost pathological gaze turned Xiao He into a vibrating mode. Xiao He, meow meow meow, don't fing kill me, meow meow meow. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. Xiao He's courage was as small as ever. Where did your guts go when you killed me? A hint of surprise appeared in Luo Yao's eyes. I can actually hear your thoughts. You really are a problematic cat. Can't be left alive. Let's kill it. Xiao He. Impervious to reason. Just destroy me. Lin Ran gently took Luo Yao's hand. Yao Yao, I want to tell you about this cat's accident. Luo Yao looked at Xiao He with a chilling smile, but when she turned to Lin Ran, it became a gentle sweetness. The cat's accident? What accident is it? Afterwards, Lin Ran explained the process of the past and present lives in detail to Luo Yao. Luo Yao listened very attentively. Finally, Luo Yao frowned and said, You're saying that we were supposed to be together in the first life, but because of this cat's actions, we missed out on 30 lives. Lin Ran nodded. Luo Yao closed her eyes. She was angry. She was really angry. Then that really is an accident. Just as Lin Ran was about to say something, a cold light flashed in Luo Yao's hand. Meow. Xiao He, this kitty was wrong. Meow, meow, meow. Queen, spare my life. Meow, meow, meow. This stab did not kill Xiao He, but made it bleed profusely. Luo Yao looked at the dagger stained with Xiao He's blood with her beautiful eyes. You said I stabbed you twice in every past life. The second stab of this life is now cleared. But then again, if it weren't for you, a Ran and I wouldn't be where we are today. You could have ignored it, but you worked hard to give us a beautiful ending. In that case, I'll spare your life. Xiao He. Thank you, Queen. Meow, meow, meow. As Luo Yao wiped her dagger, she said, From now on, no need to hide. It'll be a hassle when I want to beat you up and can't find you. If you dare to leave the manor, I'll tear down your home. Xiao He trembled. Can you be a little gentler? Can you not beat a cat? Luo Yao didn't answer this question, but asked instead, What was the name of that ancestor of mine you mentioned? Xiao He. Luo Chun. Meow, meow, meow. Can you call a pet hospital ambulance for me? Why didn't Xiao He enter the time space to heal? Because if it healed and returned to this main timeline, it would still be injured. This was different from being injured after going back to the past world. For example, the last time Wang Anjian cut its fur would automatically return to its perfect state when it flowed back. Or, for example, after Lin Ran was injured and went back to the past, his injuries healed, but when he returned, he was still injured and took a long time to recover. Everything was based on the main timeline world. Luo Yao didn't pay any attention to Xiao He, but instead picked up her phone and made a call. Find the shattered ancestral tablets. There's one for someone named Luo Chun. Piece it back together and worship it daily. The person on the other end of the line was clearly stunned for a moment, then slowly spoke. Young miss, those tablets. Were all thrown away. Luo Yao thought for a moment, then erected a new one. Yes, young miss. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yao stared at Xiao He. Xiao He, help a cat call 120. Thank you. Xiao He actually felt quite wronged. Every major time reversal of the main timeline consumed a lot of energy, and energy was equivalent to Xiao He's lifespan. It had worried itself sick for these two, performing 30 major time reversals. Xiao He had also accompanied them through each life, day by day. Because the main timeline could only be rewound, not fast-forwarded. It had to be lived through day by day. Luo Yao glanced at it coldly and called Uncle Fu over. Uncle Fu, find a vet for this cat. This was the greatest kindness Luo Yao could show. It was lucky that Xiao He was a female cat. If it had been a male cat, it would definitely have been neutered by now. Uncle Fu carried Xiao He away, leaving only Luo Yao and Lin Ran in the bedroom. Lin Ran knew that what was to come would eventually come. Ask whatever you want to ask. Luo Yao, just 2 questions. Did a Ran reincarnate before the start of the school year last year? The second question is, does a Ran still love me? Lin Ran really wanted to cry. For such a huge matter, Luo Yao only had 2 such simple questions. Yes, I love you. Luo Yao seemed to have figured out many things in an instant. No wonder a Ran started to change from that time. So there was a source for all of this. But Luo Yao didn't care about these things at all. What she cared about from beginning to end was only Lin Ran. As long as Lin Ran was by her side, nothing else mattered. Not just 30 lives, she would wait even 300 lives. Hey Ran, do you remember you owe me a condition? Lin Ran thought for a moment. Are you talking about our bed in Demon City? I remember. Luo Yao nodded and, after a moment of silence, said, Hey Ran, I don't care how many reincarnations we've been through. I only want you not to leave me in this life. You can only belong to me alone. Lin Ran nodded seriously. This life had completed the loop. Xiaohei had also fulfilled its promise to Luo Chun, and they, as a couple, would naturally live out the rest of their lives happily. My heart, my person, my future, they are all yours. Time flew by. September 10th. That's right, today was the day of their wedding. Originally, Lin Ran had wanted to cancel it, but Luo Yao had never agreed. Because Luo Yao was now very close to her due date and could go into labor at any time. According to the doctor's judgment, the baby's due date was still a month away. But can you trust a due date? The due date is calculated based on 40 weeks, but in reality, most babies are not born on their due date. You have to know, a baby is full term at 37 weeks, and now there were only a few days left until 37 weeks. It was very possible for an early delivery to happen. And the most fatal thing was that during Luo Yao's first prenatal checkup, she herself couldn't remember when her last period had ended, so she could only give a rough date. The doctor could only calculate based on the date Luo Yao gave, so being off by a few days, or even 10+ days, was very normal. But Luo Yao didn't want to cancel the wedding. What could Lin Ran do? Dote on her, of course. Be extra careful, and have Luo Yao walk as little as possible. She only needed to show up at the most critical moments. The wedding had to be luxurious, but the actions had to be simple. They didn't take a wedding car, didn't wake up early to prepare, and didn't greet guests. But that didn't mean it wasn't grand. On the contrary, it was magnificent. How many people attended their wedding? The entire nation of Huaxia was attending. Lin Ran spent a huge sum of money to decorate the entire manor, and on their wedding day, it was open to the public all day. You have to know, Dongtiao Manor was no small place. It was a place Lin Ran couldn't escape from even after a lifetime of trying. Its area was not ordinary. To avoid being too crowded, Lin Ran issued only 10,000 invitations to attend the wedding on-site to all of Huaxia, using a free lottery system. Those who were chosen could come to Dongtiao Manor in the capital to attend this wedding of the century, with round-trip expenses reimbursed. How did the rest of the people attend? By watching a live stream? No. This wedding was indeed live-streamed in its entirety, and everyone could watch, but that wasn't enough. Lin Ran opened wedding branch venues in more than 300 cities across Huaxia, truly inviting the entire nation to participate. Each branch venue prepared 100 tables. People had to register in advance, and it was first come, first served. And Lin Ran made a very unreasonable request. No wedding gifts of any kind would be accepted. If anyone asked why, Lin Ran's answer was 3 words. I'm not short on cash. What he wanted was for everyone to remember this wedding, so that even after they died, people would still talk about it with relish. What he wanted was to give Luo Yao the most luxurious wedding of the century. What he wanted was for the whole world to know that he belonged to Luo Yao. This wedding was explosive news all over the planet. What did this concept mean? It meant that Lin Ran was spending money to treat more than 3 million people across the country to a free banquet and watch his and Luo Yao's wedding. In addition, there was a continuous rain of red envelopes in the live stream room. For this wedding, Lin Ran planned to spend all of his nearly 1 billion yuan. In terms of cost, only Prince Charles's wedding in the John Kingdom could compare to a wedding of this level in history. But Lin Ran didn't care at all. Once all the money was spent, he could become a pauper and let his wife support him without any burden. The wedding officially began. Lin Ran made his entrance. Accompanied by an original piece performed by a professional orchestra, Lin Ran walked towards the sky step by step. With each step, he trod on a 7-colored cloud. It gave the impression of an immortal wandering in the air. Arriving in the sky, Luo Yao appeared from nothingness, slowly becoming real. Everyone was stunned. Not just the netizens in the live stream, but even the people on site didn't know how this was done. Some people even began to suspect if these two knew magic. Luo Yao slowly transformed from a phantom shadow into a real beauty. She wore a phoenix coronet, purely handmade by a master of national arts. This phoenix coronet of purple gold alone cost over 100 million. But it was all worth it. At this moment, Luo Yao was more beautiful than the noblest fairy in the celestial realm. Lin Ran couldn't bear to ruin Luo Yao's beautiful coronet. He slowly bent down, carefully picked up Luo Yao, and walked down from the sky. He also walked across the 7-colored clouds, until the final step landed on solid ground. If someone were to count, they would find that there were exactly 37 color clouds. Lin Ran carried Luo Yao into the archway leading to happiness, taking 31 steps. Ran, are you tired? Luo Yao felt a little sorry for him. She could already hear Lin Ran's slight panting. Lin Ran, wearing a bright red groom's attire, had a light sheen of sweat on his forehead. Tired but happy. Being able to carry you through every day of the future is all I've ever asked for. After entering the archway, Lin Ran did not put Luo Yao down, but continued to walk forward. At this time, Wang Anjian also appeared at the perfect moment, scattering petals all over the path of happiness. Besides Wang Anjian, there were also 2 other girls and 1 boy serving as flower children. At this time, backstage at the wedding, a certain famous director with the surname Zhang had a smile on his face. This is too shocking. This is simply art. Another variety show director next to him also had a look of enjoyment. Who would have thought that we could take the bride-welcoming part to such an extreme? These 7 color clouds, one after another, if you don't look closely, they really look like they're floating in the air. This was a part requested by young Master Lin. Could you have not done it? The most amazing part is the bride transforming from an illusion to a solid entity. This will probably be enough for netizens to discuss for several years. After all, such advanced projection technology probably won't be popularized for at least a decade. The Luo group is still the most impressive. This technology that uses optical principles to achieve visual invisibility, if used on the battlefield, would probably strike fear into the hearts of all countries. That's an overstatement. No battlefield can provide you with the space to set up so much equipment. That's true. A group of directors discussed and were amazed. Today's wedding had given them a great deal of inspiration. And at the wedding site, Lin Ran had also entered Villa No. 1. Seated in the seat of honor was one person, Uncle Fu. Lin Ran carefully put down Luo Yao, preparing to bow to the elders. As the words "first bow to heaven and earth" sounded, Lin Ran and Luo Yao both simply bowed to represent the gesture. After all, Luo Yao had a big belly. Although it wasn't very noticeable due to the wedding dress today, the fact that her movement was inconvenient could not be changed. Second bow to the elders. The 2 of them served tea to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu took it with trembling hands, feeling nothing but fear. The young miss serving him tea? He was now a little worried for his own life. Finally, it was the bow between the couple. Luo Yao bowed slightly, but Lin Ran gave a very standard bow. "My lady, let us enter." Before Lin Ran could finish, Luo Yao's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Ran had been paying close attention to Luo Yao's condition and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Fortunately, the wedding ceremony was over. Lin Ran directly picked up Luo Yao. "Everyone, I'm taking my wife to pick up our baby. Please eat well, drink well, and have a good time." Everyone under every big screen in the entire manor was cheering, and the scene at the main venue was a deafening roar. Lin Ran, fearing the noise would disturb Luo Yao, gently covered her ears. Not just at the manor, but all the wedding branch venues across the country erupted in loud cheers, and netizens in front of their screens smiled with fond approval. The couple they were shipping had finally come to fruition. 2 very strange phenomena also occurred. The first was that the road from the manor to the hospital was completely clear. All cars consciously pulled over to the side, only resuming normal traffic after Lin Ran's car had passed. The second one was even more impressive. All the rooftops in the country were put under control, and no one could get up. At the hospital, inside the delivery room, his hand grasped Luo Yao's, hoping to give her more strength. As time went on, Lin Ran became incredibly nervous. "Yao Yao, if you can't take it, just bite me." Despite Lin Ran's nervousness, Luo Yao acted as if nothing was wrong. Apart from an occasional frown, she showed no other expression of pain. She could even smile and chat with Lin Ran. "Ran, don't worry. This bit of pain is nothing to me." Growing up, Luo Yao had endured far more pain. Besides the 2 of them, there was one other person in the delivery room, the strongest woman of the Yi family, Ibu Hua. "President Luo, you're truly amazing. You haven't even whimpered the entire time." Following Luo Yao's final rhythmic push, the sound of a baby's cry echoed throughout the room. Honestly, Lin Ran had never thought he had a deep love for this child. But the moment he heard the baby cry, he truly felt like crying himself. "Yao Yao, you've worked hard," Ibu Hui said happily. "President Luo, young Master Lin, it's a little young master." The couple looked at each other and smiled. Whether it was a boy or a girl had never mattered to them. Lin Ran gently wiped the sweat from Luo Yao's brow, and only then did the 2 of them look at the child. The baby had stopped crying. Its newly opened eyes were dark, filled with confusion and curiosity about the world. At this moment, in the hospital corridor, a group of people heard the news and breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into joyful smiles. Wu Zhishang wore a fond, knowing smile. I never expected this. Right after attending the wedding, we're about to attend the full-month banquet. Brother Lin can collect 2 rounds of gift money in a short time. I'm so envious. Zhang Xinyan looked puzzled. But you didn't give any gift money. Wu Zhishang scratched his head in embarrassment. Didn't Brother Lin say he wouldn't accept anything? He even said it was a nationwide policy not to accept gifts. Shun Jingbing joined in the teasing. If we're giving gifts, we'll just give a baby. This one sentence pushed the already joyous atmosphere to a climax. The others also started discussing among themselves. These were all people who had rushed over from the wedding. They included but were not limited to Wu Zhishang, Zhang Laifu, Shun Jingbing, Chun Xingtian, Lu Xiangshi, Zhang Xinyan, Xiao Tong, Qi Chunwei, Abu, Wang Bao, Fang Buxia, Xiao Xiaola, Wei Xinxing, Wang Dahua, Wang Anjian, Chen Xiao, Chen Yinshi, Chen Yinluan, Chun Zhima, Su Zhangwo, Chu Tinyang, Yi Lingling, Zhang Xiaolong, Yi Xin, He Baheo, Pei Qianqian, Su Kai, Lu Ming, Wang Fang. After a while, Luo Yao came out. She wasn't pushed out in a wheelchair, but was directly supported by Lin Ran as she walked out, with Yibu pushing the baby stroller behind them. Everyone wanted to step forward to offer their congratulations and concern. But with a single ice-cold glare from Luo Yao, everyone was frightened into a standstill. Lin Ran waved his hand. Thank you all for your concern. It's nothing, you can all go back. I'm enough to accompany Yao. Lin Ran helped Luo Yao back to the hospital room, and only then did the others breathe a sigh of relief. Someone broke the silence, looking puzzled. Why was President Luo's glare so terrifying just now? This question made many people fall into thought. Could it be that President Luo was angry because the child was born? Does she not like little boys? However, there were a few people present who understood Luo Yao's thoughts, like Lu Ming. She stood up and said, "Everyone, let's go back. Don't overthink it. There are too many women here." It would be strange if President Luo wasn't angry. The others had a sudden realization. So that was the reason. Everyone left one after another, with only Lu Ming standing still. She knew that Luo Yao was angry not just for that reason, but also for another very important one. The child was born. Would young Master Lin still love President Luo as wholeheartedly as before? But she didn't say it out loud. "President Lu, aren't you going back?" Wang Fang asked, a little puzzled, seeing that everyone had left but Lu Ming was still lingering. Lu Ming looked at Wang Fang, then recalled the image of Lin Ran and Luo Yao supporting each other as they walked away, feeling incredibly envious. Perhaps Wang Fang was right. She should take that step. "Sister Wang, do you remember when you asked me who I liked?" Wang Fang's eyes immediately lit up. I remember. Who is it?" Lu Ming looked at Wang Fang and suddenly pinned her against the wall. "Woman, you have successfully aroused my criminal desires." Wang Fang stared blankly at Lu Ming, her mind a complete void. "Lu Ming, baby, are you surprised?" Wang Fang's cheeks turned red as she nodded. More like shocked. Time flew by in a hurry. In the northern part of a foreign country, Lin Ran and Luo Yao were lying inside a transparent building, admiring the beauty of the aurora and the snow-capped mountains blending together. Dozens of bodyguards surrounded the area, keeping it tightly secured. They had been fortunate these past few years, traveling the world with a young couple. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Ran glanced at it and smiled. "It's that kid, Lin Luo." Luo Yao snuggled contentedly in Lin Ran's arms. "Why hasn't this kid grown up yet?" Lin Ran smiled and answered the call. A cool-looking little boy appeared on the screen. Lin Luo was very handsome, and you could tell from a young age that he would grow up to be a heartthrob. However, his tender voice betrayed his age, yet the things he said were amusing. "It's not that I wanted to video call you. It's my little sister who's been fussing, wanting to find you." Another, even younger, little cherub squeezed onto the screen. "Mommy, Daddy, when are you coming back? Uncle Fu won't let me play with Little Black. I hate him. Little Black can only play with me." Lin Ran was a little speechless. In recent years, he had discovered a very serious problem. Everyone in his family seemed to be a little bit nuts. "Got it. Your mom and I still have to watch the aurora. We'll ignore you for now." As Lin Ran was about to hang up, Lin Luo quickly stopped him. "Wait, when are you coming home? What's the deal with grown-ups like you never being home? Don't you understand the principle that when parents travel far, their children worry?" Lin Ran was utterly speechless, feeling this was a bit ridiculous. Your mom says you need to grow up quickly and inherit the family business as soon as possible, so your mom and I can live off. I mean, have no more worries. Lin Luo, on the other end of the line, sighed. Sigh. So young and already looking forward to retirement, and you want to push such a big mess onto a little kid. I'm really impressed, you two trolls. Luo Yao's gaze turned icy. Lin Luo, if you don't want to die, you'd better hurry up and grow. Lin Luo looked miserable. Fine, let's not talk about that for now. Uncle Fu is looking for me. The call ended, and the young couple looked at each other and smiled. Aran, was that foreign woman from this afternoon pretty? Huh? What woman? I didn't see anyone. Luo Yao smiled, her eyes crinkling. If Aran dares to look at another woman, I'll kill her, turn her into a specimen, and display her in the bedroom right next to Lu Ruxiu. Lin Ran reached out and caressed Luo Yao's cheek. Well, that would be just wonderful. If the world is vast, then I want to walk with you to every corner because you're my world too. Lin Ran. Crazy words and classic quotes. Does it matter who the child belongs to? Hasn't he been calling you dad? All these years. Brainwashing maniac, Lu Yueme. It's not Lin Ran's money I love, but him as a person. Self-deceiver, Lu Ruxiu. We are a loving and harmonious family. So damn shameless, Lin Jian. I'm going to raise 10 pretty boys. One to serve tea, one to pour water, one to massage my feet, one to massage my back, one to flatter, one to run errands, one to cuddle, one to curry favor, and the remaining 2 for my left and right arms to say I love you. The pinnacle of player talk, Chun Qing Tian. I'm sorry, I'm tainted. Bathhouse regular, Fong Buxia. Kissing is just a way to comfort people. Clingy pest, Zhao Miao Miao. Stop fighting, you two. Green arrow, Lu Jian. I can warm the whole world, but I cannot warm you. Human son, Zhang Xianwan. A gambling father, a drug addict mother, a sick little sister, and a broken him. Hard worker, Zhang Xiaolong. Loving someone is dangerous because you can get hurt. Bonding bonus, Wu Zhishang. I'ma slap you to death today. Patron saint of the police station, Shun Jingbing. 1v2 is not my limit. Goddess of war, Zhang Xinye. My love is scorching and dangerous, yet it cannot be stopped. Husband-protecting maniac, Luo Yao. I belong only to you. Wife-doting king, Lin Ran. Luo Yao is too fierce, meow meow meow. Cowardly little black cat. Insolent son, kneel, kowtow, apologize and beg me to be your father. The one who rules through the ages, Lin Tianba. Dear readers, please continue to add more. Easter egg 1. E-Scene. President Luo. Our E family has developed a deep process product of the chi-boosting and essence-solidifying soup. Not only is it convenient to take, but its medicinal effects are also stronger. What do you think? Luo Yao's eyes gradually turned scarlet, but this time, the scarlet was from desire. Prepare a lifetime supply for Aran. You seen, huh? All right, I'll have someone get it. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. You're in for a rough future. Easter egg 2. Xing Xing, did you ever love me? Shunming Xing, Lin Luo. If there's a next life, you just need to stand still, and I will run desperately towards you. Also, I fell in love with you long ago. Easter egg 3. Lin Yinyao's eyes held a pathological smile. Man, you will never escape from my grasp. The locked-up man looked at Lin Yinyao with a strange expression and asked the question on his mind. You couldn't possibly be a Yandera, could you? The end.